Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Thanks for joining us, folks. We have an explosive show tonight. Now, we're on a winning streak right now. The Call Nation show ratings are through the roof. I get my analytics back, and I'm just really blown away by the amount of thing, but I am not satisfied with the number of likes I'm getting. Viewership is good, but likes are better. Okay, so I need everybody to come in here, hit that like button. That's very important to me. If I do a show and 2 days later I'm at 600 views and only 10 likes, there's something wrong with that. It means there's a lot of people watching the show who are secretly hating and not supporting the show. I need to see some likes, folks. Show some love. I'm not asking for a whole lot. Just hit the damn like button. Take 2 seconds to hit the damn like button. I mean, geez, it's not hard. But yeah, so we've been on a roller coaster ride with these topics last few days. I mean, these shows have been explosive. And it's a place where you can speak your mind and be respected and be respectful and everything. But as soon as people start becoming disrespectful and belligerent, then I have to shut them down. This is not that sort of place. You come, speak your mind, and share your ideas and opinion. I'm looking for ideas, folks. Ideas. The world runs on ideas. And if I sit here for 6 hours, I want to get something out of it. I want to learn some things. Bring something to the table. Show me that you're intelligent. Don't hold back your intellect. Show me what you're intelligent. Show me what you're able to do. See something, say something. Now, I need people to go ahead and get some snacks, get some juice, get some apple pie, get some ice cream on top and everything like that. Let's sit back and just chill tonight because this is Friday night. I get to sleep in tomorrow. I don't have to be at the work. I don't have to be to work tomorrow, so I could do a long show tonight. We might go 7, 8 hours tonight. Who knows? But we got a really good topic tonight. Now, folks, when you have topics like deadly clowns, the reemergence of Sambo, sucking and jiving culture, you know it's going to get heated tonight. You know it's going down. You know this is where you want to be. You know that it's going to be explosive. Tempers are going to flare and passions will be raised and whatnot. As the college Genesis gives his sermon tonight, as we talk about the Sambos who are shucking and jiving, the reemergence of the shuck and jive culture, as coincides with the ADOS FBA people, everyone has basically said, something, we spent like the last almost 80 years trying to fight against shucking and jiving, right? We said that's not what we were. We created the NWC Image Awards, right? Our politics was serious. We have Ebony Magazine and stuff like that. Now everybody wants to be some sort of coon. Everybody wants to be a Sambo. You got Negroes wearing the American flag. This is insane. Everyone's picking cotton. Everyone's shucking and jiving, spitting watermelon out. They've gone back to their role in America as buffoons, as Sambos. So when you love America, America only has one role for you: shucking and jiving, bullshitting, and Samboing. And so, like I said, I come here to deliver you. I come here to set the Negro free. I make it hard for you to get your Negro on. So when you come here talking about how patriotic you are, how this country is the greatest country, you're being a Sambo. That's what the white man wants. When you sit there and basically big up Tucker Carlson and you tap dancing for Tucker Carlson, you are a Sambo. You are shucking and jiving. Do you see why they call me the college Genesis? Why they call me the culture critic? You see why I bring that fire? I make it hard for you to get your Negro on. And all things won't be the same. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend. Look, man, everybody, just people. Like I had a guy said he got a couple of people sign up, but yeah, but the viewership, man, I must have had people drop off because he said 3 people signed up, man. The amount of subscribers didn't go up. I think it went about one, but and so therefore I'm like, I think I'm stuck in this rut, man. I can't seem to break that 1,000 thing. I only got like 30 more people, right? I need to break that 1,000 thing, that 1,000 marker, because that means this platform, when I'm doing shows, is monetized, right? Let me tell you something about monetization. If you got a 6-hour show, I'm willing to bet in that 6 hours, right? If they pay an ad every 10 minutes, whatever. I bet you anywhere there's like around at least 100 ads. Could be up to 100 ads played during a 6-hour broadcast. One show. 100 ads times 600 views. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of ad revenue, folks. We're on our way. And then when we basically start getting monetized, I could do a lot of things with it. I could buy more equipment. I could buy more things, expand this platform, So we need to get to that 1,000 people. We need to monetize. It seems like that's the hardest thing for Black people to do, particularly Black men, is to get monetized on YouTube. There's like 20 million Black men in this country, right? And we can't even get, it's barely, the number of Black people that are online. It's a shame. I gotta tell you, that FBA movement is not big. It's not at all, because there's not enough Black men online, to support other Black men or even listen to other ideologies. It's just not. We're just not there. And then when you are on people online, they don't comment, they don't say anything that's passing by, because the internet is not really part of most people's lives. So with those who live on the internet, we see things differently. But the average person, Black person, is not really online like that. Except for the ADOS, FBAs, and pretendians, because that's the only way they could get their stupid message out, So it isn't. But we have a deadly clowns problem, right? And these are the Sambos who are shucking and jiving, right? And that's why I had to let 1776 go. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that tonight. I had to let. I don't like doing that, folks. I don't like, but when I felt like I had no choice, he became real belligerent and disrespectful to me, my platform, and what I stand for. And I can't do that. He crossed the line. When you cross the line, you can disagree with me all you want, especially FBA people. I let them come in here, like this guy, American, was an American Freeman, whatever his name is, said, Carl, at least Carl lets you speak. Yeah, I do. Well, I don't care if you agree with me. You can speak all you want. But when you start getting blatantly disrespectful and belligerent, and I gotta say, something, it's time for you to go. And that's what happened with 1776. He is no more, If he comes up here with another profile, he will get immediately blocked. He is no more allowed on this platform, So those of you who liked him, whatever like that, hey, you should have been warning him. Kyle's not playing with you, I think, to be honest with you, this is probably the first time in his life he ever had to face consequences. I could tell when dudes are like that. They go their whole life, they're probably raised by their mother, so he didn't have a father around to knock him in his mouth. He had a father disciplining him like this. I could tell when dudes have just, they just go act on their emotion, and they're around women, So when you're around a male, right, which is a male figure in your life, there's a calming effect. That when my father was around, I knew, I could say some things but I knew I had to watch my mouth. I had to watch my tone. I had to think before I spoke, and I chose my words very carefully when my father was around. My mother was around, okay, blah, 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 blah. But when she told my father, it was a different thing. My father would come to me and say, "Did you say this to your mother, my wife?" Whatever. Yeah, he go, "Boy, I will knock you out on the floor." And that will never happen again. So me, you're a teenager, you get bigger, you're bigger than your mom and everything like that. But she called dad. So when I get home today, I'm going to deal with you. People like 1776 never had a dad. That's why he in his age, in his 40s, he talks so recklessly. Look, let me tell you something, right? On this platform, right? I'm probably the only father figure a lot of these brothers that come up here ever had. I'm like a father figure. You know, I'm that with your father ain't gonna like everything you do. Your father ain't gonna tell you he love you and get away with it. That's what dudes do. They think I could tell by the way some of you people act that you're raised by mothers and you're raised by women and baby mamas and stuff like that. You're around a bunch of women your whole life. So you expect to be coddled. And then when you come by somebody like me, you're like, oh, Colin, man, just why are you so hard on everybody? Because that's what a man does. A lot of these guys have never had a male figure in life until they run into the police. The only male figure they have in their life is someone, a judge or a police. Somebody's going to lock them up. By the time the judge or police, it's too late. And where does this culture come from? It's a shucking and jiving culture where people stay children until they're well in their 40s. I'm dead serious. We'll talk about that tonight. Why is the development of the average black person in America arrested? When I talk to black people in their 40s, right? Even when we talk about reparations, right? I'm talking to people in their 30s and 40s, and they sound like children, you know? Oh, reparations going to happen because white people are going to do it because it's the right thing to do. That's not reality. That's not the real world. Real grown-ups don't think like that. When I get ready to go do business, I understand that I'm taking a risk and I could lose money. There's nothing guaranteed. When you go for a job interview, right? There's no guarantee you're going to get the job. When you're on a job, there's no guarantee that you're going to get a promotion, but you got to know how to deal with losses. You know, well, you got some people who don't know how to handle disappointment. That's part of being an adult. That life is about disappointments. And you're going to be disappointed, but it's how you deal with it. That's why when people ask me, Colin, man, where's the average stand? Well, look, I understand that I have a lot of setbacks and I have disappointments and I know how to deal with them. They don't understand that because the people that ask me that aren't real men. Well, what do you think about this, Colin? You had a website for all these years and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm disappointed. But the bottom line is how I deal with the disappointment. I keep going. That's a real man. But the man who's not a real man will keep questioning me. You're doing this, you're doing that. You haven't seen no results, Colin, blah, 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 blah. That's because these people aren't real fucking men. I, on this platform, showing a lot of black men what a real man is. And a lot of times people just don't know. They think being a thug and have your pants sagging down and being tough and also that's not being a man. The best thing I could tell you about being a man is knowing how to quit and knowing how to deal with adversity and disappointment. That's what being a man is all about. How you deal with failure and how you deal with disappointment. Because I've had a lot of failure and disappointment in my life. So when I tell a story about the time where I had a white guy who has happened to bump into a chest thing, everybody jump, oh, Colin, some white guy told you that. No, this guy was a man, an older man than me, right? I was in my 30s. This guy must have been in his 50s. And he simply told me his story. Yeah, I'm a father figure, Baby Rodriguez. That's why people listen to me, you know. He told me his story, and I was inspired. I said, I want to do what you could do it. I can do it. So I took from that. You never know where you're going to be inspired from different places. I said, what about your father? My father was the greatest man that ever lived to me, right? But sometimes you need other experiences. That's why you're supposed to go out in the world and meet new people and get in circumstances. You get from under your father's wing and go out there and venture on yourself. You see people that they stay children well into their 40s and 50s, right? Their parents make decisions for them and everything like that. The mom's still telling them what to do, how to dress and everything. Well in their 40s and 50s. They never grow up. So, yeah, we're going to talk about that tonight, folks. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff like that, you know. But shucking and jiving, Sambo culture, you know, why is it still prevalent in Black America? I think what it is Black people see white people as this force of beauty, this force of they show the images of power and beauty and everything like that. And the resentment we have towards white people, we cannot show it outwardly, right? So we basically convince ourselves that we're happy. In our pretending that we're happy, right? And white people know we're not happy, but they know that you're too terrified of them to say how you really feel. So you get up there, you wave the American flag, you say all this kind of stuff like that. You do your shuffling, jig dance and whatnot at the when you spike a football, whatever like that. You're shucking and jiving, and you're doing all this kind of nonsense and everything. You're creating the latest dance craze, whatever. And it's all Sambo culture. Sambo exists for the sole entertainment and amusement of white people. That's all Sambo is. Anytime somebody says something and you think it's going to put a smile on the white person's face, he's a friggin' Sambo. If somebody gets in front, when the FBA reached out to that congressman down there running for office, where against Brian McDonald, and said, I reached out to the FBA reached out to me and said, this guy is a tether, blah, blah, blah. And Chuck across it, that's Sambo culture. That's shucking and jiving. The FBA people have to take an L for this. That's Sambo culture. That's shucking and jiving. Do you understand why they call me Calathenos? You know? So we're going to get down tonight. Peace to my brother Dave, man. I want Dave to finally meet my BAIO chapter head, you know, which we're going to have chapter head in Liberia, Ross. I just created a group on Messenger with those two. I want those two to hook up, man, because they're both around the same age. And Ross and David go good together. You know, we all think alike. Ross is a technocrat. I'm a technocrat, and David's a technocrat. We're going to build the BAIO Liberia chapter up, and the Association of African Americans Liberia. And, we're going to turn that into a world-class organization, an agency. You know, so we're just getting started, folks. This little platform is going to do many things. Many things. I am not going to bow down. I'm not going to slow down. I am not going to do anything like that. What's up, Dark Migo, the real Donald Trump? What's up, everybody? Thank you for joining me tonight. We're talking about the deadly clowns, the reemergence of Sambo and shuck and jive culture. Shucking and jiving. I had to get rid of friggin' 1776 because he was shucking and jiving. It's one thing to say you're a patriotic American. I have no problem with that, right? But you don't come in a week later and talk about you're a Pan-Africanist all of a sudden, That's shucking and jiving, That's shucking and jiving. So I had to he's gone. He's gone. He went too far. Elvis is still here for the time being, But 1776 just went too far. I tried to warn him, how many times I timed him out and stuff like that. But he was just going too far, He did show me disrespect. When you go out there and say that you're a real Pan-Africanist and you're talking to the college genesis. So you don't understand who I am? I'm the pretty much the leader of the Black nationalist movement in America. You don't come to talk to the college genesis like that. You come with me with respect. Like I said, if somebody believes they're a patriot, I don't care. If you really want to believe in 17, that's fine. That's your thing. But the problem I have is if I say I'm a Black nationalist, right? Just like this happened with Muhammad Ali. He said, look, based on everything I know, the teachings of Muhammad, right? We say our conscience can't allow us to go fight a war that we have nothing to do with halfway across the world. Just because I was born in this country don't mean this country, especially when this country says I'm not a part of it. You can't tell somebody you're not a part of a country, right? You can't eat here. You can't live here. You can't have a good job here. When that Black people, 70% of Black people living in dire poverty in Muhammad Ali's time. And then they're going to take a Black man and put him in uniform to go fight some yellow man. It don't work like that. So he stood up. He said, my conscience cannot let me do this, right? And to this day, people don't respect the fact that he did it. Because I said, look, when I was growing up, I had a lot of white kids. I was patriotic when I was growing up, a kid. But there was some kids who did not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance when I was in elementary school, right? Whatever reason was, it was always like, oh, this is against their religion to salute a flag or pledge allegiance. And I was like, why did they get to sit down and whatnot? Everybody else got to stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance, right? And so, and then years later, when I got grown, it dawned on me, right, that other people may have legitimate reasons for saying, and America respects their freedom. If you say, look, I consciously say like this, people will like, oh, yeah, that's his right as an American not to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Black people are not given that. That's why it tells me we're not really Americans. If we was Americans, we would say, if you would say, okay, I support the flag, but my brother doesn't support the flag. And then both of those brothers will be accepted. Okay, that's his right as an American. But we're not given that. There's only one way. We have to be on our knees, and loyal on our knees. And we don't have the right to ask, well, what does this country mean to me? Well, goodbye, baby brother. He's gone. He is gone for good. If anybody wants to join him, they can. All people do is like this guy when he talks shit to me all the time, whatnot. And that day is over. If he wants to be a comedian, he needs to get his own channel. This is not a comedy show. This is a black nationalist platform, a series. I saw this this thing today. Somebody put on the wall. I think I find this right. He said, evidently, I'm seeing that people are actually listening to this show. I see that this let's see, community. Is there a thing with community, combat, rapping, new posts? Okay, posts. Let's see if I can find this. Post. No. Okay, no. Post, not a post. Send feedback. I thought that, there's a community page. I don't know what that is. So I'm going to try to find this guy. Well, anyway, the gist of this guy, what he was saying, he said most societies, even America, the people are always led by militants and nationalists. Think about it. The French Revolution, the American Revolution, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, John Hancock, and John Jay, all these men were nationalists. They weren't integrationists. They weren't accommodationists. They were uncompromising nationalists. They wanted an American republic. They wanted a republic away from the King of England. They wanted a new republic away from the so-called mother country, England. They were nationalists, uncompromising nationalists. Now, only group of people, Chiang Kai-shek of China was a nationalist, right? Japan during the Meiji period was led by Japanese nationalists. Every other society that basically did, Mao Zedong was a Chinese nationalist. Every society in the world, it gets something done because they're led by nationalists. It's only when black people live in the same proximity of white people that the nationalists are marginalized. Think about that. People are trying to come to my platform and try to shame me for being a nationalist. Telling me, oh, Kala, if you don't do this, you gotta get out and live your path. Well, I'll stay here right in the fucking America the day I die. And I'm still gonna be a nationalist. I believe Black America is a nation, and I want to see Black America one day have our own land, our own culture. That's a nationalist. I simply want to see Black people with our own shit. That's all. I'm not a bad person. That don't mean I'm anti-American. I am a Black American nationalist. As simple as that. People like, oh my God, you're a nationalist, scholar. They got every shit. They said, why do you like Liberia? Because Liberia is a taste of what black nationalism or black nation is like to me. I get to experience for a few weeks what a black nation sort of looks like. And I say, okay, this is doable. I get that feeling that I'm in a black majority country run by black people. That's why a lot of us go to Africa, because we want to experience black nationalism. But what I try to tell people all the time, oh, Kala, now they're trying to undermine my message, like, oh, you don't eat the bush chicken. Oh, Kala, you eat Lebanese chicken. All little fucking things they nitpick because they want to discredit me as a black nationalist, and it's not going to happen. So it is what it is, folks, right? I am a black nationalist. I am not changing for anybody. Now, if you want to be a Sambo and shuck and jive and whatnot, and buck dance and you just happy because you're eating chicken and watermelon every day and whatnot, you're a ham bone and a shine, nigga, go right ahead. I'm not that. I am a black nationalist, right? Every inch of my body will tell black men that your goal, your end game should be a nation of your own. Your end game ain't the streets of America. Your end game ain't the NFL. Your end game ain't the NBA. Your end game ain't some rap deal, whatever like that, whatever the hell they talk about. Your end game ain't some award show. Your end game as a black nationalist should be glory, a nation of your own with your people. That's what a black nationalist is. But people are shucking and jiving, and we have a reemergence of Sambo. Why is it Sambo culture? Sambo culture, I'm going to play some videos, right? This is a good time to play some videos. Let's have some fun, let's have some fun, I mean, I want to have some fun tonight, folks. I hope I don't get my thing blocked because I always play these videos when I, minstrel show. We're going to play what I mean by Sambo culture, All right, we're going to play something. We're going to show you what freaking, ham bone, a fucking shine, a ham bone, friggin' gnawing, sucking on a neck bone, ham bone nigga, I'm sorry, I can't do that, folks. I can't do that. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I mean by a fucking Sambo. This is a white guy mocking black people, and Jim Crow. That's what they thought of you. And the bottom line is the white man don't have to mock you no more because y'all Negroes are voluntarily getting out there buck dancing and shining for the white man, This is it right here. Look at this. Look at this.
Time a wheel about a jump, Jim Crow. I went down to the river. I didn't mean to stay, but there I saw so many gals I couldn't get away. Wheel about and turn about and do just so. Every time I wheel about a jump, Jim Crow. Give me back my clothes, please. And so it was that a young song and dance man, who was later belovedly known as Daddy Wright, was the first to bring blackface characterization to the American stage. Every time we
see, bottom line is back then, this is how we had to do blackface to survive. We had to do blackface to survive. Let's see another one. Well, people used to do blackface.
Novo is a business account
now
that
you
thinks
got
ahead.
people like
Taxes, payroll, big purchases,
doing blackface.
They always come faster than
freely.
expected. Automatically set aside money into dedicated reserves for your business goals. So planning.
Maggie Murphy's home. And now, two quiet people, Cotton Watts and Chick.
Well, lady, let that be a lesson to you.
What's the matter with you boys shooting up that man's hen house?
I'll shoot any chicken trying to follow me home.
Well, why don't you get a job and go to work?
Y'all almost had me a job this morning.
Where?
I went down to the post office and asked that man, could he let me have one of them jobs as a letter toter?
No, Cotton, you mean a mail carrier.
And the man said, boy, you give me a situation, he'd have to put me through a simple self-examination.
No, stupid. You mean a civil service examination.
Well, the man carried me in a little room and set me down and started asking me a gang of questions.
Well, what'd he ask you?
First thing the man asked me is, how far is it from the sun to the moon?
He asked you how far it was from the sun to the moon?
Yeah, that's what the man asked me.
Well, what'd you tell him?
I told him if he was going to give me that route, I didn't want to do.
Well, tell me, how would you like to go to work for me?
Yes, ma'am. How much you going to pay me, I hope?
Well, let's see now. I'll pay you all your work.
No, ma'am. I got to have some money.
You know, Cotton, I'm making a picture called The Lion Tamer.
The Lion Tamer?
Uh-huh.
There ain't but one kind of lion I'll mess with.
What kind's that?
Ooh, that's a dandelion.
Now, all I want you to do is meet me at the zoo in the morning at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, with the rest of the monkeys.
With the rest of the monkeys.
Yeah, I'll bring my grandpa with me.
I want to get a moving picture of you in the lion's cage.
Well, if you ever do get a picture of me in a lion's cage, it'll be moving all right.
Oh, Cotton, the lion can't hurt you.
Can't hurt me. Well, nobody can make me hurt myself.
Why, the lion's tame. He'll eat right off your hand.
Eat off of your hand and over your leg, too. I know them cats.
Oh, but you don't understand, Cotton. The lion was raised on milk.
Raised on milk? I was, too, but I eat pork chops now.
Why, he can't bite you.
Now, how come he can't bite me?
He hasn't got a tooth in his head.
I know, but he can gum me to death. I don't want him gnawing on me.
Now, all I want to do is snap you as you enter the lion's cage.
You just want to snap me as I enter?
Yes.
Well, you better snap me as I enter, because you will never be able to focus me when I start out, because I'm Alabama bound.
Yeah, man, that was the distant relative of 1776. You know, that's what, like I said, these people pass down their minstrel show to generations. That's what 1776 come from. You know, like I said, Tariq Nasheed, all these people. It's the minstrel show. You know, it's a damn minstrel show. You know. So this is what I said. Today we have a modern day minstrel show. You know, they call ADOS FBA. They call Black Patriots. They call Black MAGA. They call all these fucking fools that go out there and friggin' wave the American flag and tap dance and shuck and jive. That's what these motherfuckers sound like to me. You know, sound like to me. You know, that's why I think of 1776, man. I just think of a minstrel show. You know. And I just can't deal with it no more, man. I'm like, dude, man, I do a show, man. I don't want a freaking minstrel act. You know, I don't want the minstrel act when I'm doing a show, man. I like real fucking content, man. I can't do minstrel, man. You know, I can't do minstrel. But that was actually pretty fun. Wait, that shows you this type of shit this guy was saying. Yo, you know, he goes, I'm gonna pay what you worth. He goes, no, you gotta pay me something. That is so fucked up, man. She said, I'm going to pay you whatever you're worth. You know, Miss Such, I got to get something out of this. That is friggin', yo, that is just, Jews were behind a lot of these stereotypes and whatnot, But they did these things to degrade us, to demean us, right? So we shot back by having groups like the Harlem Renaissance. The Harlem Renaissance was basically us showing the world that we're not this. Most of the world believe these stereotypes is us. And unfortunately, this blackface humor is emerging now. I showed a video. I don't even want to play this video where a black woman is eating dog food. The white man, her husband's feeding her dog like she's a dog and whatnot. This is reemerging. Because black people basically are reemerging Sambo, the Jason Whitlocks, the Candace Owens and whatnot. This is Sambo culture, shucking and jiving. Real black people are black nationalists. We're proud. We have black pride. Part of being a black nationalist is having black pride. I'm proud of who the fuck I am, So like I said, we have the Sambos running around, particularly in the South, and New York. New York is a Sambo battleground, Let's see some more Sambo culture. Let's see more.
Every time I wheel about a jumping through, I went down.
There's the one where Bing Crosby is making fun of black people in blackface.
Get out the way, old man Tucker. Get out the way, old man Tucker. Get out the way, old man Tucker. You're too late for the come to summer. Come to town the other night. I hear the noise and see the fight. The watchman was a running round, crying, old man Tucker's come to town. Get out the way, old man Tucker. Get out the way, old man Tucker. Get out the way, old man Tucker. You're too late for the come to summer.
Yeah, like I said, you got my good brother Brandon. He's a MAGA now, so I can say, who can I say this is? You got Brandon in the middle. You got Nack Measy. You got 1776. And who else? Well, how many coons do we have? We have 1776. We have Nack Measy. And who else is a fucking coon? So who are? I mean, I need one more coon. I don't know. Well, we'll find a auxiliary coon. But the bottom line is this is what Black America in 2026 looks like. The coons are out of control. This is what they look like when they're going down there with a. Oh yeah, Jive. Yeah, no, Elvis. No, better Elvis. Okay. You got Elvis, and you got Nack Measy, you got 1776, and I think I would say Brandon. Pan African, that broke my heart, man. Pan African Strikes Back became a fucking MAGA. So it's just sad, man. Really sad, real sad, But I'm gonna make the point tonight that the what you call El Rio de Lion Liberian, yeah. Elvis, that's the guy is a clown of the century, Anyone, I won't hear anyone call. Let 776 up because 776 is gone. He is no more. He is no more. When I say I feel good about that, I slept good last night, man. I really did. That I could do my show without that clown up here. And to think, if you guys think I'm being bullied and whatnot, let's look at some of my comment section of my show, right? I always go to my comment section. If you guys want me to really listen to what I gotta say, you want me to hear what you guys say, yeah. You look at what I gotta say, listen to my comment section. Comment on my videos, right? Because I will answer you. I will respond to you, right? Okay. It's one guy. He basically, his name is Bro Man Reloaded, right? You know, he wrote a. Let me see. Hold up. Okay, Bro Man Reloaded. I wrote in the pinned comment, right? 7076 is no more. His blatant disrespect for me and my mission was too much. This is a black nationalist platform. And I am the college genesis, right? You have to acknowledge that. If you don't acknowledge that, to me, that's disrespect. Like me, when Dinah says he searched for Haruru, I believe in his mission of search for Haruru. I'm not going to get in and say, oh, you're not search for Haruru. You're not this. You know, I'm not going to come in his platform rearranging the furniture. That's me respecting his platform. So when people come here, why do you think they're going to say whatever they want to me and get away with it? No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to let it happen. You know, what justified my strong disdain for I hate his fucking guts. You know, I really, really hate 76. If I was in front of him, I'd probably strangle him. You know, and the fact that I let him stay on that long, as a black man, I think I could reach. I always think I could reach black people. You know, I realize now there's some people that's too far gone. I wrote down 1776 is no more. His blatant disrespect for me and my mission was too much. When someone says he's proud to be an American, there's nothing wrong with that statement. I have no problem with him being a patriot, whatever the hell he wants to be, right? But when you also say you're a real Pan-African, and when he's trying to usurp my identity as a black nationalist and Pan-African who's real, what you're doing is trivializing the college genesis. That's blasphemy. And then Bro Man Reloaded wrote in response to my comment, right? My pinned comment was, he said he never brought anything to the show. His entire claim to fame was just going up against anything you said and trying to make the show all about him. Yeah, he tried to come in here and make the show about him, his comedy. He's not even that funny. He's annoying. And his comedy act, right? He was annoying enough when he was pushing his super pro-American nonsense. And then he became unbearable when he started with his false claims of being a Pan-African last couple weeks. That's what really got him on the road out of here. When he started calling himself a Pan-African. And I warned him, right? I found myself skipping through the replays and parts of the show which had him on the panel talking. Yeah, it was too, man. I don't like when he's on when I listen back to the show, I just usually skip right past 1776. I guess I won't have to do it. Yeah, you won't, brother. He's gone. He's no more. You know, he's no more. You know, and so the bottom line is it has nothing to do with me being a bully, whatever like that. You know, the guy was just blatantly disrespectful. And also, I'll say this, right? I'll say this. Something I don't think anybody caught, right? When he asked me the question, Kala, what would you do if America was destroyed, whatever like that? And I said, what's that got to do with me? Why you ask me a question like that, right? He said, where would you go, whatever like that, if America was destroyed, right? And basically, then he started going like, do you want to see America destroyed, right? I never said that. There's nowhere in the colonization, the black African infrastructure, that I ever said anything about destroying America. They're making something out that I did. So if people out there, if my message goes mainstream, right? People will say, that's college. That's a man that wants America destroyed. And then if I say stuff like that, I know he'll take the recording and send it to the friggin' FBI. And the FBI will come to your door if you make a terrorist threat. But I didn't take his bait. I put it to the side. I said, this guy's going to be off my show within a week. And it happened last night. I'm not stupid, folks. You can't fool me. I know when people coming up here, they're trying to bait me, whatever like that, to get me to incriminate myself and everything like that. I'm not stupid. You were one of the most memorable professors of comedy. I always get a little knowledge. Yeah, I'm the comedian around here, you know? But he comes up here just saying stupid shit, right? And his act is a Sambo act, you know? A shucking and jiving. And we're going to do some more shucking and jiving to drive home the point tonight, right? But people shucking and jiving and Sambo culture, cooning and buck dancing and stuff like that, is a part of Black American culture. But I did not think after all these years, after we had things like the Cosby Show, we integrated baseball, we did all these things. We had Paul Robeson, we had all these icons, Muhammad Ali, and after everything, we're back to friggin' shucking and jiving like this is the 1920s. We're back to being political Sambos. We're back to people shucking and jiving for Tucker Carlson. What the hell is going on with the black man in America? We're back to buck dancing and shucking and jiving. Where the fucking real men at? I want to know where the real men at. Like I said, I do this show because I know for a fact of the matter is I'm the only fucking real man a lot of these brothers even come across. Look, I could tell when a man, just by the way people talk and what their viewpoint is, who was raised by women. See, women expect somehow or another things to fall in line or somebody to be compassionate towards them. That's why the people who support reparations, the one thing they always say is, yeah, white people will give it to us because it's the right thing to do. That's somebody who was raised on the welfare system. They really do think there's a check waiting for them at the county office and whatnot. All they have to do is access it. It's always there. But those who were raised by men, like my father, some nights we had to go hungry. We didn't have any food. Some nights, some Christmases, we didn't have no presents under the Christmas tree. Some nights the electricity was off until my father got paid. But you get through these times and it makes you stronger. But one thing I never had in my family was us looking for handouts from the government or any assistance from the government. That's why I am where I am right now. I grew up not depending on the white man or the government. So the white man really has nothing to negotiate with me with. And me talking about reparations means I got to shuck and jive and buck dance, whatever like that for a reparations check. I got to do like they did in California. All these people down there buck dancing, giving their buck dancing speeches about reparations and whatnot. That was the most embarrassing fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. That whole reparations thing was a fucking minstrel show. You see why I'm the collagenesis. I'm undefeated. So it is what it is. On a serious note, please give you black nationalist versus Pan-African. Look, you cannot be a Pan-Africanist unless you're a black the end game of anything should be a black nation. Your own black nation, whether you're Nigerian, a Ghanaian thing. Most African countries don't understand the concept of nation. So K.I. Truth wants to come in my show. Speaking of Sambo and buck dancing, maybe he can come up and explain to the show. His show is a Sambo show, So maybe he can come up here and explain himself, that's been a Sambo show I haven't seen in my life, man. The K.I. Truth and the Aphrodama show, man. That's Sambo, Sambo on steroids, Okay, hold up. So shucking and jiving, cooning and buffooning, shucking and jiving, Hold up. So shucking and jiving, cooning and buffooning, Shuck and jive, All right. We welcome to the show, The Chaotic Truth. This ought to be Go ahead, KR Truth. What's on your mind? Welcome to the Colin Nation Radio Show, the premier Black nationalist channel. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'm the chief host of College Genesis. I've been around for years. You know,
Okay.
I'm new to YouTube.
Okay.
Go ahead. What's on your mind?
Nothing much, man. You were live streaming, and I saw that you had an open panel, and you said you were a Black national. Yeah, you said you had a Black you. This is a Black nationalist channel, so
exactly.
It was pretty
no white people allowed here.
Really?
Yeah.
No shit. Okay.
You know why? Because aren't you Nigerian or something?
I'm foundational Black American.
You sure? I heard you were Nigerian.
No.
All right. Well, anything is this. Look, my philosophy is there's nothing left to discuss with white people. Nothing. Anybody's talking to white people. Now, if you want to talk to white people, what you got to do is talk about sports.
Yeah.
You can talk about beer. Go play some golf, shoot some pool, whatever like that. But when it comes to Black culture and Black business and the Black problems in Black America, no white person should be. You do what you want to do with your panel. But I think it's cooning and samboing when you friggin' laughing and joking with friggin' race, with racist and fucking samboing and shucking and jiving with white people. That's what I feel. You know.
You talking about my panel?
Yeah. That's what I observe. I'm like this. You got racists up there. These guys. And also, why is it always assumed that white people got their shit together? Their community's in a mess right now. You see the meth epidemic, you know? You go to, the poorest areas in America are white and rural. You know? They got enough problems, but why is it they always focusing on our problems?
Why do you think they do that?
Because they use people like you because they want to feel superior. They need to feel superior. I do this all the time. I'm a professional Black man, you know? But I walk in a room and what they could feel it. That's somebody strong and powerful, right? I'm not a buck dancer, whatnot. I don't shuck and jive. I look people right there in the eye and whatnot, and they are forced to give some sort of respect. They're not used to that. They're used to Black people tap dancing and trying to be their friend. Look, I'm like this. I do business, whatever like that. If you're white, I'll do business with you, whatever like that. But I don't basically walk around like I need their approval for anything, especially when we talk about Black issues. I believe that we could talk about Black issues without white people involved. This is none of their business. You know, that's what.
Can I ask you a question if you don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
Where do you live?
I live in a great state of Virginia.
Do you live in an all Black neighborhood?
My neighborhood's predominantly white. You know, it's really, really upscale. But a lot of Black people here. We got like 6 Black millionaires here. And you got $1 million homes in my neighborhood.
Are you married to a Black woman?
Yeah, my wife is actually African.
Oh, what country?
Liberia.
Oh, she's Liberian. Okay. Did she live in Liberia under Charles
she's
Taylor?
Coming here soon. She's coming here this year. Oh. But we've been together for 5 years. I'm going there in 4 weeks.
Okay.
I'll be there.
So she lives in Monroe. She lives in Monrovia?
Yeah, I have a house in Monrovia, yeah.
No shit. Okay. If you were to set up a Black nationalist state.
No, it's not even about a state. It's a mind. Mm-hmm. You got to have the mind first. The Black people don't have the mind. We really convinced that we need white people to survive, right? You got to get the mind first. You know, a state, that's the end game. That's way down the road. But the bottom line, I'm saying a mindset, right? We got to basically, I'm saying like this. We have the potential. We generate $1.6 trillion a year. If 10% of that money was generated back into Black businesses and platforms, I say like this. This is what I say. Listen to this carefully, right? It is a shame, right? You got all these people. Now you got Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb going at it, right?
Yep.
All these people got big platforms, right? But why aren't, you know what white nationalism is? White nationalism is Rumble. White nationalism is Parler. White nationalism is Reddit. You know? White nationalism is Elon Musk spending $45 billion to take over Twitter and backing Donald Trump. That's white nationalism. Black people are only about themselves, right? We could have our own platform and basically replace YouTube and start making real money where we control everything. but we don't want to do that because we're not black nationalists. We're integrationists. White people, they got Rumble, Parler, all this thing like that. That's predominantly white, and they're unapologetically about it. That's what black nationalism is. Let's start with, forget about a state. Let's start with our own goddamn platforms. That's something we can do. But nobody won't do that. You won't take your platform because you're making money off YouTube. You ain't going to do that because YouTube's paying you. You're a slave. You know? I don't make any money off of this, right? So if somebody came to me and said, you know something? I had a guy, one of my associates, he built a platform like YouTube, but it kept crashing. You know, he's a good guy, man, but his platform that he created was just like this, you know, but I don't think it was StreamYard ready. That was like 4 years ago, you know. He might do it now, but I don't know. There's some black-owned platforms like YouTube, right? But nobody uses them. Everybody's on YouTube. You cannot get all these people say, you know, Tariq, I don't like you, but let's build this black-owned platform. You know, Umar, I think you're a clown, but hey, let's just come over here. Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels, why don't y'all have that debate on our platform, you know, where we can start streaming and we're building the ad revenue and stuff like that. That's what black nationalism is all about. Let's start where we can start. Because I know you want to trap me into this, what state? Forget about a state. There ain't going to be no damn state until the mindset changes. We need to get our own platforms, our own businesses. That's black nationalism. Go ahead, bro.
I'm listening to you, man. I'm listening to you.
I'm glad you're listening, man. You know, glad you're listening. I hope I clear. Let me get Elvis on. Let's see what he wants to say. Then I'll get back to you, brother. Go ahead, Elvis.
No problem.
All right, Carl. I mean, I think you wanted to talk to this guy for a while, so I was just kind of hoping to hear the conversation.
I mean, like I said, he's being respectful, you know. So, like I said, I want to hear what I obviously listened to my show before. I want KR Truth to tell me. Without me, I'm not gonna get mad like that. Tell me what you disagree with me about. You know, that's coming like drum roll. Go ahead, say it. Let it go. Let it rip. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, the truth. I think that's for you, bro. That's not for me. That's for you. If you got something to say, you can say it.
Truth. Okay, go ahead, KR Truth. Tell me what you think about my platform. Obviously you listened to me before. Tell me everything that's on your mind right now. I'm mute myself and I'll be quiet.
Oh man, believe it or not, man, I'm here listening to you, bro. I mean, I'm listening to you and what you have. I'm listening to your opinion and perspective.
So, what have you heard about me? You know.
I just happened to see your live stream. It was open, so this is my first time actually even coming over here.
You came in here before. You came in here like a month ago, but you didn't get on.
Kyler, you got to break it down, right? We had a conversation, you know, somewhat about him a while ago, maybe a month ago.
Yeah, I forgot what it was about.
Kyler's point is that you have white people on your platform denigrating, you know, black people as a whole.
Yeah, make it like that. But you can do whatever you want to do. I'm saying, what I'm saying, when I listen to your show, and if I see white people on your panel, now if you guys are talking about the NFL, I'll listen. If you guys are talking about climate change, I'll listen. There's many other topics I'll listen to you, right? But when it comes down to the problem of black men and black women and the black community, when that, because the bottom line is this, you know, it's like people get off on this idea that they could talk about Black America, right, from a position of that, and they don't ever put things in context, right? Do they understand that Black America had like 100 cities destroyed by violence in the 20th century? That there was a war, 100-year war against Black America from 1865 to 1965. We literally had whole cities and towns burned down, people wiped out, massacred. When I talked about this last night, there was an incident in Arkansas where 49 black boys were murdered because they locked them in a warehouse and burned them alive. You know.
Well, let me ask you a question real quick.
Yeah.
You say that there are white racists that are on my panel. What particularly have they said that bring me up to speed?
It's like this. Not all of them, but I just get this idea, this paternalistic, condescending attitude that whites have, right? It's almost like they don't believe there's people like me out there, you know? I chastise black bad behavior all the time. That's what I built my platform on. And when they make it seem like all the black people out there are ghetto, we're out there doing all this kind of crazy shit and everything.
And that's what they said on my panel.
Biggest, yeah, but that's what they said. So if they feel like they got to talk about black people's issue, then what they're saying is we have no agency of ourselves, and we need them to correct us.
Would you mind giving me an episode where this happened? Or I mean,
hang on a second. Go ahead, keep talking.
Okay,
I'm gonna look for you. I'm gonna look for your show. Right?
Okay, I could reference an episode, right? I think you guys are doing a simulcast. You and Aphrodite one show about a month, maybe a month or so.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you had I think a couple of white guys on the panel. You know, and I might see your show and kind of just peek and see what you guys are talking about. And I don't know you personally. I don't think I've really listened to you a lot. But some of the things that you said on the panel that day about black folks, especially African Americans, on that show, I thought was, beneath you. You seem like a smart enough person.
What
myself and I mean, I can't pinpoint it because it's been a while. I can't, say everything verbatim, but it was like the stereotypes. You had some African Americans on there. I think there was a guy wearing a tank top, a black guy who was engaging with the panel, and these white guys was perpetuating many of the stereotypes that white people may have about black people when it comes to crime. Those statistics that they throw out there about black men being violent.
Give me an example. So what's the stereotype that you hear?
No, that's what I'm saying. They talk about 13% of the population, but 50% of the crime committed. Little stupid stuff like that.
You don't agree with that? And you don't agree with that?
All right, go ahead. I mean, you got the perspective. You can go ahead and say.
It said, Cal, you could take this back to the white guys, right? First of all, we're 13% of the population, right? But the people who commit the crime in Black America is no more than 7-8%, right? So, and also when they say of the crime, right? Do they talk about the white people? Most of the crime that involve a high pay for hire killing white people, right? Most of the child predators, right, are white males. 90% of them are white males, child predators, kidnapping, all shit like that. Those are white males. How come they don't talk about that? Now, the crimes that black people commit, we take responsibility for. They're nominally crimes with other black people and that. But the bottom line is still, and when you really look at it, even though you could say we're a minority group, white people still commit most of the crime in this country.
But what I was asking,
people in prison,
right? But you were saying that it happens on my panel, so I'm trying to gauge.
No, but the general census is that black people, 13% of the population. It's like this is how it is, chaotic truth, man. I'm
listening, bro.
Right? I run a big insurance agency, right? Now one of the biggest in my state, right? But when I'm not doing my insurance agency, KI Truth, but I'm not going to executive dinners and everything. When I was invited to Dallas back in April, not to brag, I'm out there on the streets knocking over 7-Elevens and robbing old ladies, man. I'm just running around, telling kids the wrong thing, putting dope in their hands, putting the hypodermic needle in there, getting people hooked on crack, because that's what I do, because I'm part of the 13%. But
I had a question for him, right?
How ridiculous that sounds. You got black people who go to work every day, hardworking black people in every profession, right? They gotta listen to people like you entertaining people who are friggin' besmirching and belittling them with stereotypes that don't exist, that should not even exist in 2026.
So let me ask him a question, right?
Go ahead, Elvis. Go. Yeah.
So I think you tend to agree with that statistic that's put out there that it is in fact true, and you're going to say that it's backed up by by a statistic that 13% of the population commit 50% of the crime. Do you believe that's true?
But that would mean all 13% of us are committing crimes.
I'm asking a question. Let's get his point of view so we can talk to him.
I do believe that.
Okay, let me ask you a question, T.I. Truth. Have you really thought that? Have you really thought that through? How can you tell? Yeah. Okay, you said 13%. That means all 13% of black people, right? All 13% of black people have committed a crime, right?
No.
So how can 13% be responsible for half the crime?
Because half the crime is committed by blacks.
Is it half the violent crime or half the crime in general?
That's a lie. That's a lie. That is a freaking lie, right?
First of all, let me ask you.
What's the percentage of black people that's in jail or in the criminal justice system?
I have no idea.
It's about 8%. So how can 8%, right? You say 8%. What the whole thing is what they were talking about, right? This is where it came from, and it got twitched on social media. Years ago, we known this, right? They said 50% of all people, of all homicides, right? In America, victims were black people, black males, right? Most of those people were killed by other black men, right? Black people made up almost 60% of all harm in this country. That means we got gangs and stuff like that. These are social problems, right? That could be solved with the thing, but that has nothing to do with the black community. That's a segment of the black community. Certain areas where crime is out of control. We have a situation where we got parts of the black community that's alienated from the majority of black communities. But what you're doing is taking. Do you understand Black America's middle class is the largest middle class in the world? Do you understand that black people in America got businesses? Have you ever seen the video of the 13 top black businesses in America, Carrot Truth?
And what are those businesses? I never seen it.
Let me play the video for you. See, that's why I said what's dangerous about people like you're very ill-informed and ignorant.
Oh, yeah?
You don't take the time to learn about it. You put a hat on and a jacket on, and you're fucking very ignorant. I would guess you got like a 6th grade education. I've been reading Black Enterprise magazine since I was in my 20s. Have you ever heard of Stephen Hightower?
Yeah, he's the yeah, go ahead. I know you're talking about.
Okay, Stephen Hightower. You obviously because you called in my show that you came to my show that night. You saw it that night because Afrodamas came on. That was the night you was in my chat room, so that's how you know about it. You know, that was a night. Stephen Hightower of Hightower Petroleum, a billionaire. You know, came from nothing, a billionaire, right? Reginald Lewis, right? 1987 became the world's first black billionaire with a leveraged buyout, Beatrice Holdings, leveraged buyout. We got 2 million black millionaires in America. We got black people that have steel industries, auto industries, everything right here in America.
Yep.
We come from success. I come from success, black success. So when you just get online, instead of knowing about Black America, right? Knowing about this. See, I talk about everything. I talk about our problems and I talk about our success. But if only thing you want to do is to grow your platform is by selling your people out, make it seem like, oh, you're going to talk about black people's problems because white people don't want to hear about black success. That's why you don't talk about it. You don't even bother taking time to know it. But I'm gonna play you something. I'm gonna play you something. And I'm gonna get your opinion about this. You know, you got a few minutes.
Sure,
right?
go ahead.
Like this.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, buddy. I'm listening.
20.
I have some quick questions, real quick. You're African descent, right? You're from Africa. Somebody said Nigeria.
I'm from Ohio.
Okay. So I guess he's African American, Carlo, unless he's saying that he was born here in the United States.
No, I'm foundational Black American.
Do you believe that, Carlo?
I don't know, man, because like I said, he sounds like a Nigerian. I mean,
so why did you guys come up with this whole thing that he's African if the guy's the FBA
I don't know. That's
person?
what I heard, man. I could have been wrong, man, but that's what I heard. You know, that's what I heard. If he's not fine. That's fine. But the bottom line is this: I don't believe in the whole foundational Black American thing.
I spy on my competitors every day.
I don't believe in the whole
Let me show you what I do. So I use this website, similarweb.com. They have a 7-day free trial. And what it lets
I want you to watch this video very, very carefully.
Whenever we talk about businesses and companies in the United States, all the big businesses tend to be owned and controlled by whites, and you will hardly find one owned by a black person. Anytime blacks in the US have tried to establish themselves throughout time, they're always being suppressed, stopped, and silenced in one way or another. Despite being oppressed for as long as we can recall, the blacks have still not given up. They keep on fighting and striving to the extent that we now have black billionaires in the USA. They run multiple businesses and employ thousands of people too. In this video, we are going to be seeing the 20 biggest and richest black-owned businesses in the United States of America in 2022. 20. Salamander Hotels and Resorts. This business is owned by Sheila Johnson, who is also a co-founder of Black Entertainment Television, BET. Salamander Hotels and Resorts is a 168-room luxury hotel, resort, and spa located in the Virginia countryside. This business generates about $220 million in revenue annually and has over 2,000 employees. The hotel is built on a 340-acre property.
Can I make a suggestion?
Boasts a 230,000
Maybe we can do it like double speed, because this is like a 30-minute video.
I know when to pause it.
The resort took 10 years to build. Finally opened in August 2013.
They have to do this, you know. If you got time, I want to watch
Devon Industrial.
Listen to these companies.
With CEO David Burney as leader, this company employs over 70 employees and generates a whopping $234 million in revenue. It is a construction company located in Michigan and specializes in construction projects in various sectors, including commercial, healthcare, industrial, and educational. The Devon Industrial Group's main target market for its services is across the Midwestern states of the United States, with the headquarters in Detroit, Michigan. 18. Georgetown Metal Processing. This black-owned business is headed and run by Kirk Lewis with a team of over 30 people. This business generates approximately $235 million in revenues. It is a steel processing service center which specializes in blanking and warehousing. Its headquarters is located in Georgetown, Kentucky. They produce aluminum, flat-rolled steel, cold-rolled steel, coated and exposed steel products. It boasts an 80,000 square foot facility, which is climate controlled due to the nature of their work. Now's the time to like this video, share it, and subscribe to our channel. Yes, subscribe to our channel and turn on notifications to get alerts when we upload interesting videos like this one. Let's get back to our video. 17. Bird Electric. This company is led by Dale Lefebvre and employs over 580 people. It generates $238 million in annual revenues. It was founded in 2004 and is a leading full-service electric company. Services provided by the company include transmission, maintenance, instrumentation and electrical construction, automation, and storm restoration. Bird Electric operates in over 10 states in the United States. 16. Baldwin Richardson Foods. This is another black-owned business with Eric Johnson as CEO. Generating a whopping $252 million annually, this company employs over 350 people. It is a leading custom ingredients manufacturer for the food and beverage industry. It is a family-owned company originally founded as Baldwin Ice Cream in Chicago, Illinois in 1921. In 1997, 5 years after current CEO Eric Johnson purchased the company, Baldwin Ice Cream Company purchased Richardson Foods, creating Baldwin Richardson Foods. Over the next 20 years, the retail business grew to become a custom ingredients manufacturer, making many kinds of liquid products for the food industry, including condiments, sauces, and syrups. 15. Adams Communication and Engineering Technology. This company, which generates a whopping $253 million in revenue, is headed by Charles Adams as founder and CEO. It was founded in 1999 in Maryland and employs over 380 people. It is a leading technology company providing services for government defense, intelligence, and other federal agencies of the U.S. The company provides products and solutions in information systems, healthcare, aerospace, and electronics. 14. Millennium Steel of Texas. We can't talk of black-owned businesses without talking about Millennium Steel of Texas. This company employs just 86 people, but generates a whopping $266 million in revenues headed by Andrea Jackson. It was founded in San Antonio, Texas by Henry Jackson in 2005. Millennium Steel of Texas is a steel company providing automotive-grade outer body steel sheets to automakers across the state of Texas. Their services include steel processing, warehousing, and storage. 13. Global Automotive Alliance Corporation. This company, led by the founder and CEO William Pickard,
back
is
in
an
the 90s when they got a contract for Ford Focus.
Whoa, man, amazing car. When did you become a millionaire?
What is this?
I remember
We're trying to get advice for the younger generation.
I learned about them reading Black Enterprise magazine, 1998. They got the first one. They got a major contract with Ford. They supplied the seats for the Ford Focus. I never forget that. You know, that's how they got started. They got a big contract to supply all the seats. They were making the seats for a Ford Focus, of 1998 Ford Focus. That's how I remember them. You know, so I've been studying black businesses. All these businesses right here you see, I've been
American black-owned business that employs
now,
over 1,500 people.
You know, because I had black enterprise. I took the time to learn what was going on in my community before I get on the line and start spewing what I don't know. So you go online and you don't know, and you're spewing stuff like that, and you're misinforming people.
And generates over $275 million in revenues. Global Automotive Alliance is a holding company of many different companies originally founded in 1989. It is a consolidation of logistics and automotive manufacturing companies with 8 plants in the United States and Canada. It supplies the top 3 United States automakers: Ford, General Motors, and Fiat Chrysler. Also, it supplies to other global companies such as Boeing, Mercedes-Benz, Starbucks, and Home Depot. It seems there is so much money in the steel business because the next black-owned business on our list is still in the steel industry. 12. Millennium Steel Service. This is a sister company to the Millennium Steel of Texas and still run by the same CEO, Andrea Jackson. It employs only 51 people, but generates over $312 million in revenue. It is an automotive steel processing and warehousing company based in Princeton, Indiana. It provides warehousing and supply chain management, including inventory management, inspection, slitting, and information technology system services. 11. Fair Oaks Farms. This is another black-owned business, but this time around, we are in the food industry. This business generates $342 million in revenues with an employee count of 257. It is headed by Michael Thompson, who acts as President and Chief Executive Officer. It is a food services company which produces fresh, ready-to-cook, and fully cooked beef, pork, and poultry products. Products offered by the company include sausages, cured meats, smoked meats, and canned meats. It was founded in 1985 in Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. Fair Oaks Farms distributes its products to a variety of national and international restaurant chains and food companies. 10. Heidewer's Petroleum Co. This business is in the oil sector. And you know when there is oil involved, there is also much money involved. This company was founded by Stephen Hightower, and he is still the acting CEO. His business generates a whopping $435 million in revenues, alongside his team of 52 employees. It is a petroleum products distribution company, which he founded in 1982. Coming from a family of entrepreneurs, Hightower built the company from humble beginnings to a well-established business through persistence, drive, and determination. It is a family business providing services in bulk fuel delivery, HPC fleet cards, inventory management, emergency fuel, and supply chain management. 9. Urban One. This company has over 1,000 employees and generates $440 million in revenue. Its CEO is Alfred Liggins III. Based in Silver Spring, Maryland, this company is a publishing and broadcasting company primarily providing content aimed at the African American community. Self-titled as the leading voice speaking to Black America, Urban One has been the largest distributor of urban content in the United States since 1980. It is the largest Black-owned broadcasting company in the USA, with 53 radio stations, cable network TV called One, digital media company called iOne, and news provider, News One, all under its belt. 8. The Anderson DeBose Company. This business generates over $500 million in revenues. To be specific, it generates $703 million in revenues with just 500 and...
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a
143 employees, thanks to the good job of its leader and CEO Warren Anderson. Launched in 1991, the Anderson-DeBose Company is a distribution company providing logistics services to McDonald's and Chipotle fast food restaurants in the states of Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and West Virginia in the United States. Their service roster includes transportation of groceries, Happy Meal toys, paper products, dairy products, frozen meat and fish, and other food products. 7. Thompson Hospitality. This company employs over 6,000 Americans and generates $760 million in revenue and is headed by CEO Warren Thompson. This company is a food and facilities management company providing hospitality services in the United States. It is the largest minority-owned food service and one of the largest retail food and facilities management companies in the United States. Thompson Hospitality Corporation was originally founded as a restaurant company in 1992 and has now branched out to offer all services of the hospitality industry. In 2010, the company was awarded the Black Enterprise Award of Company of the Year. In 2017, Washington Business Journal ranked it #1 minority-owned company. In 2019, they were again recognized by Washington Business Journal as the largest independent employer company. 6. Bridgman Foods. Apparently one of the biggest employers when it comes to black-hound businesses. It employs over 20,000 Americans and generates $870 million in revenues. Its founder and CEO is Ryan Bridgman. Located in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Bridgman Foods is a part of the fast food and quick service restaurants industry. Formerly known as Manna Incorporated, Bridgman Foods was founded in 1988 in Louisville, Kentucky. Currently, Bridgman Foods affiliates operate 139 Wendy's restaurants, 27 Golden Corral Buffet and Grill restaurants, 83 Fazoli's restaurants, 6 Mark's Feed Store restaurants, 7 Blaze Pizza restaurants, Napa River Grill, Jimmy John's, and the Lavra Bar. 5. Modular Assembly Innovations. This business generates about $1.4 billion in revenues with over 259 employees. It is headed by no other than the great Billy Vickers. Modular Assembly Innovations is one of the United States' largest black-owned businesses. Based in Dublin, Ohio, Modular Assembly Innovations is the parent corporation of a group of certified minority-owned companies part of the machinery manufacturing industry. Modular Assembly Innovations companies include Great Lakes Assemblies, Gulf Shore Assemblies, Indiana Assemblies, and North American Assemblies. These are all award-winning, Tier 1 suppliers of automotive parts to customers in both the United States and abroad. 4. Coca-Cola Beverages Florida. Troy Taylor is chairman and CEO of Coca-Cola Beverages Florida, LLC, which was established as an independent, privately held Coca-Cola bottler on May 29, 2015. Coca-Cola Beverages. This company generates over $1.3 billion in revenue with its over 4,500 employees. It has over 18 million consumers across 47 counties of the state of Florida. This includes all the major metropolitan markets of Jacksonville, Miami, Orlando, and Tampa. Coca-Cola Beverages Florida LLC, or Coke Florida, as it's known for short, manufactures, sells, and distributes over 600 products of the giant Coca-Cola Company, as well as many other partner companies. This company has received a number of awards, including the Minority Business Enterprise Supplier of the Year Class 4 honor in 2020. 3. Bridgewater Interiors LLC. Ron Hall Jr. is the founder, president, and chief executive officer of Bridgewater Interiors LLC. Bridgewater is an automotive interiors manufacturing firm specializing in just-in-time assembly, sequencing, and delivery of seating systems. This company generates over $1.9 billion in revenues and employs over 2,000 Americans. The company does assembly for 15 car models belonging to 4 automotive manufacturers. Bridgewater Interiors has 4 facilities at its 2 locations, 3 in Michigan and 1 in Alabama. Bridgewater Interiors LLC has received a number of accolades throughout the years. In 2013, the U.S. Department of Commerce, through its Minority Business Development Agency, named Bridgewater Interiors its Manufacturer of the Year. General Motors, Honda, and Ford have all recognized Bridgewater Interiors for their quality and service. 2. Act One Group. This company generates a whopping $2.8 billion in revenues, having about 2,500 employees. Its president and its CEO is Janice Bryant Howard. Act One Group is a privately held corporation based in Torrance, California, founded in 1964. The Act One Group, stylized as Act One Group, is a global enterprise that provided employment, workforce management, and procurement solutions to a wide range of industries. Act One is the largest debt-free woman-owned, minority-owned workforce management company in the United States. Act One is a global leader in the human resources industry and currently operates in 19 countries around the world with 17,000 clients and over 2,600 employees worldwide. The CEO, Janice Bryant Howard, was awarded winner of the 2016 Peter Yesna Staffing Leadership Award for all her efforts. 1. Worldwide technology. We are finally here. Topping the list of the 20 biggest Black-owned companies in the United States is Worldwide Technology Solution. This company generates about $11.2 billion in annual revenue. It employs over 5,000 American citizens. Billionaire David Stewart is the founder and CEO of this great establishment. It was founded in 1990, and it provides supply chain technology to 45% of Fortune 500 companies. The company provides information technology and software solutions. Some of the world's most recognizable brands are Worldwide Technologies customers, namely Boeing, Cisco, AT&T, Microsoft, and the U.S. Air Force. That was it for the biggest and richest Black-owned businesses in the USA. Which one would you invest in? Let us know in the comments section below. If you enjoy this video, make sure to
tell me you heard of David Stewart, KI Truth. You heard of David Stewart before?
I did a video on David Stewart on my channel one day. I did a video on David Stewart on my channel one day.
Was those white guys listening? Do you understand? Or do you do it hidden? Because the way they talk and whatnot, you think black people are all on welfare, not doing something or not. Like I said, this right here, Black America is formidable when it comes to business. You see that? Act One Group, what you call Worldwide Technologies, making $10 billion a year. That's big. And this was made back 4 years ago. That was just 4 years ago. So what I'm trying to say is the image of Black America that we see online, like trash, is basically negative, right? And there's a lot going on in Black America. All these groups, like somebody in the chat room said, these are white companies. Right? No, I've known about these companies since the 90s. I was a subscriber to Black Enterprise magazine when a guy in my 20s, back in the 90s.
Yep.
I knew that there was a Black America out there that was formidable, that we could do anything we want to do. So I got to white racist, right? Because I have my head up all the time,
Kyle, you got to give him a chance to speak. Let's hear his point of view on these things.
Go ahead.
My point of view on
what do you think about that? I play the top 20 black businesses in America. Are you shocked? You seem like you're shocked.
Why would I be shocked? I'm
really, on your expression, your body language, like you're really in shock, like you had no idea.
I'm not. I've done videos on some of these companies before.
But you act like you're depressed. Like, God damn, what the hell?
I'm just listening. I mean, I've done videos.
Is this going to hurt your image and you're going forward and whatnot? Is the black community like? Are you going to be committing like Afrodamas? Afrodamas is good at bringing all the black people's problems. Like the black people are just, they're all Boomquishas, Pookies, Ray Rays and whatnot. It's like. That's it's entertaining and whatnot, but that's not reality. Reality is, there's a lot of things going on in Black America. Not saying that we don't have problems. Everybody has problems, but we also got a lot of black people winning.
Kyle, I got some pinpoint questions for him because I don't want to judge the guy before, I don't want to, prejudge him. I want to understand him. So I got some questions for you. And I don't know if you're trolling. I mean, I'm trying to be straight up with you, brother, so you don't have to troll me. people are saying that your parents are from Nigeria. Are your parents from Nigeria or grandparents from Nigeria?
No.
Oh, man. There are people who watched you and said that you've admitted that you're Nigerian. So are you lying then?
Yeah. My parents are from
or I think sometimes I think white people are more comfortable talking about black people if they think you're a Nigerian. I've noticed that too. So if they think maybe people think you're Nigerian and you didn't correct them, and they'd be like, okay.
People are shocked in the comment section that you're quote unquote denying your heritage, which is surprising to me because I
my
too thought
heritage
you
is
was African.
I'm a pure American born. That's my heritage.
He can't speak.
But you're being disingenuous because you can be born in America, but your parents can be from Africa. So come on.
My parents are from America.
Are your parents born in America or have American citizenship?
My parents are born in America.
Okay, there you go. All right, man. I mean, Carly, you got to ask some pinpoint questions because I want to understand how you.
I mean, let me ask you a question about the topic, right?
Yo,
do you understand the menstrual age in Black America?
No. Please explain.
Okay, the menstrual age was. This is what I'm saying. See, it makes me especially like all Black Americans know about this, right?
Okay.
We based in the 1930s, we came up with a thing called the Harlem Renaissance, right? Why was there a Harlem Renaissance need? Because the thing is, white people, through their power of the media and stuff like that, would basically create these stereotypes of Black people as goofy, lazy, ugly, buffoonish, and stuff like that, right? And that's how they institute racism to justify racism and oppression of Black people. With the Harlem Renaissance, we fought back by showing the beauty of Black America through art, through literature, and stuff like that, and dance and everything. It was called the Harlem Renaissance. It was a cultural renaissance that influenced the entire Black world.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, the white people, the Harlem Renaissance was so successful. We had people like Paul Robeson. We had a lot of people, writers like Fitzgerald. Langston Hughes and stuff like that, James Baldwin. These are people that basically wrote, and Richard Wright. These are people that wrote about our people, our struggle, and people began to see that these people aren't the stereotypes that we would like to believe. They're not the Sambo. So with that, Jim Crow began to die. Then Hollywood responded in the 1940s and 50s. And they introduced for the first time Black characters that had depth, like Sidney Poitier. Before that, the Black man had to be bug-eyed and buffoonish, head scratching and stuff like this, to get white people to like them. But my whole thing is, if your steez is to get white people to like you, that's Sambo, that's shucking and jiving.
Mm-hmm.
I go out of my way to make sure that when I say white people, I don't leave a smile on their face. I'm not disrespectful, but I am not going to shuck and jive to make them happy. As simple as that. Somebody in the chat room said, "Look, dude got a soft white underbelly, so all the blacks line up." What the hell is this guy talking? Dude, we got soft white underbelly, so all the blacks lying on there. What the hell is he talking about? Who's Tyler Durden?
Soft Underbelly is it's a YouTube channel that does interviews with like prostitutes, gang member, drug addicts.
Oh no, you don't bring that over here, bro. You got deleting your comment. Don't bring that shit over here. Black Americans made the United States civil rights and human rights. Yeah, one time I wonder was that anything good? Aboriginal Thunder says chaotic truth 216. What's 216 mean? I don't know.
Maybe that's his error code. I think they say he's from Cleveland or something.
College and stop wasting time. Hook up with chaotic truth. What the hell? Chaos. I'm not an FBA'er. I don't believe in the fucking FBA bullshit. The FBA is exactly what I'm talking about by shucking and jiving. Tariq is a Sambo. Tariq is a Sambo. He's shucking and jiving because he's trying to attract white people now, with this whole anti immigrant thing. Now he's like, he feels bolden because white people are now getting turned on to the FBA nonsense grift. So he feels emboldened. That's shucking and jiving, you know? That's shuck and jive culture.
Yeah, the truth. What's your war view on the state of African Americans, the FBA movement? So give us an insight.
I think the FBA movement is a cult. I think the your average FBA doesn't understand the world, doesn't understand economics, doesn't understand.
How can you say that when you have the record number of black businesses that are open up right now? I think we do understand.
Let him flesh out his stuff. We want to understand where he's coming from.
Statements like that. You got to make some qualifiers. You know. Are you talking about black people in the hood? Or are you talking about black
the majority of black people in general? The majority of black
people. Hold up. Have you been across the United States? What states have you been into?
New York.
No, seriously, right? If your scope is only the black people in the hood and the ghetto, that's not all of Black America. You come to Maryland, Virginia, and everything. Black people are basically almost running the state of Virginia at all high levels of business, banking, everything. Because I'm around these type of black people, the medical fields, engineering, something like with the what you call black people run the shipyards here. They got the friggin' contracted Navy contractors, some everything. They got all kinds of businesses here, you know. So how do you say that they don't know business? That's like a blanket say. The average white person don't know business. They about with black people, white people know about the same friggin' everything, you know. So I don't know why we say something like black people, like say some black people, you know, in certain areas, right? Because
Carla, he was specifically talking about the FBA. He said he think they're a cult, and then he was describing some of their deficiencies.
When you say FBAs, are you talking about the broad African American community, or are you talking about the people who describe the FBA ideology?
I'm talking about the broad black community in America.
Yo, hold up. You know 75% of black people in the middle class?
Yeah, but that wasn't the question.
Hold on. You know 2 million black men are in the upper class, and we got the fastest number of people attaining millionaire status right now.
I'm listening to you, man. Go ahead.
No, I'm just telling you. Do you know these facts?
Yeah, I talk about these things all the time.
Okay, so how do you on one hand know that if you say you know that, and then say black people are doing what is it? Is that what sells? Black people doing black misery sells to you? That's what gets your audience talking about black misery?
Did I say that black people were doing bad when I was talking?
Well, yeah, basically you're saying black people don't know business. I think black people are really killing it. You got a lot of young people, man, who are even going to culinary school, coming out making like 5-star soul food restaurants nowadays. Things have changed. It ain't like it was 20 years ago. People ain't building mom and pop business. They're really getting into enterprising. They're doing all kinds of stuff. You know, warehousing, packaging, supply chain. There's a whole black business has changed over the last few years, you know. Let's say that's not Google. Let's see. The majority of black people are in the middle class, like 50% in the upper class, about 70% of people in the black. That's the 2022. Right now, 2026, black people, 65% of black males, Mr. Real Donald Trump, 65% of black males are in the middle class. You know, I can find the statistics. Go ahead, characters. I'm gonna find the statistics. You know.
What's the question?
No, I was just asking. I was saying, you know, I was saying that 65% of black males are in the middle class. You know, and so that's what I want to say about that. You know, so I was responding to somebody in the chat room. You know, I was responding to somebody in the chat room. I said 65% of black male. I know it's hard to believe, Mr. Donald Trump, because obviously white supremacy, your white supremacy failed. Okay. But let me show you something, right? Show something. Black males in the middle class. Black males. Upper income. I gotta find this article. Here's right here. Here's right here. Now this is government statistics. This is government statistics, right? The government does not lie. This is according to IRS statistics, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does that say? 2.5 million black men are what? Are in the upper class.
Mm-hmm.
2.5 million. That's 10% of the black male population is in the upper class. See, because per year, they said a lot of it has to do because we did jobs like in the skilled trades. And we killed the skilled. While white people left the skilled trades, we went into them. We went into skilled trades and whatnot and got certifications, welding, electrical work, and stuff like that. Real dangerous work, trucking, and stuff like that, warehousing, logistics. And so, therefore, that right there produced what you see right now. And also, a lot of black people went into, became independent contractors, So we didn't go the college education route, but we went into business and skilled trades. That's how we got these numbers right here. 2.5 million black men are in the upper class. The racial news in America has been soaring for recent years, from Trayvon Martin to Walter Scott, from Ferguson to Charlottesville. One issue after another has a cast pall over racial relationship in the nation. In fact, the share of Americans who consider racism a big problem has almost doubled in the last decades. Meanwhile, research on race included Ray J. Chetty and colleagues' new study showed that black boys' chance of moving into the upper class are much lower than white boys. Only makes the picture look worse. Slightly more than 1/5 of 2 million black men in the upper middle class income. Black men who have college degrees more likely, it appears, to end up upper class. In other words, basically, education makes a big difference. The negative news on race in general, in particular, is not the whole story. One report in Black Men Making It in America finds that despite burden they face, as I said, despite everything they throw at us, right? They said that more than half of the black men have been made it into the middle upper class. Half of black men in this country, right? This means that millions of black men are flourishing financially in America. They are. But a lot of those men are going overseas. That's why you got passport bros. They're taking their money overseas, But how many black men have made it, right? They said, according to here, 2.5 million black men ages 18 to 64 have made it into upper third of the income distribution. That means 2.5 million black men are making over $100,000 a year more.
Carla, can I say something real quick? I think you have an audience that really wants to hear from Chaotic Truth.
All right,
and I think you got to let him speak.
Well, what's the question?
No, what I'm saying is, does this change your view? Because most of what you talk about in your content is negative.
Oh yeah, what was something negative I talked about?
No, but what I'm saying is that you create a sanctuary of negativity. When I listen to your show, and it's like positive, not positive. Like you had that one show one time, and Aphrodite, and this one chick was going. You let him call her all kinds of names and whatnot, and then you kept.
What did he call her?
Huh?
What did he call her?
Calling her fat back and all stuff like that. It's real disrespectful.
Not even that, too. Chaotic. Whenever a black person is talking and maybe they're being more defensive or offensive, you start playing a monkey sound. As a black man yourself, a dark-skinned black man, you start playing that monkey sound. Especially
what's wrong with monkey sound? What's wrong
on
with
multiple
monkey
shows, man?
You know what you're appealing to the white race.
I mean, you know the connotation about the monkey sound where white people sit on the panel. Come on, brother.
And jiving and being a Sambo, right? Your bottom line is hold up. You that means you have no respect as a man, right? You are what you see in the mirror, and you stand by that. That's a man.
Yep.
Somebody who basically makes white people don't like you. The people you doing that for are white racists. You try to do that music. I know they throw you some bananas once in a while, and
what's
they
wrong
throw
with bananas
at you so you can bark and cackle and whatnot, But don't throw an entire race under the bus.
What's wrong with bananas?
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to be a monkey, go right ahead. White people throwing you bananas is not a good look, bro.
All Are bananas healthy?
So,
yeah, but yo, look.
so let me get back to my point, brother.
You would consider bananas?
You make yourself look like an ape.
Well, no, I'm asking you, Caleb. Well, according to science, we are great apes.
No, we're not apes.
Okay.
No, we're not. No, fuck. We're human.
Okay, back to my point, right? What's the point of playing?
Come on.
What's the point of playing that monkey sound when a female is talking, or a black person is talking, and they're maybe getting a little animated? What's the point of playing the monkey sound?
Well, we are great apes according to science. So I just play the ape sound.
Do you play ape sounds when white people are talking?
I play ape sounds whenever the panels get out of control.
No, you play ape sounds when black people are talking.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't get you, bro. I don't get it. I don't know if hold on, Kyler. I don't know if you've been hurt. I don't know if you've been hurt by black people, or maybe they've done some things to you. I don't know your story. That's why I'm trying to engage with you to understand who you are. But I found it offensive and quite debasing of yourself as a black man to do that in front of white people. I don't know if you look at yourself as a pan Africanist, or maybe somebody who's in
Can I ask you a question real quick? Where do you live? Can I ask you a question? Where do you live?
I live in Minnesota.
And you live around white people, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm not a hater of white people. That's never been my point of view. But if you're debasing yourself and your people in front of another group of people who have been historically racist to black people, I don't know if that's a good look for you as a black man.
Is your significant other white?
No. She's Liberian.
Oh, she's Liberian. Okay, I thought Kayla said his. Okay, I thought Kayla was.
No, yeah, Kyla, wife is Liberian. I'm a Liberian myself, and my wife is Liberian.
Oh, you're Liberian. Okay. So
Yeah.
you were you in the country when Charles Taylor was the president?
Yeah, yes, I was there.
Okay. So you fled, not fled, but you got out before it got too crazy.
No, I got out after the war. When the war ended, that's when I left. So I was there throughout that war.
Sounds good.
But I left as a kid. I was like 10. Yeah, I was like 10 years old when I left the country. My mom, she played the diversity visa lottery, and she won. And she was able to migrate her family to the United States, and we came here and immigrated here.
Hey, Kayla, what do you think about these videos right here? This is what we mean by the minstrel show, Sambos. Black people acting like
I think
fools.
the videos are funny.
Oh, hold up, but you're a dark skinned black man, right?
Yeah.
Somebody could go and say, hey man, when I see this video, I think of chaotic truth. How do you feel about that?
There's nothing wrong with the video.
Oh, we're gonna have a freaking laugh at your expense.
That's fine. You're free to do it.
So you let us throw tomatoes at you, bananas at you, and shit.
Well,
like
now
that.
you're in salt. Well, see if he throws
No, not directly at you, but we're gonna throw bananas on the ground next to you so you can pick it up and eat it. Say, eat it, nigga.
Why would somebody pick up bananas?
That's what they do. When you're dancing like that in front of white people, they throw food at you to eat you. Hell, what do you think? What do you think about the one case where there was a black man, looked just like you, that was put in the Bronx Zoo as an exhibit, and they fed him bananas and shit like that in 1910? He came from the Congo.
I don't think anything about it.
Hold up. That could have been you.
But it wasn't me.
Yeah, no, but hold up. This is what I'm saying. But don't you understand that the people that you're buck dancing and shucking and jiving to, they see you as that same pygmy that that was in this Bronx Zoo. He ended up kill himself.
In 1910.
1910. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to see the story? You never
I
heard
know
the
story. I know this. I'm very familiar with the story.
How you just said you didn't know the story? Come on. Will you?
I do know the story.
GPing right now, real quick, Googling.
No, I know the story. I'm not Googling.
So if you know the story of this, right? And I just told you, do you consider yourself white?
Why would I consider myself?
Hold on. Are you look? I know there's a lot of black guys who look in the mirror and say, "I know I see a black face looking at me, but I'm really white on the inside."
What's wrong with being white on the inside?
No, there's something wrong because you're not being yourself.
And what's wrong?
So let me ask you a question. Well, hold on. Why is white right? You think white people have no flaws or anything like that? Why do you got to be white? Why couldn't you be your own self?
Every group of people has flaws, but
white. So, but you said you see yourself as white on the inside.
Yeah.
See, that's what I said, man. You got.
Well, white culture. Expatiate on that, please. I want to understand.
What white culture is better than black culture?
How is that?
What language are we speaking right now?
No, we're speaking English, but the bottom line, do you understand? Black
English
people
is a white
contributed
language,
greatly.
right?
Oh, black people contributed greatly to this culture right here.
Like doing what?
Everything, the music, the narrative of America. There would be no America if it was not for black people. We basically the soul of America, right? The purpose of America, right? We changed everything because they started off as a white nationalist country, right? It was black people, right, that made this country where people come from all over the world and live.
Let him explain why he think white culture is better than black culture. And when you say black culture, are you saying global black culture or just African American culture here in the United States?
Well, even black culture in the United States. Yeah.
Okay, explain. What do you think the
hold on.
differences are and what makes it better?
If white culture is so great, then how do we create 20 top black business owners? Those people are basically all those companies you see on the top 20. They have decades that go back to the 1920s in the black community. They didn't just start overnight. Those are businesses that were built in Black America for generations. You know. So and they were built at the time of the Harlem Renaissance and stuff like that, when black people were segregated. So if white people culture was so great, how did Black America surpass white people in places like Wilmington, Tulsa, and stuff like that? Can you tell us how that happened, Chaotic Truth?
I can't. I don't have
the black community. The black community in the South, right? When we were segregated. Yeah. The reason why they attacked us so much, right? Because we actually stood among ourselves and we did almost the labor. When we started working for ourselves, we had money and everything, and our communities began to thrive. We went out to Kansas and built towns. We built 100 black towns in this country, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
White people the only thing white people have is they had a government plan to create suburbia. Take away suburbia, right? Before suburbia was created in the 1950s, most white people lived on farms or they lived in poverty in the inner city. They created suburbia to basically to create this white America. You think what you see right now is because they're hard. No, it was a government plan. Places like Levittstown and everything. Those are government master plans to create white suburban areas. We built our own towns in America, bro. We built our own shit in America without the government help. That white people would be nothing if it wasn't for the Homestead Act, the GI Bill, and stuff like that. So tell me about.
I wish you would give him I wish you would. Yeah, Carl, I wish you would give him a prolonged period to speak and expatiate on his views.
Well,
please,
he said stuff,
we all want to hear it.
Elaborate on it. You know, he says white culture is better. Okay, build on
that. Everything from airplanes, cars, computers, the roads, the bridges.
Have you heard of C.T. Patterson?
Yes, he was. He had a car. Yeah.
And also, not only that, he was manufacturing and mass producing them, but he couldn't get the credit and the financing, you know, to mass produce cars. See, they have a leg up because they control the government and the powers, you know. So what you do is worshiping people who have power. If black people had the same power that white people have, I know for a fact of mine we'd surpass them. But you think white people are superior because I seriously doubt you're African American. You know,
I think they say that he's trolling on that point. You know, but it's up to him. He can do what he wants. I just really want to hear him, but Kyle, you're not giving him a chance to speak at all. And it's kind of like, give him at least 2 minutes to really speak without interruption.
I do 6-hour shows, man, so I got all night. and I ain't got no place to go in the morning. I got all night. You know, we could talk about anything. You know, we could talk about anything. You know, so I'm like this. You know, I did this show where I'll be honest with you, Kevin, I thought about you when I did the show title. You know, clowns, deadly clowns, the reemergence of the Sambo, shuck and jive. Right? There's a lot of people online shucking and jiving, telling white people what they want to hear. Oh, Mr. White Man, your culture is superior to us. You know, even if you believe that, man, you never say that in front of these motherfuckers, man. You know, you never admit something like that. You know, you always have your dignity, your pride. You know, that's what I'm trying to get a lot of black men to start doing, man. Stand up, be a freaking man. You know, don't get on your knees to another race of people. Yeah, they're up right now, like Marcus Garvey said, but one day you're going to be up. You got to believe you're going to be up. And they're going to look at you. But if you're going to be on your knees for the rest of your life, I can't help you, you know?
Yeah, the truth. I want to hear you, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you know, like I said before, everything from even they have high trust societies to the point where blacks will do anything possible to live around whites. Their institutions are so incredible that black people will abandon their own communities, businesses to work for whites. The biggest employers of black people are either the government or corporate America, which is white. So the whole thing about America really amongst black people is to have proximity around white people.
Actually,
I mean, even you.
Truth, right?
Go ahead.
To be honest with you, right?
Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
America is a majority white. We all knew that. America's a majority white country, right? We never asked to be brought here, but despite everything, right, we still thrive in this country, right? Whatever it is, right? We thrive in this country. Now, for you to say that black people like that, so all those top black businesses, there's David Stewart, right? He does business with white people. You understand there's a difference? He does business with white corporations and everything like that, like I do. I do business with everybody like that, you know, whoever's in business. This will happen if I was living in Japan, right? You would probably be like, you know something, you know, Kala, you're in Japan, man. You're completely because the bottom line, the people who's buying your product or your service, yeah, I'm in fucking Japan. I live in the United States. Not like white people are friggin' superior. It's just that this is a friggin' white majority country. You know, I don't believe America was a multiracial society with one race. I believe it's a white country, and we're navigating in a white country. If I went to friggin' in England, I'm going to be doing business and be dependent on the patronage of people who are English. If I go to Germany, it's going to be dealing with Germany. I'm not going to worry about what the Italians have to think of Germany. I'm going to deal with Germans. If I go to Russia, when you talk about America, the problem is, right, people believe that America is a multiracial society and white people just happen to be superior. That's bullshit. America is a white country, white-only country. And all these people that come here just and they don't understand that this is a majority white country, despite the fact yes, we're just basically got to fit into their spaces because it's not two races. There's not two spaces in America. There's only a white space. When they had separate but unequal, it was not separate and it was not equal because they didn't let black people have their own space to thrive in. Everything is about one race. There's only one post office. There's one everything. And the bottom line is this: that power is always on the white people's side of things because they hold the power. Not because they're superior, because they have the numbers and they have the power. If we were the majority, chaotic truth, right? If we were the majority, right? And we not just a majority, if we were the effective majority, that means basically, let me tell you something, chaotic truth. You probably don't know this. You're gonna get really educated tonight. Do you know, like right now, we have a problem in the South where there's a lot of black women who are getting on judges and becoming jurists on the clerks and whatnot, and they're making a lot of bad decisions. People like, like that guy who stabbed that girl in the neck on the train, and Now that guy was let out because a judge, a black female judge, who basically, I don't think to be a judge you have to pass the bar. To be a clerk, a judge, right? I don't know. I think you have to pass the bar, but you don't have to have a law degree. Now, ask yourself, Chaotic Truth, where did this come from? You know where this came from? White men basically need to fill after Reconstruction, need to fill every last single clerk seat, everything like that, with white supremacists and incompetent white people. They didn't care about your qualifications because most white people in the South were illiterate too. They were just as ignorant as black people are, but they were white and they believed in the white supremacy system. That same system is coming to bite them in the ass today. So the bottom line, this idea of nepotism and patronage of the white man is coming back to bite them in the ass. Because they're like, well, geez, man, how did when they look at a black person as a judge or a prosecutor, how the hell that happened? This guy's not incompetent because that's what they put it as. Now, black people are taking advantage of the same system that the white man took advantage for generation. And what they're doing is this. Back in the days, white people would get on the judges and whatnot and say, when the Klan did what they do, oh, I didn't see nothing. Casey Smith, not enough evidence, right? The same thing that happened now when those black women, right, let that dude off. He was arrested like 30-something times. And they let him off because they felt sorry for him. And people were like, how did that happen? What were these women doing up there in the first place? They obviously were incompetent. Well, that's a system that the South created. Now they were like, oh, geez, how the hell that happened? Why these women up there on the judge? How did they get on the bench in the first place? That's how it was. White men used to put each other on the bench, whether you could read or write or not. As long as you pass the bar, you didn't have to have a law degree or anything. All you had to do is basically be on the patronage of these white supremacists in the South. Now the same system is coming back to bite them. But I know you got a lot of faith in the white man system. It is what it is, unfortunately.
Go ahead and finish your thoughts, Chaotic Truth. I don't want to hear it.
No, it's no need. I'm just gonna listen to you, Kylo. Go ahead, buddy. There's no need.
Yeah, I'm saying, okay, I'm glad I'm your buddy now, but my brother is like this, man. If I could tell you, I don't tell people how to run the show or whatever like that, but just know that I don't know if some people like being called a coon, a fucking Sambo and whatnot, and it's not like before where people will call any black conservative a coon, whatever like that. It's not that anymore, because a lot of black people have a lot of conservative views. I have a lot of conservative views, right? But the bottom line is this, when you're samboing and shucking and jiving, for no other reason. Look, I believe every person should, I believe every race should be proud of whatever race God made you.
Mm-hmm.
A white man comes to me and says, Kala, I'm proud to be a white man. Look, I'm proud for you. But at the same time, right, I don't want to hear your sob story about white victimhood. That's another thing I'm tired of. I'm tired of hearing a lot of guys like you playing into white victimhood. They're not victims, bro. There's white guys that you will call your show are not victims. They make it seem like black men, whatever black men, and I know what it's rooted in, It's rooted in this idea that they think we're after white women. That's all it's rooted in.
Chaotic Truth, I had a question for you. Do you have a black wife or black girlfriend?
Yes. She's my wife is black.
Okay. That's good.
But a lot of your people that listen to your show, like that one guy looks like Santa Claus, man. This guy's like a fucking weirdo, guy with a white beard, whatever. What's up with that guy, man? I don't mean to disparage the guy, but I was like, who's the fucking pedophile, man? Like, what the fuck, man? But like I said,
you think there's something wrong with the way he looks?
No, I'm just saying when I see, I don't know, maybe I'm doing. Look, I'm prejudging and I'm stereotyping, right?
Yeah.
Just like they do to us, right? When I look at him, I see that show To Catch a Predator, whatever. You know, I would just go meet him and talk, and I brought some beer and whatnot. He'll say To Catch a Predator. You know,
yeah,
Hansen.
I'm familiar with the show. show.
That's what I think of when I see your viewers. You know,
okay.
You know, I see white guys that are weird like that. Like, you know, they need to know that's how we think of them. You know, because they have this idea that they think they're all fucking Tucker Carlsons and Sean Hannitys. No, we know for a fact of the matter there's a lot of weird white guys out there, and most white guys I know white guys who got their shit together. They're not online talking about black women and black people's issues. You know, they're out there right here where I live at. White guys right now getting ready to go boating for the weekend. You know, they got their yachts and shit like that. You know, they invite me down to shit. You know, hey, come on, hang on my yacht, bro. You know, like that. That's the type of white guys I know, right? I look at online, all I see is a fucking white trash losers, right? And the bottom line is this: one thing I will not have is white trash losers. I don't want to be associated with that shit, you know, at all. There's nothing they have to say to me. There's nothing they need to say to me that we need to discuss. There's nothing to discuss. So I will tell people all the time, I don't want to talk about reparations with them. I don't want to talk about racism with them. I don't want to talk about nothing, right? If they want to talk about sports, they want to talk about the Super Bowl or whatever like that. I don't even care about sports, but that's what they want to do. Who's this Aboriginal Thunder, right? You know, he's a dumb Negro with a freaking that thinks he's an Indian. And what do you think about that movement, bro? People thinking they're Indians.
There's a possibility that there were
no.
Okay, go ahead.
No.
No. All right, go ahead.
Black people in America, Africans in America, were brought here via the transatlantic slave trade, period. There were no black people in North America prior to the transatlantic slave trade, period.
All right.
He might have been trying to say that it was some black people who mixed with Indians, Scholar.
No, let me finish saying what you got to say. I just found out yesterday, right? Because I have Irish and Welsh blood in me, right? My ancestors came from the Congo in the 1600s, right? But I also had Asian blood in me. I never knew where it came from, right? How did I get 3% Asian blood, right? The story is in Virginia, right? Virginia basically bought slaves that were from Indonesia and the Philippines in Madagascar. And that's where I get my Asiatic blood from. I'm like, whoa, right? I thought I had Native American blood in me, you know? And so I said, holy shit, right? Now, my DNA was so broken up. They said my black African DNA started like 50,000 years ago deep in the Congo, right? DNA does not lie. And not only that, right? I did my DNA, right? And also I have like 20 white fourth cousins, you know, on my mother's side, my father's side, you know, just distant relatives, right? White, you know, there were people that white were my bloodline, they were Welsh or Irish or whatever like that. I'm like this. I know what my ancestry is, right? I think I have 1% Native American blood. The blood that I have, right? Not only from Africa, but it also now has a trace DNA to the Carolinas. Because once you've been in a country for 400 years, you create a DNA pattern. My pattern is also the Carolinas African American. Virginia and the Carolinas African American. That means my DNA matches with the DNA patterns of people who've been here for 400 years. So now there's a trace DNA from people who are African American slave descendants for 400 years. There's some black people who do not have that trace DNA. Those are the people's ancestors might have came in the 1800s, right? From the Senegambia and stuff like that. They don't have a trace DNA. My ancestors have been here long enough to have a trace DNA pattern of African Americans from the Carolinas, right? The people who claim that they're Native Americans, right? they would not do a DNA test. Suddenly, DNA test is out the door because it disproved their whole argument. There were no black people, black Africans here. Black people are indigenous to Africa, right? The people who have Afro hair, black hair, are indigenous to Africa. Native Americans are people from the north. This is the northern hemisphere. Black people, Africans, are not indigenous to the northern hemisphere. Melanin is not needed in the northern colder climates. Melanin is needed for the hot climates of the Congo and the deep in the African rainforest. So when you got people here, black as the ace of spades, with nappy head, talking about I'm indigenous to America, they're a bunch of fools, and I don't even entertain that nonsense. I know if you're building a channel, you shout out them because maybe they might send you a contribution or super chat. But what I do is I don't give a damn about nobody's super chat. I don't give a damn about anybody saying I want to monetize the platform, but I am not going to sell my soul because I don't need to fucking make money off the channel at all. That's the beauty about me. I don't have to sell my soul for friggin' a super chat or a like, whatever like that. I can't do it. People calling me, oh, Colin, we're Aboriginal America. No, the fuck we not. Well, I was gonna say you $50. Keep your fucking $50. I'm not gonna compromise with anybody. That's the way I am. Right says I said it depends on your circumstances and me. I have a high standard of living here in Africa. Yeah, so it is what it is. So. But tell us about your show. What's the direction of your show? What do you hope? What's the mission of Chaotic Truth? What do you hope to accomplish?
My show is a political, social commentary on a human scale. There is really no goal of the show. It's just to talk about politics and race and social issues. It's a show for people who are open-minded. Everybody's welcomed on my show.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. When the whites come to your show, what are they talking about? White issues, or are they talking about when they talk about race? What exactly? I want to know. What exactly do they want?
I couldn't tell you, man. To be completely honest.
So you've been around enough. The general consensus is, what do they want? Do they think black people are a problem, that we should all be shipped back to Africa, or that we're the roach society? They always say usual suspects, 13, 50, everything like that. That's what they believe? Do they believe we're a menace, that need to be controlled or exterminated?
Everybody has their own opinion about.
Oh no! What have you gathered, right? If they had the power, or white people in your audience, if they had the power, they could snap their fingers and make it happen. What do you think would happen to black people?
I think they just want black people to be more, embrace America. Be proud of their America. Let me ask you
a question. That's a fair question, right? And that's why I picked 1776 out of here, right? I think the fact of the matter is, I think when they say embrace America, I think they're asking too much. Black people will tolerate America, right? That's as far as it goes, right? Really? When they say embrace America, what do they mean? They want us to sing Lee Greenwood, I'm proud to be American, and be like that. Let me ask you a question.
Yo.
Do they believe that black immigrants are a better fit than black Americans?
Of course they do, and they are.
Now that's what I'm talking about, right?
Yep.
So why would that be?
Black immigrants, like any other immigrant group in America, where that comes over here, they tend to take advantages of the opportunities in America.
Hold.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy. Yeah, go ahead.
So what about the black people who do take advantage of opportunity, but they still don't care about America, like me?
That's the freedom that you have. You don't have to
see. That's the problem, right? The majority of black Americans take advantage of opportunity, and that when they say, "Oh, immigrants don't take advantage of the opportunities," black America take advantage of the opportunities, right? Because if you look at it, right, the most angry black people are the black people who are in the middle class and made it because they got to face white people or whatever. They read more and they're more aware of stuff, And my point I'm trying to make is, what I'm trying to make is they use that.
I want to make a comment, but you might be offended by it.
Hold on. I think immigrants, right? I said this right last few nights, right? You listen to my show, right? Back in 2010,
go ahead.
I was in New York City, New York. I went up to New York, right, to see. I forgot what I was there in New York. I think I was there to visit my mom, whatever. And I went to the Bronx, right, to see my cousin Atisha, her graduation, right, 2010, right, at Bronx Community College, right. Now she's a school teacher and whatnot. You know, my other cousin Marquita is a school principal, and now she's on the school board administrator. She's like a superintendent of several schools in New York City. My cousin Marquita. My family's highly educated. You know, my family in New York. I got cousins that are millionaires. You know, just so you know, that's where I come from. You know. Anyway, my cousin Tisha did her graduation, right? 2010. Governor Patterson was there, right? And also Chuck Schumer was there. That punk Chuck Schumer was there, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, what I noticed was, right? See, I'm from New York City, right? The whole area of City College in the Bronx and everything, where they had the graduation, was filled with foreign flags.
Yeah.
The people who were graduating, I said, "Oh yeah, I see a lot of black people." All the black people there were foreigners, newly arrived immigrants, right? They go from the third world country, and they come here. They get money to attend City College at the taxpayer expense, and they were graduating. I said nothing against that, right? They had nothing against them like this, and they also enter the middle class, right? Because they're going to graduate with their associates, go on their bachelors, and they're going to get a good job, whatever like that. They're going to be ready to thing, right? But what I did not see is a large number of the so-called FBA, like they call themselves black. It was just my cousin and a couple other girls, right? Most of the women there, the guys there were Ghanaians, Nigerians, Dominicans, Haitians, and all. And they're beautiful people, you know. They was giving their speeches, and they were all dancing, shouting. Yeah, we this idea, they're happy. I'm not gonna steal nobody's joy, right? But the thing is, though, the reason why they're so optimistic, right? Because I saw at the time. Listen to this very carefully. At the time, I said, "Now, what are Black Americans doing?" This was 16 years ago. This August will be 16 years. Now, when she graduated? May. No, it was May. This May will be 16 years, right? Later. At the time, I was doing Blog Talk Radio, right? And I said, all Black people were talking about was social justice issues, civil rights, all these things like this, where our culture has not changed. While other people came here and just said, you know something, America is what it is. They don't have the baggage. Black people are still basically every conversation of Black people was they enslaved our ancestors. Whatnot. They can't. What it is, KI Truth, is Black people have not healed from slavery. And these are my people, right? They have not healed from slavery. They're still bitter about what happened to their ancestors. That won't go away by just like this. So what I'm seeing is there's a great thing to basically say, you know something, we want Black people, but not these Black people. In other words, the Society of America said, and you proved what you just said right now. I said, majority of white people would much rather have Black immigrants here. Now they're having white people are having second thoughts. You know why? Because of the Somali situation. You had Haitians up there in Maine doing fraud, whatnot, you know, and Nigeria. They're bringing people from third world countries who don't understand the rule of law and stuff like that. And that's what it is. And we're looking at it now is like, now you got literally people who are coming to this country literally trying to change the culture. You got people in Dearborn, Michigan, bro, talking about we're going to make America Islamic. And they're like, oh, my God, whatever, like that. And Black people, the people they should have said, let's find a way how to heal the historical wounds between Black and white people. White people, like your audience, are so arrogant. They need to understand that blood was spilt on this soil between Black and white. You can't wish that away. The only thing they should have done after slavery, they should just kill us all. They didn't kill us all, or they should have shipped us to Africa and got rid of us. They should have paid us whatever and got us out of here. They refused to do that. So you got black people in your country, in your midst, right, that don't embrace the country, not a part of the country, roaming around. But they still got to eat. They still got to have rent. They still got to like this right here. And unfortunately, white people are like, why am I around these angry, hostile people and whatnot? Look, bro, I know what I'm talking about. When I listen to your show, white people are like resentful of the fact that they got to deal with angry people that hold them responsible for slavery. That's why they like foreign blacks. And you guys play into that. And the bottom line is this. I'm not going to help white people out, right? That's what it is. Your ancestors left us with this pile of shit that we all got to deal with. So what they want black people to do is just shut up. It's not going to happen, bro.
Carlo, you're missing a good opportunity, man.
What? Go ahead.
The opportunity to engage this guy. You got the whole panel.
No. I said what I said, but he said something, and I responded. He said, "Look, his audience. I know for a fact. I listen to the show. They prefer black immigrants over black Americans, and the issue is slavery."
No, we hear that, but I'm part of your audience too, Carlo. I want to hear the guy. You disagree with him? Let's hear.
Let's hear him. Okay, since we agree on that, can you tell us about that, chaotic truth?
Well, Africans are, first of all, the population of Africa is over 1 billion people, and these countries are emerging markets. These countries are not only just emergent. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are they? I mean, really, America has very little trade with Africa. Very little.
Carlo, you're really making yourself look bad tonight. There's probably going to be a show on this show that you're doing.
No. He made a point, but go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm just saying, I had to correct that point. You know, there's not a lot of trade between the United States and Africa. It's mostly with China. Go ahead, bro.
So, Africa has a population of over 1 billion people, has 50 plus countries. These countries have populations of people that are the most bilingual and trilingual people on the planet. So they are able to go to their former colonial masters countries, France, the UK, etc. They're able to pretty much do some sort of soft colonialism. So they're able to be educated, not just within Africa, but they're able to be educated in Europe. So they have a global perspective of reality. Not to mention they've grown up in countries where the infrastructure, the systems, etc., were managed and controlled by mostly, if not all, Black people. They've seen the countries actually built by Blacks. So they have a yearning for advancement. So look at Nigeria, right? Nigeria right now has already produced 2 vehicles. One of them is the Innocent. I can't think of the name of the other car, but the Innocent. So now the Nigerian is participating in the automotive industry, and the automotive industry is expected to be, if I'm not mistaken, in 10 years, I think like $5 trillion per year, right? So now that the Nigerian is creating his own car, his own vehicle, he's able to create jobs. He's able to create other industries. He's able to do trade with other countries. The same thing goes in Ghana and Burkina Faso. The Burkinabe and Burkina Faso have produced their own vehicle with the local resources around them. So what they are doing is participating in an industry that is very, very old and very, very powerful. Aliko Dangote in Nigeria has his own oil refinery. And so now you have a Nigerian country, particularly with Aliko Dangote, who's participating in the global oil trade. So with that being said, when these Africans come to America, they see these Americans over here bitching and complaining about slavery. And
yeah, and what? What about the fact that when we go to Africa, all they do is bitch and complain about their governments?
Go ahead, man. I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
What about the fact that Nigeria has the highest poverty rate and extreme poverty rate in the world? They got places like Makoko, that people live. No human being should live like that, And also, you said in some of the Nigeria does not have a car industry. I wish they did. Right? That's a car assembly plant. There's no cars manufactured in Africa. Africa has no heavy industry. There's no steel mills. There's no.
Would you agree with that point? Because I agree with that point that college has made. We're not making the steel rods, the aluminum for the bodies of the car.
Because look, a high school automobile has to put together a car. Come on.
But so let me answer, college. You agree with that point? It's mostly assembly, and the parts are coming from other countries and being assembled in Nigeria, right?
It's not manufactured in Africa. No, they're assembled there. So my point I'm trying to make is this, right? When people have this argument that look, if you're coming from a third world country, right, you could basically come to America, that's fine, right? Look, when I go overseas, bro, right? I go to Liberia. There's a lot of people who will complain in Liberia about it. And to me, it's okay, there's opportunity. I'm having a good time or not. I don't want to hear it. But what I don't do is this. If I come to somebody's country and they got an issue with something, right? I'm not going to tell them to shut up. You got your government's fine in my book, What you people, foreigners have to do is they come here, right? I'm grateful to have the opportunity, right? But at the same time, right? Those top 20 black businesses, Truth, in America, how many of them were foreign black owned?
I don't know, man. You tell me.
Not one. Those are the top 20 black businesses. Not one of them were foreign black owned. So what I'm trying to say is, although we have complained, we're still ahead of everybody else. We're ahead of the Asians and everybody. There's no Asians with businesses that on that side. That I just too many businesses. They don't have it. So people downplay Black America, but we have a part of Black America doing very well, and there's people who are still trapped out of the system. So when people complain, racism and stuff like that, these are things they experience. We didn't tell white people to be racist. We didn't tell them to do all the nasty thing they do to it and could keep doing it. So the bottom line is this: when they come over here, right, and they face racism, like right now, they're talking about ICE and everything like that. Oh man, we're being targeted. Like I saw a video where this woman, she didn't say she was African, right? She said, "Oh, you could be anywhere, and they just, as long as you look black, they're hounding you, asking your papers, right?" Now that's a typical African. A few years ago, like you was saying, "Oh, black people complain so much," but now these people are going around to Black America. Help us out, man. ICE is being discriminated against us, right? They're rounding us up and whatnot. They're asking me for my paper. They hear accent, they're asking me where I'm from. And they want us to come to their aid now. That's a big thing now. They're all like, where's Black America at? And Black America tapped out. We said, that's not our fight. So all these African immigrants and stuff like that, talking all this nonsense now you're dealing with reality. You're dealing with Donald John Trump, who doesn't think highly of immigrants. He does not think very highly of immigrants. He does not like them. He doesn't want them here. He thinks they're a burden on American society. That's just the truth. And a lot of people are now white people, MAGA people, right?
Tyler, you're going full circle.
Hold up. Now you have a lot of white people who don't even want to hear Vivek Ramaswamy. White people in America are tired of the immigrant story. Really. They rejected Vivek Ramaswamy. You understand that, Truth, right? They're saying we don't want Candace Owens. We don't want Vivek Ramaswamy. We don't want Jesse Winter. I love that kid, Nick Fuentes, because he's telling you what's coming down the pipe. You guys think you're going to ride with these people? These people don't want you. They don't want you black maggots anymore. You guys are looking like fools. So you guys went out of your way to throw Black America under the bus or whatnot. We're saying fine, like this, 12, the man, you can get out of here if you want to, So anyway, I'm going to be quiet right now. And go ahead, take it away, Carrot Troop. You and Elvis, go ahead, because people think I'm talking too much.
Yeah, like I was saying,
I'll do myself and say absolutely nothing.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is the future is Africa, and you have plenty of emerging markets in Africa. Many of these countries, if not all of them, have their own currency. And imagine when that currency becomes very, very powerful, when that currency aligns with, hell, I would even argue with the euro, the dollar, the yuan. These countries have their own systems. And I already said it, the difference between the African and the black is the black works for somebody, so here in America, if a black is working for an automotive company, he's working for the white man's automotive company. But whereas the potential of these black nations to have their own automotive industry, that in itself is not just institution building, but that in itself is absolute independence. So it may be a possibility that maybe one day the Black American will look up and he's going to have to call a Nigerian his boss, a Ghanaian his boss, maybe one day. And so these people just have the numbers to succeed. Nigeria has 300 billion people. If just 10% have super high IQs, that's 30 million people. That's damn near more super intelligent blacks than the entire population of blacks in America. So the more foreigners that come over to America, particularly the smart ones that come over here with being hyper focused, the ones who are going to come over here and they're going to get into the STEMs, obviously, they are going to win. And here goes the thing, even at the lower levels, right? I like to Uber and Lyft everywhere. So when I get a driver, some of the best drivers are foreigners. When I get black people, they don't have good customer service. They don't have good communication skills. So the rest of the world is trying to compete on a global.
Let me ask you a question, right? When you say you're a black American, you're full of shit.
I wasn't finished.
Hold on. All right, well, let me stop you right there. Right?
Yeah,
you just gave me this whole spiel about African supremacy.
Okay.
African this. That basically is the reason why we got tensions between. Look, I
thought you were going on mute.
I don't consider Africans my competition. Right, what I do for a living and like that. There's no Africans up on my level. None. There's no Africans in my space of business when I make good money and stuff like that. Hopefully, in a couple of years, I'll be a multimillionaire. Can
I say something real quick to you?
Go ahead.
I don't want to be offensive, but I don't think you work in a high output capacity. I think
you want to know what I do?
I can tell.
You really want to know what I do?
No, I don't.
I'm gonna tell you what I do because since you said that, right? I'm an MGA level insurance broker.
So what?
Financial planning, stuff like that.
Yeah.
MGA level.
Yeah.
That means there's only a few of us in the whole state that on that level. I have people under me. I make money in my state. And so the bottom line is this: I deal with professionals every day. This is just a radio show, whatever like that. We just talking. Like I said, I don't mean to interrupt you, man, but you talk a lot of nonsense, right? And
I barely could get 3 words out, and you cut me off.
No, you said a bunch of stuff, but you say a bunch of loaded stuff. You say loaded stuff. You're not having a dialogue. You're just putting out loaded stuff that and when we used to have a dialogue, this is how I usually do, right? If you're just talking off the cuff, I'll be like, hey, look, okay, we have a discussion. But when you say certain things, I got to stop you basically and make you qualify, because what happens is this. If I don't do that, when people listen to this thing, right, and you make a statement like Nigerians it doesn't make any sense, right? The Donald Trump just basically banned Nigerians from America. If they are what you say you are, right? Why is 75 African countries being banned from America? Can you explain that? So that goes against. I'm trying to help you out because that goes against everything you just said.
There are not 75 African countries.
Hold on. Most countries in Africa right now can't get into the United States. Visa, H-1/2 visa, whatever it is, has been suspended, except for Ghana.
No, it's only for immigrant visa. So tourist visa is allowed.
H-1/2 visa, whatnot. Even visit visa. To visit the United States in Africa, you got to have $15,000 because they figure most Africans come here, they end up being a burden on the society. That's why they have you have a $15,000 bond. Why is that, bro?
I don't know.
Because the bottom line is you have this propaganda about immigrants when the white supremacists are telling you, and it doesn't jive with the truth. The truth is that immigrants are more likely to be on welfare, social things. 80% of Somalis are on welfare, right? 50% of Liberians are on welfare. 30% of Nigerians are on welfare, public assistance. That's reality. But you paint this idea that all these immigrants are doing this, and what happens is just like Dubai. They added up all the numbers, and they said, man, these people are costing us more than we thought we were going to get. And they kicked all these Nigerians out of Dubai like a year ago. So I just want to tell you, because when you're going on about, this, that, and the other thing, what you're doing, and you said the Uber guy is nice. So I know a lot of black people who do Uber and Lyft, and they're very professional. So you just make these ad hominem attacks, these blanket statements, right? And all I do is check you. Now, if you were talking about something, I would say nothing, right? But when you make these comments about Black America, like I tell you guys, a disdain and hatred for Black America, right? You call yourself FBA, I don't believe you, but you got a disdain and hatred for Black America, and you use your platform as a place of bringing white racists who you agree with to down Black people, even if it means downing yourself, because you hate yourself. And I'm saying to myself, okay, and then unfortunately, right, the Africans that come here are my brothers and sisters, right? When they come to America, I wish them the best of luck. Fuck you, Joe F. Let the guy talk. He said what he said. Get the hell off my channel, if you don't like it. When Africans and Caribbeans come here, I wish them everything. I want them to have the American dream. I want them to think. But at the same time, Black America is not their enemies. Your little platform right now is trying to cause tensions between Black people that don't need to be there. I want to see the Nigerians come over here and do what they got to do, because if a Nigerian wins, I win. You're trying to create a divide. Like there's a difference between Black America and Nigeria. There's no damn difference. A black man's a black man. When you step on these shores, if you was Black American, you understand that. Once you land on these shores, right, you're Black. There ain't no Nigerian. There's no so-called FBA. In the eyes of the white man, you are Black. Now, you may move a certain way. Somebody may have a different attitude. You may have to say, like I said, a lot of Nigerians, right? They may not be like, okay, my ancestors weren't slaves, but, whatever it is, they don't have to do that. There's a lot of Black Americans who don't care about slavery. There's a lot of Black Americans who don't talk about racism. You make it seem like all Black Americans are sitting around complaining about racism all day, and all Africans are just hardworking, honest individuals. That's bullshit. There's nuance on both sides. There's Africans who come here and cause problems. There's Black Americans who cause problems. But what you're doing is basically making it seem like Africans are the solution to America's problems.
So, Carlo, I got a question for him. Please permit me to ask him.
Go ahead.
So I just went through peruse your channel and saw some of the shows that you had. chaotic. Sure. And you're talking about this guy who was the creator of I think it's Dilbert, the cartoonist. Yeah, and he made some derogatory. Yeah. You made a show on him about 3 days ago, and he made some derogatory statements about Black people, that they're a hate group. And I think he just passed, I think, from cancer. And you're doing a show, and you're pretty much praising him. Do you agree with what he said?
No. In fact, the show that I did about him, I said he was a white guy who wasted the last years of his life obsessing over people he never even was around, when he should have been enjoying the twilight of his life, knowing that he had cancer. He should have been skydiving. He should have been deep sea diving. He should have been climbing in a cave or something. I was actually talking about his weird obsession with talking about Blacks.
Well, that's right. Because every time I turn online, right, it seems like we're the topic of discussion with everybody. Black people. This. You got people talking about, it's you got the girl has a video going around talking about, I had black fatigue before it was a trending thing. I'm like, God damn,
I wanted to engage him. So right. you said something about Black culture and white culture, and being white culture being superior to Black culture. And he espoused, similar views about Black people, being a hate group, and white people should stay away from Black people. And I think you was trying to make the point that a lot of Black people tend to move close to white people, because you made the point that they have a trust-based society. So Black people
high trust society.
High trust. So Black people tend to want to live amongst them because their environment is safer. So what is your thought about him saying that white people should stay away from Black people? Is that something you agree with?
I agree with that. I'm a big segregationist. I do believe that the races should be segregated. I do believe that Blacks, we should live amongst our own. We should live amongst our own, and that white people should move when Blacks move in, because Blacks are destructive. We litter. We play loud music.
So we don't have the same. Hold on. Have you been to West Virginia lately?
I haven't been to West Virginia in over 20 years.
Okay. Well, look, there. I'm gonna show you videos of towns in Kentucky and West Virginia that are poorer than any towns in Black America, right? The rural Appalachian, really, or people on meth and whatnot, people on moonshine and shit like that. But you just making the whole thing like white people are just so perfect and whatnot, and Black people are just so bad, whatever like that. I mean, dude, man, yo.
Well, how come you don't live around Black people?
What? First of all, I do live around Black, right? But I got Black people in my neighborhood. I live in a neighborhood scale,
When you say Black people are destructive, are you talking about the common Black man or the regular Black man, or some people who are?
Yep.
Why? Why would you make that?
I would love to live in
everywhere we move.
Hold up, where I live at right here, there's a Black neighborhood called Crystal Lake. I put on the videos, Brett. I would love to live over there because they got mansions like my neighborhood, right? But the thing is, though, when you live in an area that's unfortunately when it's populated by Black, even though most of the people are lawyers, doctors, and they're Black and whatnot, well, unfortunately, when it's majority Black, your housing value is lower. My house value is higher because the majority of people in my neighborhood are white. That's the only thing. But the bottom line is this: it's not like I live around white. Look, when I go outside my door and I go to the shopping center, it's full with Black people, right? It's a middle class neighborhood. The median income in my city is $85,000.
What's the name of the city?
It's Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, Chesapeake. I live on the Virginia Beach Chesapeake line, and Virginia Beach is.
So you saying Chesapeake, Virginia?
Hold up, Virginia Beach is voted like one of the top 10 places for Black Americans to live. Top 10 places in Black America to live. Beautiful city.
Are your neighbors Black or white?
Black neighborhoods. The guy across the street from me is Black. Got 2 Black families across the street. They got mansions, right?
Okay.
The only thing annoying about them is this guy friggin' with his blower. I told Elvis his blower every friggin' day. He's obsessed with his blower. He's always out there. He's retired. He's out there with his damn blower. That's the only thing I'd say. And
let me follow up. Let me follow up on my question. When you say Black people are destructive, so take Kyla or even myself for example. when I move into a neighborhood that's predominantly white, what do you think I, as a black man, or Kyla as a black man, or even you as a black man?
Oh yeah, well, I'm out there. I'm out there
No, hold
raising
on.
hell.
Let me ask the question, Kyla.
Hold on.
What do you
When I
think?
get off this show, man, I'm gonna be out there shooting cars up. And
I hear you,
yeah,
Kyla. Let me ask the
yeah,
question.
do my thing, man.
What do you think we're going to do that's going to destroy that neighborhood since we're destructive?
Black people have a bad habit of just things as small as the landscaping.
Bro, I got the best house in my neighborhood. The best house. I have a clubhouse in my backyard, right? Big back patio. Two sides. I have a corner house, right? I put my Christmas trees and lights and everything up out there with the reindeers, everything. We decorate our house and whatnot, you know. So the bottom line, what are you talking about? And also, you got in my neighborhood, you got black people that got friggin' ingrown.
You got to let him explain it, Kyla. Let him get to his point.
I can't. Yo, he's like 70 years old. The guy, I don't know how he got a show. He must have a bunch of rednecks listening to the show because he sounds really ignorant. You know, I know black.
Let him flesh it out, Kyla.
You're ignorant. You know, you make generalized statements, right? Because you got a low IQ. You know, you haven't thought these things through.
Kyla, why you attacking him? You didn't allow him to speak. You know, this dude was pro. This dude was pro. This dude was pro Black America. This dude was pro Black America.
Hold on, Kyla. Shut the fuck up. I am not gonna let anybody sit here and talk about my fucking people.
Let him talk, Kyla. Sometimes you also South Africans, Kyla.
Shut the fuck up, man. Get out of my fucking show. You know, you're not gonna sit here and talk about this. I do a pain, but every time I say something about Africans or whatever like that, I get the 3rd degree. But I gotta sit here and listen to people say, I know black people, my family, everything, they got $1 million mansions in Long Island. You're gonna make us say all black people. We add value to this neighborhood. We have the best neighbor lawn, everything on this fucking block. My neighbor, she don't pick up her leaves. We pay like $300 twice a year to get our leaves picked up. She don't pick up her leaf, right? Her leaves blow into my yard. But according to KI Truth, whatnot, I got the bad neighbor. The fence that divides our two houses, whatnot, I put the fence up. She had a freaking house her next door and whatnot. She don't have a fence up. I get it. Her husband left her and whatnot. She's a single woman and whatnot. So like this, but she don't pick up her leaves. We even offered that pay for her leaves to get picked up so it won't blow back on ours. But according to KI Truth, I'm the one that's not keeping my property and she's keeping up on hers. I'm sick and tired of this racist bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it. If it means people not coming to my show, not listening to what I got to say, you can get the fuck off my platform. I am not going to listen to this nonsense. It's bullshit. I worked too fucking hard to build myself up my whole entire life to listen to fucking white, black trash like this nigga talking shit. This way, because KI Truth lives in poverty, obviously. He lives around a lot of poor black people. He's not around black people who are affluent and stuff like that. He's never been anyplace. So his scope of black people is people standing on the corner, living in the hood and shit like that. So that's what he draws from black people. There's a whole fucking world out there, bro. I don't want to hear this nonsense and whatnot. Come to me with some I want some intelligence. I ask people to call my freaking show, and I want to hear intelligent black men talk. You know? Call it the best witness to denigrate behavior. Look, I'm fucking pissed the fuck off. You know, I'm pissed the fuck off. I can fucking basically that's another thing. Black people are not allowed to be angry. I'm fucking angry. I'm fucking angry. You know, and I have a right to be. So that don't make me an N-word. You know, if you think I'm an N-word, Tyler, you can go to fucking hell. I don't live for white people. I don't give a damn what you fucking white devils got to think. Let me get Ola's ass back up here. Now go ahead, Ola.
Thank you, Kyla. Kyla, you see, sometimes people also have their own opinion. Nothing can figure you. You know, let him look. He have his own way of doing his own thing. I know this guy. He's a pro-black American for very, very long.
No, he ain't no pro-black American.
Hold on, Carla. Hold on. He talk good about black American. He talk good about what they're doing. What happened, Carla? Carla, see, there's nobody is a monopoly of anything. What FBA, ADOS have been doing, he have right to defend himself too.
If people are mad at FBA, ADOS, I get that, right? Don't sit here and try to throw us all under the damn bus and lie on us when I tell them white supremacy fucking talking points and whatnot. I ain't gonna have that.
Hold on, Carla, but you can also listen to him. Carla, you can also listen to him also. Carla, you can also listen to him also.
Neighborhood.
Carla,
hold on. Let me say this. When you say stuff like black people bring a neighborhood down, and I'm saying my personal experience is I pay a lot of money. Sometimes I do it myself. Pick it up. By the time the guy comes to do my leaves, I got 50 bags of leaves outside my property's so big. 50 bags of leaves picked up. Some of my neighbors don't do their leaves. Their leaves get blown right back on my freaking driveway. Well, because
I would like to hear.
Like he'll completely ignore that. He'll say the leaf problem in my neighborhood is all mine.
Carla, I would like to hear from him. Let him at least let him talk, so that we can learn from each other also. That's just all, Carla. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, bro.
I think Elvis was asking me a question. Go ahead, Elvis.
Yes, I was asking you that you said about black people being destructive. So I'm saying if Carla, myself, or even yourself move into a neighborhood, what are we going to do that's going to destroy that neighborhood?
Well, eventually, if you get enough blacks in a community, certain systems will eventually fall. Certain systems will eventually fall. The host, Kala, he obviously lives with mostly whites on his block.
Yeah, I got black people on the block too. I got black up and down my block. So I don't know when people come out of the house, I don't know if they're gonna be
barely finish. Finish my point. So again, when you get mostly blacks, that's when you're really going to start to see the failure. Everything from the roads, people speeding down the street, the landscaping, the overall environment will eventually decay. And you see this all over America in Jackson, Mississippi, Detroit, Cleveland, Ohio. You see this, man.
Whites are the worst places.
These places used to be pristine, and then when
these get large, old, but there's also
these places used to.
Hold on, Carl. Let me say it right. It used to be pristine when economic growth in those places was high, and job and employment was high in those areas, and black people could maintain their lifestyles. But you know what happened when the jobs left? Those places became, decrepit, and people became poor.
And let's be honest, the only reason why for the DMV has money is because most of you guys have jobs with the federal government.
Let me ask you a question, Karen True. This is another thing I'm talking about, right? Sure. And I'm glad you called in tonight, right?
Sure.
When white people, their communities failed during the Great Dust Bowl, and they had to basically go to Chicago and Detroit and compete.
But why does everything have to always go back to white people? We're talking about
no, because you make ad hominem attacks with black people. I'm like,
what
this.
Does black?
Hold on.
White people have to do?
What about the failure? Hold on. Let's talk. Look,
we're not white, so I'm trying to figure that out.
I want to talk about the failures of white people.
But why? We're not white. Why do we care about their failures?
Because you keep talking. You said on your audio with your full chest that black people destroy neighborhoods, right? What about the fact that a lot of white people destroy neighborhoods?
But why would I care if white people are destroying?
Because you don't care about them. Because you don't care about.
I don't care about them. I'm not white.
Basically,
I'm not white. I'm not white.
You only care that to make black people look bad. That's all you want to do.
Have you seen Black City, sir?
Hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you some black communities. Let me show you some nice black communities, bro. Let me show you some nice black communities, right?
Do you yourself live in a predominantly black community?
Who, me? No, I live around white people. I don't want to live around. I live around white people.
But do you think you're destroying the community that you live in as a black man?
I wouldn't say I'm destroying the community, but I would say that
sock too? I thought we saw
if you
that
get
months
enough
ago.
blacks, they will destroy the community.
So it shows that all blacks are not destructive. It might be certain elements that might come in who may have destructive tendencies.
Now, here's
From the
a
sun-kissed
Black Wall Street
shores of
blog.
Los
This
Angeles
is
to the
richest black
historic
communities in
streets of
America.
New York City. These
This goes against
neighborhoods
everything
stand as
his
beacons of
dumbass
achievement where
blog
opportunities abound
talks
and
about.
dreams take flight.
We're the richest black communities in
Join us
America.
today as we explore the most prosperous and vibrant Black neighborhoods across the United States. If you're interested in knowing some of the richest Black communities, stay tuned. But first, welcome back to Official Black Wall Street, the largest app and digital platform connecting you to the best in Black-owned products and services. Head to obws.com to download our app today and begin discovering Black-owned businesses you can shop. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to never miss out on any of our videos. First, we're going back to Cali. Baldwin Hills, California. If you were watching BET between
Baldwin Hills been
2007
around for
and
like
2009,
50, 60
then
years.
you've probably heard about Baldwin Hills.
They didn't go down. They
The
improved.
BET series premiered in 2007 to demonstrate the lives of young Black teenagers and adults living in the, quote, Black Beverly Hills. Located in Los Angeles County, Baldwin Hills has a population of around 30,000 people. Listed as the second richest Black community in the United States, the neighborhood has an average family income of $157,000. According to Realtor, the median listing price for homes in Baldwin Hills are around $1.1
Baldwin
million.
Hills.
Yeah.
Now this makes sense, especially
I don't know, Kyler. You wouldn't rock with
considering
those
who
black
lives
people over there.
or has lived there.
I would. I'm around any
Baldwin
place where I
Hills
see
has been
black
the
people
home
doing
to
well.
Ray
I'm
Charles.
Nah, trust me,
Well,
Cali blacks is different, Kyler. You're gonna be
No,
like,
hold
man,
on, but yeah,
these
but those are rich Cali black people, you know. I
they
can
might
deal
be
with
on
them.
that on coon time, bro. It's like a higher chance with them. No
Yeah, but
lie.
as long as you ain't got people like KI Troop around, you know, it's
They
cool.
do. I'm telling you, it was a bunch of him.
Oh, yeah, there's a bunch
But
of
they might
KI
have their hairline though, unlike him.
You know, there's a bunch of oh man, then I would stay away, man. You know,
Allison Felix, John Singleton, African American, with white and
but basically, there's black neighborhoods all over fucking America that are thriving. You know.
Nah, yeah, most definitely, yeah.
You know,
So chaotic truth to my question, and Kyla has posted this. Let's take Baldwin Hill for example, right? That's an upper class neighborhood that's been maintained and sustained by wealthier black folks for a long period of time and it hasn't been destroyed. What's your rebuttal to that?
I would argue that Baldwin Hills probably suffers from the same conditions as any other black community.
You are fucking stupid, man. You can't believe it. You can't be this stupid, bro. Yo, I thought Aphrodite was bad, man, but goddamn, you were fucking stupid, bro. That was the dumbest thing I ever heard in fucking ever since I've been on YouTube. That's an upscale neighborhood. People, the average house.
Let him tell us what those things are that they suffer from.
You know, $150,000, right? $150,000 the average income. A well-maintained, they got a huge tax base. Traffic up, everything like that. Houses got indoor pools when I even probably pay more, or they probably pay more on their pool maintenances than most people pay in taxes a year. But yeah, you come out of your mouth talk about they got the same problems. You are sick, man. You are sick. You're a sick, stupid ass Nigerian.
What are those problems, chaotic truth, that they have in Baldwin Hills?
Baldwin Hills still experiences higher rates of both violent and property crime compared to Los Angeles. Man, they have the crime rates are often described as high for Los Angeles. It's slightly higher than the U.S. average.
In Baldwin Hills?
Yeah, that's a lie.
Yeah.
What?
I'm looking at their
I'm
own.
just saying, like you said,
their own-
Baldwin Hills compared to the rest of Los Angeles, you said?
I'm looking at the data right now.
Can you source these up, please? I hope it ends in a .org, .gov, or .edu, sir.
Yeah, not your .Nigeria.
Right? Yeah, not .Nigeria or
not
.com.
Nigeria.gov.
Link that in the back chat, your sources, please.
Yeah, put your shorts in the
Well,
backpack, bro.
something. Well, hold on.
Yo,
Something could.
source the fuck up, man. Source
No,
up,
no,
bro.
no. This is me, Colin. It's not him. Something could correlate to that, right? Doesn't mean that the people committing the crimes are residents of Baldwin Hill. It could be people coming from outside and trying to burglarize their homes. So, will you agree with that?
It's a possibility.
It's not a possibility. That's a high likely. That's a common
Right. So
crime in
you have to be,
California.
you have to be honest with your analysis on that point, because you're not saying that those people are criminals. You're saying that their homes may experience high crime in that area because of the environments that's surrounding them. Would you agree with that?
Anything is possible, buddy.
Okay. All right. Now you're not being honest. I want to have an honest conversation with you, but let's be honest and use our brains, because you're not saying that the people in Baldwin Hills are, are robbing themselves or burglar.
Exactly what he's saying.
No, he's saying he didn't say
No,
that. So
he's alluding to the fact that eventually the people in Baldwin Hills are going to turn to crime and shit like that. That's what this fucking sick bastard thinks.
all right, if you want to articulate it, I'm listening, bro. Chaotic.
I'm listening to you guys, man.
No, I'm saying I just made a point, and I think we can agree on that point. But if you wanted to, go ahead. I'm listening.
I mean, I've never been to Baldwin Hills. I mean, I couldn't tell you.
Right. So I guess
you guys.
Yeah, I guess my point was proven, because I was just telling you from your perspective where you think that black people tend to destroy neighborhoods. And this is a historical black neighborhood that's been in existence for a long time, and it's maintained a high level of standard of living. And your rebuttal was that they suffer from some of the same things that most black communities suffer from. So
yeah, I would argue that.
Like what? Crime? You said high crime amongst themselves, or people perpetrating crime on them?
Hold up.
I don't have the. I wouldn't know how the crime rate works. I don't know.
But you assume because they're Black American, there has to be crime, right?
Oh, without a doubt, guys. I'll be right back.
Like I said, you're
like 2 or 3 minutes.
Hold on. You are an enemy of Black America. You realize
Fair
you're
enough.
an enemy of Black America. Now this is an area in Portsmouth called Crystal Lake, right? It's Portsmouth Lake. This was built by a black man. One of my clients' late husband. He was a pastor and he was a builder. He built most of these houses with himself back in the 80s himself, right? Now we got white people trying to move here. This is Crystal Lake. Let me show you some of the houses and whatnot. This is Crystal Lake. A beautiful lake right there. Crystal Lake, Portsmouth. These houses and whatnot. These are housing designs and whatnot. It's all black neighborhood. 100% black. And the designs on these houses, The neighborhood's still all black. You got white people trying to get people to say it's Crystal Lake right there. Crystal Lake, that's a map. That's a premier black neighborhood in our area. You get the picture, But the bottom line is this nonsense that black people can't have nice neighborhoods is propaganda. That's what I'm here for. To dispel propaganda. That's what I fight against. Propaganda. So, if I say, hey, go along with propaganda, I'll be buck dancing. Chaotic Trooper is a buck dancer. He's shucking and jiving. He's a Sambo. He's saying what the white man wants to hear. He don't care as long as they're throwing him some bananas. He's good, He said, "Oh, that's wrong, bananas." There's wrong with
Carla, can you see the point that because people that live in California are saying that the environments around Baldwin Hills are heavily gang infested.
Oh, yeah, we know that. But the bottom line is this: right next to Crystal Lake is a neighborhood called Cavalier Manor. Right? There's one road that separates on the other side of Crystal Lake is Cavalier Manor. That's like a working class neighborhood where they tend to got crime. These are people who work in the shipyard. Working class black people. Crystal Lake is upscale black people. They live right next to each other. Yeah, the Cavalier Manor has some crime that spills over into Crystal Lake, of course. But it is what it is. You're gonna have anywhere you go, you're gonna have that problem with crime. It is what it is. But I'm not gonna sit here and tell me that there's something wrong with my people. I just played a whole fucking business of 20 top black businesses in America. With this guy Tyler, he wasn't there. What they do is they completely shut that out. I played the top 20 black businesses, $1 million companies. You want to play the video fucking again? Tyler Duran, you fucking white devil. Delete your stupid comments, devil. And people wonder, white people wonder, why y'all hate us so much? Because they're fucking a bunch of devils. That's all. Yo, K.R. would you ever call a white man the devil?
I do it all the time on my show. Hey, guys, give me 1 second.
No, you don't. You do economic this, blah, blah, blah. So it is what it is, That just really triggered me when you talking about black people and we do everything we can to keep our property up and whatnot, because we got a homeowner association. They watch all that shit. We got a fence put around our house and whatnot. And the lady right beside us, right? We built the fence, right? That separate our two houses because every time I would go outside, her dog, right, would come running over into our side of the fucking yard. So we built the fence, we built the fucking fence and whatnot,
Okay, Kala, I got a question for you, Kala. And this you should be an honest answer, respectfully. Do you think if all of your white neighbors move out of your neighborhood and you have all black people, you can maintain the same standard?
If the black people were like me, and I know a lot of black people like me, there are black people in my neighborhood that keep their property better than I do, right? It all depends on what black people you move there. There's a lot of black people here where I live at. They got houses better than anything you see. They keep their property up. What is this idea? And people always think, why do people always act like hood black people represent all of us? That's not the case. When you say black people, what type of black people? We're not allowed to say, something. Yeah, well, ask for references. Where you live at for? Oh, I come for the project. I don't think we're discriminating. Yeah, black people were discerning and discriminating. They could build neighborhoods too,
So you discriminate against somebody who live in a project from living in your neighborhood?
Well, not necessarily, but you're not gonna. I don't want nobody that's Section 8 living in my neighborhood. No, it'll bring my property value down. I don't want that.
So you think a person's value is tied to their economic condition?
No, I just believe that if you work hard for a better neighborhood, you should get that. As simple as that. I don't believe that you are entitled to anything. You're entitled to what you work for.
Right. So say somebody won a lottery, and they can move and afford to live in your neighborhood.
And that happens all the time. That happens all the time.
Right. So would you be opposed to that person coming in your neighborhood?
Look, if they can afford to live there and they bought it fair and square, hey, welcome to the neighborhood.
All right.
That's what I believe. Welcome to the neighborhood, right? I may not like it. For example, I had a house right across from me on the corner, then another corner house. My house is on a 4-way intersection, right? For the longest time, right? The house across from me in my backyard, because that's where I go outside and smoke my cigar. That house is empty. I was fearing because the guy that lived there, old guy, passed away, right? And I seen several sets of people come there like they want to rent it or something like that. And I was like, oh, Lord. I was praying that I don't get the wrong neighbor, right? Because that house is right perpendicular to my house, right? And I was like, oh, man. If I get some hood people in there like that. Then I had my guy, Ray. I first met him. I thought he was a hood dude when he wears braids or whatever like that. He got a house bigger than mine. But he moved to Rhode Island, but I know he works for the government or something like that. Him and his wife. He works for the government.
Did you block Baruti comment, Kyla?
I didn't block Baruti's comment.
Okay.
I didn't.
This 12th man is either Baruti or 1776. It's one of them.
When all white men have a neighborhood in rapid decline and inequality.
I think that's 1776.
No, he was on. This guy was on last night with 1776. He's not 1776.
12 man.
Yeah, so I like if I see 776 with the profile, I'm blocking him immediately. You know, he's done.
I'll be back in like 5 minutes, guys.
Right.
You need to do more shows like this, man. But you got to improve on how you compose yourself.
I hate when people I hate bullshit. You know me. I have a low threshold for bullshit. I mean, I really do. When people start doing these bullshit talking points and whatnot, Africans are gonna take over. No, the fuck they're not. Where if Africans are taking over, where are the institutions at? I like to ask KRQ that. Have they built one institution since they've been here? No. What institution did they go to? Ours. Essence Festival, did they build that? No. They have to move into our spaces and try to take over our space because they don't have the mind or the intelligence to build their own. But we're trying to be nice about it, right? But the bottom line is this. And we stick our hand. That's why, in a way, that's why the ADOS FBA movement exists. And I'm trying to be like, I don't like ADOS FBA, but man, when I hear people like this talk, I'm like, shit, man, I can't keep holding these people back, Let's say Emma said most of the black neighborhoods were cool, except for one guy. He brought gangs, drugs. There's always gonna be something like this. Nigeria.
Somebody saying that the 12th man is Aphrodite because that's the nickname for the Seahawks, and I guess he lives in Seattle, so it might be
whatever. Whatever. The bottom line is this. I don't see nobody else building institutions. A bank is not fucking an institution, bro. A bank is just a place that people hoard money. Nigerians got oil money. Of course, they're gonna have banks. But as far as like institutions, right? Who educates people? We do. Who has a colleges, right? Who has a track record? The lady that just basically, who are the freaking Rhodes Scholars in America? Black Rhodes Scholars, African Americans. Have you ever seen a Nigerian Rhodes Scholar? No.
I've seen a Caribbean Rhodes Scholar.
Well, probably that's rare. Most of the Rhodes Scholars that are black are African American. Most of the high level people in education are black American. That's the truth.
Well, yeah, but it's supposed to be that way, right, Colin?
It is that way. But that's why I said I hate when people come here with this nonsense about immigrants because that's white Americans. White Americans fear us more than they fear anything else. Because the bottom line, they just hate us because we're the only group of people. Black Americans are the only people that won't bow to them. We're the only people who won't get on the knees to white America. Everybody else basically will get on their knees and suck the white man's toes, say, thank you, Mr. White Man. Like Ross Musa. Thank the white man for this and thank the white man for that.
The audience wants you to ask your guest, what is the origin of his viewpoints? They want to get to know him. And
he won't tell us anything.
He will. If you ask him when he get back, maybe he will explain.
He just beats around the bush. I think it's just sometimes I listen to a show and it's just self-hate. And I know for a fact, bro, the way he talks about African immigrants, African American, Black Americans don't talk like that. He's basically.
He talks about it in a positive way.
Hold on, he's somebody that's African immigrant, right? But he resents Black America. That's what it is. He's an interloper. He resents Black America. And the bottom line, he wishes he was one of us, whatever like that. But he's too ashamed to admit it,
Can you ask him about what Hustle Smart said about him being in the library and him?
Oh yeah. Hustle Smart told me that story.
He's been on the platform. You got all these questions for him, but you're not asking.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna answer that question about Hustle Smart said he sent the money because he was homeless one time.
Give me a second, guys. I'll be back.
What about that? I have one of my associates, character. He told me a story that
he said he'll be right back, Kyle. I don't think he can answer you right now.
I hope he ain't running.
No, he's doing something in the back.
Oh, he's not positive when he talks about Africans. So the bottom line is this: character is hard on global blacks. The bottom line is this: sometimes you got to be harder on yourself, right? One thing I don't do is make generalizations. about people. I don't do that. I never take the worst of what I see in the people and make that them, which I easily could do. I could say, oh, Nigerians are on 419s. I could say, you go to Asia, who's the number one people on death row, or the number one black people on death row in Southeast Asia? What group are they, Elvis?
I mean, you'd probably say Nigerians because of drug smuggling, but I'm not sure.
How many
That's what you would say, but I'm not sure the evidence back it up.
How many black Americans are in Asian prisons?
I don't know, Carla. These are numbers that I have to look up. I don't know.
None. I'll tell you, none. How many black Americans are on death row for peddling drugs in Southeast Asia? None. How many Nigerians are there? A lot of them.
Yeah, but Carla, it's not proof. It's not dispositive.
No, I'm not. Look, I don't bring that up, but I'm just making it say like this: when people talk about Black America, right? I could go down that road too. I could pull you up videos of Nigerian women all over Europe, on the roadside being prostitutes. But I don't want to do that because when I heard that story, I see those Nigerian women as my sisters, as that's a Black American to me.
Jonathan, he's in the back. He said we should give him a few minutes. I don't know. He's doing something.
Who?
So we can't ask him the question. But you was on the show, Jonathan. We was on the show that day, and he said he looked familiar. These are some of the things we expect that Carla to ask. I'm not trying to intrude on the show, but Carla is kind of just going off, and you're not really engaging the guy with serious questions to understand.
No, what else serious questions, man? The bottom line is, when people say ad hominem attacks, like we fucking mess up my neighborhood, and I'm like, all the fucking shit I did to keep my property up and everything like that,
Okay, Carla, he's back. Engage him. Ask your questions.
No, I don't want to ask him that question because it might.
Really, Carla? You just said you were going to ask him. Now he's back. You said you don't want to ask him.
My mind. I don't want to embarrass nobody. It's the first time on my show. I don't want to embarrass nobody.
All right.
No, man, I'm open, man. What's up, man? You can ask me anything.
No, you don't want me to ask you this question, bro.
No, trust me.
It may not be him, so it may not even be embarrassing.
It wasn't. It wasn't. But the bottom line is this: it's not.
No, just ask me.
Elvis. Don't ask me again.
No, I didn't say nothing. That was him. That was him talking. That wasn't me.
He is a host of a show. I don't want to go in the mud. I'm not going to do that. I'm only here to ask him about his political views, not to embarrass somebody or talk ad hominem about his personal life.
Huh? No. You can ask me anything about my personal life. You're fine. Go ahead, buddy.
No. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
No, I want you to. I want you to. No.
I am not going to go there. It's not necessary.
No, I'm not going to ask the question. This is Carla's show. If he doesn't want to ask it, I'm not going to ask it.
More important things to talk about than your personal life and what you came from and stuff like that. We all struggled.
Sure,
so the bottom line is it's not important. I'm not going to use that to denigrate somebody and stuff like that. That's me. It's not my person. Just like I don't look at the Nigerians that you brag so much, right? And I look at the crimes they commit all over the damn globe, right? I still would never throw that in Nigerians' face. Oh, look at all the crime you did, blah, 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 because I don't do that. But people feel that they have the right to talk about Black America any kind of way. I want to know why that is. We don't say
the truth. What is the origin?
You guys live in Makoko. No human being should live in Makoko, right?
I got a question for him.
The poor Nigerians in Makoko, right? Why you guys feel like you got to mock the poor Black people in the inner city?
Yeah, Chadichu, we want to know, the audience wants to know, what's the origins of your view on Black people being inferior to white people?
What language are you speaking right now? English. That's the answer.
So what does that got to do with anything, So is the Irish inferior to the English because some Irish
they were conquered. Yeah, they were conquered.
So does that mean they're inferior?
Yes.
That's stupid, man.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
They were conquered by the Irish. They were told.
Or certain individuals in certain circumstances make one superior.
Yes, they were inferior to the British.
No. Some people. What about the freaking British people that came over here that were poor and they were oppressed too? That came over as indentured service. Were they superior?
They came over here.
And you also know that the Irish became very successful in this country, and they were basically ranchers and landowners out west. They basically dominate the West. You know, how do you explain that?
I don't know, man.
See how you make generalizations? You don't bother. You don't do your research or anything like that. So the bottom line is this: one race of people is not superior to the other, right? Certain people in certain situations create certain outcomes, and there's always nuance to everything, right? But when you just cut and dry, somebody's superior, but just bow down or whatnot. What about all the failures of the white man? What about the crash of 1920 or the stock market crash of 1929? People starving after the Great Depression. How come the white man didn't foresee that coming? Drew?
I have no idea.
Okay, but you said the white man's superior.
He is.
Yeah, and his point is that if you're conquered and you're speaking the language of those who conquered,
look, the American economy crashed. Every business fell. The whole entire country fell into chaos, right? So America failed. So I'm saying like this: in the Civil War, the perfect government they created disintegrated, where 600,000 people died. Right? Can it be denied that? Can it be said that maybe America wasn't this superior civilization that you thought it was? How did 600 people die to save a union and whatnot? Could it be that there's some things that America does is right, something that's wrong, and it's a luck of the draw, or some good luck or some good faith? That's nothing is written in stone. The North is not superior to the South. The South was actually richer than the North. The South, Mississippi was actually the richest region in the North America. The shipping of cotton and everything down the Mississippi and the cotton industry.
not through their intellect, Colin, but through massive slave labor.
What?
Not through their intellect, but through because of the massive slave labor. When
somebody in the chat room said the North was superior, no, not necessarily, because most of the northern industry was actually coming south. Because by 1850, almost half of all skilled labor in America was being done in the South by slave labor. So what was it you talking about the North for? So
I think his point is that the North won the war.
North won the war because the whole thing is slavery. Slavery was dying out. It was really dying out. So the South, didn't really need that. For the South, therefore it's superior. No, it doesn't mean it's superior. It just means they just won a war.
So you have
the South was actually winning until Gettysburg. That's what the South. And also, bro, if it was not for the black soldiers that joined the front, like almost 500,000 black men, free black men who joined the Union cause and whatnot, North wouldn't have won. Because the North.
Aren't we happy that the North won?
Hold up. What I'm saying is this: when people say the North, right? Remember, in the North were black soldiers, the 54th Infantry, that basically turned the tide of the war. 200,000 black men served in the Union Army. That's what broke the Confederacy. They had all these black men going to the line, wishing death and whatnot. They were ready to fight. Not no Northern soldiers and whatnot. It was a black soldiers. Or people, the Northerners. No, the Northerners had the blacks on their side. So I'm asking questions, man. I'm not getting any answers, but I don't want to ask personal questions. I just want to basically ask questions. I can't think of anything else right now.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you work like in any team at your job, like on any teams?
Well, I'm like the leader. I'm the boss.
Okay.
I'm the boss, really. Actually, I got one person above me, my sister, and I have a team of people under me and whatnot. Not really, I'm the boss, but I'm the head agent. Everything goes through me. They make their money off of what I do.
Are you college educated?
Well, I almost finished college, right? But I didn't. Okay. I came down to Virginia, and I got into business, which was stupid. I should have finished college, right? I got 3 years of college, and I came down. My family moved down to Virginia, right? And I didn't complete college. I didn't. I opened my own at the age of 25. I opened my own business. I had a wholesaling business at the age of 25.
Are you college educated?
But hold up. But I am an author, right? I wrote many blogs and whatnot. I have a published book. I have a couple other books I'm going to publish or whatnot. I'm a historian and stuff like that. So I wrote my first book 14 years ago. It's on Amazon. You can get it, And so the bottom line is I'm an author. I'm a thinker. I'm a writer. I'm a traveler around the world. Well, actually, to Liberia, Africa, Guinea, Morocco, whatever. But my point I'm trying to make is, like I said, and basically I'm just an intellectual. I've read thousands of books in my lifetime, and did many book reports and stuff like that. I was always a historian, I study history, particularly history dealing with Africa and Asia. I study modern Asian history really well. So the bottom line is this. I understand what I'm talking about. So
I was asking you, Chaotic, are you college educated?
Yes.
What importance do you think that plays in a person's life, their professional life?
The only thing about the only good thing I can say about college is it allows you to be able to effectively communicate.
Let me ask you a question. With that being said, if you're college educated, right?
Yeah.
How do you make a generalized? Because college teaches you critical thinking and analysis.
Yeah,
that's what I didn't know. Yeah. But you demonstrated that you don't have that.
Well, that's your opinion.
No, I know that's just a fact. You made an attack that if you have blacks in the neighborhood, right, it's going to bring the neighborhood down. I told you we got several black people in my neighborhood or not, and we got the best properties. So you didn't even think that out. I showed you a neighborhood in Portsmouth, right? Crystal Lake, all black. We're not, upscale homes, right? According to you, we're not. That does not exist. Somebody with a college education would have known that yes, there are thriving black neighborhoods. That stereotype does not apply. Part of being in college, having college education, is realizing that it's not learning; it's called unlearning. You have never unlearned.
Yeah.
Really. You probably believe all this nonsense your whole entire life, but you've never unlearned.
Yeah.
I had to friggin' unlearn a lot, right? It's like a friggin' when you get ready to do a sculpture, you have a whole big ball of clay. You look at the image, say, what do you want out of it, right? And you don't add to it. You peel away certain things. That's the things that you don't need, right? And then after you peel a certain way, the truth is revealed. What you don't do is you don't peel away all the nonsense that you believe and find the truth. Somewhere along the line, there's a silver lining in the truth, but I don't think you have that capability because you believe in generalizations. And so it tells me it's like whoever you got your degree from, you better get your money back, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
What did you have your degree in, Chaotic?
African Studies, Criminal Justice, History, and Education. Ooh. I got a whole bunch of college degrees.
African Studies on that. Woo, that's really high tech or not,
It's not. It's underwater basketball.
That's really upscale. That's really telling us a lot. But my point I'm trying to make is this. When you talk about people, right? Like me, I don't make generalizations, right? Because I know for a fact that there's always nuance in everything.
Mm-hmm.
And when I do make generalizations, right, and I make sure I don't say it on this show or whatever like that, because somebody, at least my listeners, right, they will always come up and say, Mopakala, you gotta understand this when I feel like a fool, when I'm proven wrong. So when you make generalizations, right? If I basically say, something, man, Africans are inferior. They can't build nothing. The reason why Africa is not industrialized is because Africans have a low IQ, like Kaiser do. I don't believe that. I know Africans have the same intelligence as anyone, not more, not less than anybody else. But sometimes space, time, opportunity, and whatever gets in the way. I believe that if Africans had the same opportunities, right? And the problem with the black race in general is we don't have a culture. That's the black people in America and Africa, right? That's why I don't buy this nonsense about Africans as well. Africans are worse at this than black Americans. The culture is called, and the behavior is called delayed gratification. Do you understand what that means?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Delayed gratification means when you think about something, whatever like that, you don't think about your immediate gratification, your immediate gain. You think about the long term. A challenge for Africa is the fact that you go to anybody from Africa, you talk to them like that, I'll ask you, what's the 100-year plan for Nigeria? There is no. What's the 100-year plan for Ghana, right? Now, let me tell you about delayed gratification. Let me give you a history lesson, like somebody who actually studied history. You're going to learn something today, right?
Go ahead, buddy. I'm listening to you, man.
During the Meiji period, looked around this whole area and saw Western nations were all over Asia. And they said, eventually, if we don't make a move, we're going to be taking over like the Philippines and China, whatever like that, right? So during the Meiji era, a young Japanese like scholar warrior called Fukuzama, right, existed, right? He saw the master plan, the vision of what Japan should be, and he created this thing called the Tanaka Memorial, right? It was called Japan's dream of a global empire. Okay, the Tanaka Memorial is what caused the Russo-Japanese War, Sino-Japanese War, and also eventually the bombing of Pearl Harbor. You know, everything. Japan was on the Tanaka Memorial. The first thing they had to do, they said, was Japan had to build this industrial base, right? It had to be able to project power in Asia by building its navy. So in the Tanaka Memorial, first thing was to occupy Asia. They took over South Korea, and then they took over Manchuria. Okay? Now, all over Japan, right? The Japanese are like, why are we suffering? The Japan's industrial output was like a third of the United States, but their standard of living goal. They sacrificed. Why? Because they said, we're going to achieve glory one day. We're going to strike out our worst enemy, America. So in December 7th, 1941, the Japanese Empire began a launch called Climb Mount Nikitaka, which was a Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. And then when they broke through the mountains, right, over Hawaii, they said, Tora, 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 we achieved surprise. That means they delayed gratification for 80 years to have that one day that they were going to meet the enemy in battle. The black race doesn't do that. The black race thinks immediate, now. So until I see a black race that could delay gratification, then you come bragging to me. Nigerians don't have delayed gratification. That's why it's not developed. I don't care how many degrees you think your people have in Nigeria. I'm sorry. It's not there. Yo, Aboriginal Thunder, man, you can get the hell off my platform, man. I'm going to get one of my freaking people to block you. Keep talking. Well, I put it out there, and I said delayed gratification. Other people that had delayed gratification was America when it said we want to manifest destiny. We want to span from coast to coast, sea to shining sea. And it did. We want to build transcontinental railway. We're going to wait. You know, we're not going to sell it. We'll wait till we get to the West Coast. That's why you think a lot of part of America is undeveloped. because America wanted to push to the West Coast so bad that it delayed gratification in developing the Midwest in places like Wyoming and stuff like that. Because they delayed the gratification of developing these states to go push all the way to the West. That's called delayed gratification. The problem with the black race in America, the black race in Africa, we don't have delayed gratification. We want everything done right here, right now, or not. And we don't have the patience to wait and plan nothing out strategically for decades. And I have not seen any black race do that. Yeah, America planned for dominance way before. So that's what you had the Monroe Doctrine. America was planning dominance in the Western Hemisphere for years. Before they even expanded out west, they was planning on dominating the Western Hemisphere. That's delayed gratification. Go ahead, Jonathan.
I just got on. Did the other person talk yet?
Yeah, he talked. He's not saying much, man. He's like, I wish he would act like he is. KR2, why don't you act like this is your show, man? Just go ahead, man. You're real loud and boisterous in the show. I'm not gonna say nothing, man. I'll shut up. I want you and Jonathan to have a dialogue.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta take care of this call. Give me about 2 minutes.
Was that Cadola?
Yeah, the other person was Cadola. He had a point to make. He made his point and he been quiet.
That was chaotic truth. That was chaotic.
My favorite Edo, man. What's up, brother? What's up, Elvis? Man, y'all been monologuing on here like crazy.
I'm telling Colin he's missing the opportunity here.
I was relaxing, listening to the whole thing. I'm like, man.
So my whole thing is like, I hate when people come up here and basically make generalized ad hominem attacks of black. Because I asked them, I know this for a fact. I said, your people, white people listen to you, don't like black Americans, but they like black immigrants. And KR2 was a black immigrant. He ain't telling me shit. He ain't convincing me. I could look. I know who's African. I could look at people.
Jonathan, you follow his show, right? Sometimes.
Not really, but I know he's been on Tariq Nasheed's show. He's a Nigerian, so there's no point in pretending to be anything other than that.
He's a Nigerian. I can look at his face. Look at his facial features.
Yeah, he probably was trolling me or something because he said he's an FBA.
No. We know our people. We know our people.
Kind of familiar with him, but I haven't watched more than maybe 2 of his shows. His scrims.
I get annoyed when I got these white guys, and he admitted to me, like, these white guys, I know for a fact they like black immigrants. They gravitate towards black immigrants because black immigrants feel like they can, but they think these guys think they're gonna get the Vivek Ramaswamy treatment very well.
No, Kyla. The thing is, the reason why they like black immigrants historically, if you go look at the idea of migrants coming from like when people were leaving the South and they were looking for work, they would.
Kyla, is that you playing your Asian movies in the back?
Hey, me.
What the hell are these niggas doing? Not the Mexicans.
Oh, that's you. That's from you, Jonathan, in the background.
Yeah, the Mexicans jamming. God bless their dumbass hearts.
Oh, okay. I thought that was nice.
But historically, Kyla, they were using migrant workers to go ahead and counteract the black workers that were doing like domestic work when they were traveling from the South and looking for better places to live up north. So what they would do is they'll use poor whites. And then when the poor whites and the black Americans didn't want to accept lower wages, they would then get people from the Caribbean to go ahead and do the work. Because the Caribbean people, they would actually work for like, damn near, black people work for like $1 a day. The Caribbeans would come in to work for like 50 cents, 25 cents a day. It was crazy shit. But historically, that's always been the case. The black immigrants tend to take less pay. So if you look at all immigrants combined, you'll see that black immigrants make the least amount. It doesn't make sense why they would make the least amount, considering the fact they would be more, generally more educated.
All right, I'm back, guys.
The case may be, but that's what it's been. So if you look at it in terms of that if you could pay a bunch of people less money, but they still have like enough education, enough intellectual capacity to do greater work, it would make sense why they'll prefer them.
If I had that type of business, I'd hire immigrants over Black Americans too. Shit.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. In the tech work, we get a whole lot of people that come over from like India. They have H-1B1 visas. They work
for less.
They work harder.
I'll tell you right now, man. I would love to. In the future, we're thinking about building a call center. Call center for our business and whatnot. And honestly, I would like to locate it overseas.
Well, not Liberia. They got that weird ass accent. That ain't gonna work.
No, I think I can make it work. If I could make it work. But if they want to invest in this, that's our next phase is to build.
They got to talk like Elvis.
What's wrong with our accent, Jonathan? Hello.
Bro, come on, Elvis. Be real.
I'll get out of you.
Elvis, y'all sound like what's that one dude from Sierra Leone name? The one
Mara or
not Amara. Mara's the one that Yo Kala, not that dude. The other one.
Bang.
Yeah, man, that one. Oh hell no, bro.
There's a clown.
Nah. That's what they really sound like, though.
Hold on, let me ask K.R. Truth this. Hey, K.R. Truth, when I do tech support, and I got call tech support sometimes, and I usually I say I buy leads, whatever like that. I do it. How come I have never called to like a tech support or anything like that, and it was the call center was not in Africa. It's always either the Philippines, Dubai, India, and places like that. How come I've not seen anything in Nigeria? The data center, whatever like that in Nigeria. If they're so great, like you say.
I don't know. It could be a multiplicity of things, man. I mean, I don't know why.
All the years, not one time, bro. You know how proud I would be if I called at a call center or whatever like that, and I need tech support or I need something like that, and say, "Oh yeah, I got Iola," because I got this Nigerian lady that she's in my city. She's I didn't even know she hit her accent, but I realized I looked at her, she's Nigerian, right? She's fine too, but she hit her accent. Like they good at hiding their accents, Anyway, but I'm saying is when I call a call center, why is it that you could be the Philippines or Indonesia or something like that? But what is about Africa, particularly Nigeria, right? They claim to have so much education. They can't do something like build a call center. They can outsource call. How come they don't have get that outsource money? That because company.
Let's hear what he got to say, Carla. Maybe he got an explanation for it.
It could be a multiplicity of things. It could be the fact that a lot of companies in America don't trust, let's say, people in Nigeria. Something as simple as that. Maybe they don't trust them. A lot of 419 scams come out of Nigeria. So, you have people on the receiving end that can access your information. I don't think a lot of like a Chase Bank.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. It's gonna shock you. You know what country has the most number of scams and stuff like that? India. India has the most number of criminal networks. People think in your mind, the Indians are honorable, hard people. There's a lot of huge criminal networks in India. So my point I'm trying to make is, why go around bragging until Africa gets to that where it is? That's bragging rights right there, right? You got Nigerians that got their own data center companies.
Carla, somebody just said something, and I think that's the answer to your question. Nigeria doesn't have stable 24-hour electricity.
Yeah,
the time difference where somebody have to call, they might be out of current. You can't run a generator.
10% of the people on the grid,
so that might be one of the main reasons.
So KI says he got all these 54 countries. The only country really that's really sort of developed is South Africa.
That's not it, Elvis. Because
it might be one of the reasons.
India don't have 24-hour electricity. They Wi-Fi just that shitty. The real reason is just that the Indians, they actually put themselves in a position to go ahead and take those jobs.
Right.
Same way they did the tech work. If Nigeria did the same thing,
Jonathan, what do you think of what I said? Delayed gratification. That takes planning. 10 years. You might not see a profit for 10 years. How many Africans are willing to build a business for 10 years before they see a dime?
They live day by day. They can't afford to do that.
That's what I'm saying. So why is KR2 bragging about Nigerians? And we don't see what he's talking about. You know, they take those businesses I showed you characters took decades to build. Those top 20 black businesses took decades to build.
I just want to hear him. Give him more time to speak, Carla. You know, he's a fellow content creator. Let him speak. Go ahead, Chaotic.
What's the question, guys? What's the question?
Okay, well, I was just basically saying, look, we're with Nigeria. I'm back in Nigeria. I want to see Nigeria win, right? It's a black country, and like I said, I'm all about black power and whatnot, you know. But when I see people letting white racists use them to be like, "Oh, look at Nigeria," and then I gotta remind you, y'all not there yet. You know?
Can I ask you a question? Why do you constantly bring up white people if we're talking about black stuff?
No, because you have them on your show, and I'm
but
saying,
we're not on my show right now.
Hold on, my point I'm trying to make is you discuss black issues with white people. That's why I'm bringing them up.
But I discuss all issues on my show.
No, but hold up. But when you have white people on and they're making ad hominem attacks,
what about when black people make ad hominem attacks and attack white people? What about that?
Oh no, look, it's not about that because white people are the majority, right? They're like, oh, we don't.
They're the majority on the planet.
I'm saying what they're doing is when they attacking Black America, right? What they're trying to do is cause division between Black America and Black immigrants. You know, there's always enough.
What does that have to do? But what does that have to do with our conversation tonight? I mean, what do white people?
No, I'm saying you host a lot of that stuff, man. I'm saying,
but I'm not hosting. But I'm not hosting my show now. I'm talking to you.
All right, yeah. So all I could do is basically, I never called you a show, is ask you about your content. You know, so.
But what does my show have to do with your conversation now?
Okay, let me ask you a question then. Do you think that I said there's a reemergence of the Sambo, shuck, and jive culture in America?
Okay, what about it, brother?
Okay, so do you believe that Black America is going back into the minstrel era? You know what the minstrel era was?
Sir, the blacks have always been in the minstrel era.
Oh yeah, well hold on, but why are we?
You're in the minstrel.
I'm not a minstrel show.
Yes, you are a minstrel. Can I tell you why you're a minstrel?
I'm not here to amuse anybody.
Can I tell you why you're a minstrel?
Why is that?
You drive a white man's car. You go to a white man's. That's not what a
minstrel is, bro.
You wear the white man's clothes. You speak his language. You worship his God. You're a minstrel, bro.
I thought, for a second, I thought you had me, bro. I was like, goddamn, you know. But let me tell you something.
Do you hold on, Colin? Do you do the same thing, Chaotic?
Yes.
I love white. You're a minstrel as well, by your definition.
Of course. But the thing is, though, I don't put on my suit and think it's a white man, so I don't give honor and glory. Do you basically get up in the morning and say thank you?
Can y'all both explain your definition of what a minstrel is?
Okay. My minstrel is black people self-degrading themselves. Character says he doesn't mind if white people throw bananas at him.
I never said that. That's all right.
You allude to. You say what's
and there's nothing wrong with bananas.
You said nothing wrong with bananas. So white people throw bananas at you and tell you to make
it was about him making the monkey sound when black people get agitated. He started making that monkey sound with a soundboard. That was what we was talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, can I get my
definition? When I say a minstrel, that means you're amusing yourself and degrading yourself for white people's pleasure. Me, I uphold black people, right? That's why I let white people up here.
Okay.
About black people.
Yeah, the truth. Your definition of a minstrel.
Every black person in America.
No, that's not a definition. Come on, let's have a real conversation.
Every black person in America is a minstrel. You wear these people's clothes. You worship their religions. Your real view is a. I would like. I mean, I've been quiet. I mean, can I?
Okay, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Talk. You buy their cars. You buy their clothes. You're on their Wi-Fi. You're on their streaming services. You are their minstrel. Everything you do is May I finish, please? May I finish? You speak their language. You name your kids after European people, or Arabs. You are the minstrel. You are a minstrel.
Nah,
that's my definition. Okay, well,
your definition is wrong because a minstrel is somebody who is Yeah, minstrel is somebody who is acting in a caricature, of a black person for the amusement and and entertainment of white people. So, person who exaggerate the mannerism of a black person and exaggerate the stereotype of perpetuate the stereotype in an entertaining way for white folks. That's what a minstrel is. You're talking about people who live in a society and are partaker of the society, whether it's the
White
education, the
society.
fashion.
We live in a white society.
That's not being a minstrel.
Can I say something, Carla? I've been listening since.
Go ahead.
The definition of what you put your define there, that's what the Black Americans have been doing to Africans.
Like what?
Hold on. Your comedians were doing this. It's the 90s already.
Yo, that's the comedians. That was the 90s.
Hold on. It comes in different ways, Carla. Your comedians, that fat dude that always wear Timberland with his baseball cap backward, I forget his name.
Adrian something.
It will go over Europe doing comedy.
Oh, that's Aries Spear.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Hold on, Carla, because little thing you want to shift the chair with that dude and be going over Europe. Hold on, man. Nothing you blame Africans. Look, that dude that be over here, man, he be speaking with that American say, hello everybody. You see, the African people they smell. You see, I was in the plane with the African man with the shiki. You see the white people say, the Black Americans have been dancing for the white men for a very long time. You put like white women in Europe. You put pretend you put B1, B2, fake. You put if for the African man stand, the Black American like to go to the white man side. So all these things we talk about, B1, a Black American, forget it. We know. I've seen them. They've been comedy. They've been comedy on the stage. They've been comedy on the stage, entertaining white people by Disney Africans.
Yeah, but those are people.
We have seen it. That's why you people have been dancing this dance for a very long time. Then you want to turn to Africa and say, "Oh, Africa like the white man. Africa like the white man." Deal with your comedians, your movie stars, your day-to-day black people that run around kissing German women ass, begging them for Corvette, Mercedes Benz. Have you ever gone to the club in Europe? You see how Black America running around? Calling Africa monkeys, doing the monkey sign, telling the white woman, "Oh, he's not from the States. It's a jungle brother." Wearing Paco jeans, running around like dogs.
That was the 90s.
But you didn't see that. You didn't see that. But you want to come and say, "Oh, B1, B2." We hold the stage in Europe. We hold the stage in Europe. We say who we are. We don't run around. You want to try African man? Come around, baby. We don't say, "Oh, we B1, B2." This B1, "Oh, I'm pro-black." It's all fake. It's a scam. You think Africans are scammers? You bought one of the most biggest scammers I ever seen in my life. Pretend, fake it, pretend to be God said, pretend to, "Oh, I love you, baby. Brother, I like you, but indirectly you hate me." Man, we should stop this shit.
Yeah, but Ola, that's not all black people in America. Come on, Ola. You know that. I got nothing but love for you, Ola. Bottom line is this, man.
Dark Miko, he's talking about Paco Rabanne. That's the jeans. Paco Rabanne is a designer jeans.
Well, Ola, that was the 90s, man. You gotta get up into the new time, man. Nobody goes talking African like African.
No, I'm telling you, this is 90s, right? I'm telling you, this is 90s, bro.
Yeah.
But hold on. But you see going on now. So in the 90s, when I forget that dude name, forget the musician name, Genuine. When Genuine was top of the whole shit. You see this Negroes running around with white women over, begging. Only one thing that go against them is that they don't have discipline. They want to sleep with their girlfriend, sleep with their girlfriend's friend, sleep with the sister and everything. Then this white women will drive them out. Say, get the fuck out of this place. You ain't no good boy. Ain't buy, damn fucking convert. So some of them are retired. Some of them 4 years, they're out of the military. With that $600, they will pay them with their, in that service center. They don't want to come back to the States. They're running around begging white women for Mercedes Benz, for jeans.
Oh, come on, man.
We didn't see us Africans wearing even the red jeans with some kind of little necklace. We just bounce out and look at them like, okay, that's what you want to do. Do your thing. We can't. We don't beg them for anything. We go for the real bag.
Oh man.
Cadola, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about this B1, B2 Black Americans want to say, I love you. We're all for black. We're all for black. No.
What do you mean by B1, B2? What is that?
This black fest that you want to sell to us, Africa, to scam us?
What?
It was hilarious, man. You need your own show.
Don't try to scam us, Jonathan, with your B1, B2.
Wait, I'm saying it. What I'm saying is that Carla, you look, you must see your street or your maybe your where you staying there. Okay, pro black. This brother down here has been pro black America for a very long time, for years. When I know, he always backed Africans even. He sees himself as part of you because he born there, grew up there. But when you started attacking him, call him all kind of names, maybe he changes view. For me, I remain where I'm at because
were you attacked by Black Americans?
I've seen people everywhere.
Was I attacked by Black Americans? Why did you ask? Why did you ask me that?
Because Cadola is saying that you possibly been attacked or some kind of shit like that. There's no hyperbole. You haven't been. Okay.
Can we just establish the fact that he's an African immigrant, first or second generation? Because he said he's not.
That's perfectly fine. We know he is.
On foundation of Black American.
Okay, that's what he said, Jonathan. So he's your brother, Jonathan. Y'all got the same lineage. It's no different. Unless you can prove it, Jonathan. He claims to be an FBA.
He's been on Tariq Nasheed's show a couple of times. He always says he's a Nigerian.
Do I say that?
Is that true, Chaotic?
Provide the proof.
He's saying it's not true.
All the time I thought you was a Nigerian born in America. But then again, hold on, I'm thinking confused somebody else. I think
Kyle, I want to ask the question. You gotta let me ask the question, man.
Go ahead.
Can I ask the question, Kyle?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So somebody said you used to be in the library, screaming from the library and shit like that with some females a while ago. Was that you?
I never streamed in a library.
All right, there you go, Colin. He said it's not him. So
well, I didn't want to ask him. But
Yeah,
that's what I heard. It was like a OnlyFans girl when it got into OnlyFans or some shit like that. That's what I heard.
I don't even mess with whores.
That's a strong word.
I mean, he might be just trolling the shit out of y'all, man. Because
I don't get down with OnlyFans, to be honest with you.
And so, but like I said, if you do, you do, man. Whatever turns you on, whatever floats your boat, man. I ain't here to
Kyle, how old are you, by the way, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm old. I'm an old man. I am 58 years old. Just turned 58.
Sounds good.
I was 58, man.
How old are you?
I'd never lie about my age, right? Because every year means something to me. 58.
Kyle, let me ask him. How old are you, bro?
40.
40. All right. Got a good age.
Like I said, I'm trying to think of how I was at 40, right? At 40, I was always real more mature for my life and everything like that. 40 years old, I was 40 years old. I had just gotten online. Right? And I had just 40 years old when I first got my insurance license and I became a professional man. It was 18 years ago, right? And I changed my whole way of life. Before I was a street dude, not street dude, but I was like, whatever's whatever, working 3 jobs, struggling, whatever like that. Then I got professional. Man, I've been a professional man for 18 years now. Moved up the corporate ladder, stuff like that. What I'm trying to make is, I'm trying to think. When I was 40 years old, that's when I got on Blog Talk Radio, right? And I was influencing a lot of people. I remember Mufasa was one of my first listeners, right? To this day, he listens, 18 years, 17 years. I got on there, but I was very intelligent. I'm trying to think, at 40, you're 40, I'm 40. I'm trying to think where I was mentally. I thought I was very intelligent. I was on Blog Talk Radio. I had an audience, whatnot, And one thing I always did was I knew there was a lot of misinformation out there and stuff like that. And one thing I never did was use my platform to, like, me tell you the truth, man. I have no real hatred for anybody, not even white people. I'm fair with everybody. This is what I will say. People would ask me, well, come to me and say, man, something, white people enslave. I said, well, did that person enslave you personally? No. But his ancestors did. I said, well, 2 wrongs do not make a right. Just because somebody did something to your ancestors, right? You could be bitter and everything, but you do not have the right to attack somebody because they're be prejudiced on because their skin is white. But that does not mean, right, that I have to let a white person in my spaces. I can reserve things for myself. But I have an obligation to treat all people with respect and dignity as a human being until you prove to me otherwise, right? And I go out of my way to make sure when I talk about people, right, that I am being accurate, I'm being logical, and I'm basically telling the truth. When I heard you, Care Truth, you were not being truthful about Black America. You just basically made a generalization because that fits your narrative. I could have went down that road when I first got on Blog Talk Radio. I was first at your age, right there. But I said I wanted to be different. When I was your age, Barack Obama was just becoming president, right? I'm a Black nationalist, right? But I basically, when I was on there, I gave Barack Obama the benefit of the doubt. I said, I know that he's not going to be able to do a whole lot for us. So people say, oh, no, why do you defend Obama? He don't do shit. He don't do shit. Because I knew that he was not capable of doing anything. He had to go by the rules or law. I could have made ad hominem attacks about Obama. Oh, he ain't doing nothing. He's sucking up the white people. But I said, no, I want to be different. I could have went down that road. So I was always a fair person. Even if I don't agree with somebody, I don't like somebody, but I'm not going to use cheap attacks, ad hominem attacks on people. When you do that, that basically you lose credibility. So I'm saying myself, because I never had to build a platform making ad hominem attacks against people. Now, if that's how you build your platform, that's on you. I guess a lot of African Americans will not want to hear this negative stuff about Black Americans, so you give it what they want to see.
Kala, you about 2 years older than me. You understand?
Right.
When I talk about 90s, I know what I mean. You know, I started, hold up. I started living in Nigeria when I was 25. Right? So you just imagine me 56. You talk about 40. I'm coming to the United States to buy a car, ship to Nigeria, and all kind of cars. You know, I think the first car I buy in the United States was Q56. I love the big Jeep. I love Armada. But I came to buy 56 when I was 42 or 41. Right? I came to buy Mercedes-Benz too. I came to buy LS 470. Those big shit. All my dream was United States. I love Black America. Even with the nonsense they were doing in Europe now, I still love them. Right? I love them. I was listening to all kinds of American music. If you come to my cap, it's all American music. Sean John, Polo Shirt, Rockefeller, Jay-Z jeans. But do you know when this will start turning me out of UPO for Black American, really? When I was 40, I think late 40s, when I started seeing FBA attacking us heavily without, we didn't do nothing for years. I didn't have no hatred against them, even when they're doing the nonsense shit over everywhere. I didn't hate them. I love them. I admire them. LL Cool J was one of my, when I was growing up, you know, as a young guy then, LL Cool J, we used to hear about Curtis Blow, scratching, you know, we use our school bag to scratch music. I drew a lot of basketball players then when I was in high school.
Yeah, hold on. Say that again, Curtis. Say it again.
You know, Curtis Blow, you know that guy, you know, we do scratching. We love basketball. All these guys there, you know, this kind of hip hop that was just coming out there.
You know about Curtis Blow? Have you ever seen the movie Crush Groove?
I know Curtis Blow. Who must be?
You seen the movie Crush Groove?
Yeah.
Crush Groove.
Cadola, are you saying that FBA people made you hate?
When I try to say that, I love Black Americans.
Evil Black Americans, Cadola.
Evil, hold on. Evil at my age.
It was that time in Europe in the 90s, man. That was a real rough time, man. You know.
You know, even at my age, I still love them. But boom, come from somewhere. I don't know these guys, but I start seeing them already. That these guys ain't funny. You know, when you want to say hey to them, they bounce you back in club. In everywhere. So when I thought Genie One, these are my time then. You know, kind of like body hawk type of chairs, turtlenecks, and all kind of things. You know, we roll like that. But when I start seeing the nonsense they were doing in over Europe, I did not that didn't put me off. I was okay, they don't know nothing. You know, I started listening to African music really. 2013. That's what I started listening to African music really. I was just listening to some of this American music, R&B, some of, you know, select them like that. But what is the hate all about against Africans? I don't know.
I don't have no hatred against Africans.
So not just you that change your mind, not everybody, people change sometime. When you see people who just start bashing you just for nothing. Not all Africans are poor. I got married in 1997. Now
hold on. Cadola. There is not one group on this planet in which everybody is poor. So saying that all Africans is poor is useless. The overwhelming majority is poor.
To his point, Ola felt some sort of way when they had the hands the We Are the World thing.
So what?
No.
You say people were saying that you were starving over there in Nigeria, and that was happening in Ethiopia, but everybody was like, "Yo, we're gonna send you guys some food, whatever." Didn't you say, Ola?
Yeah, you know, the facilities, you know, BBC and Voice of America, they bash us a lot. You know, no problem about that. But what I try to tell you, we talk about age and time, how time changed. You know what I mean? You know. I was having friends, you know. I've been to North Carolina, Winston-Salem, you know, Charlotte area, you know. I've got friends there, you know what I mean. You know, I used to have Black American girls, casual friends, just casual friends, no casual friends. You know, she used to board me, she used to fill my suitcase with South Polo, T-shirt and shorts and all kind of shit, send it to me and everything. She was a cool girl.
Just casual friend.
Casual friend. You know, I don't deal with black chicks. You know that. You know,
that's not a flex, Cadola. Don't be saying that shit.
No, it's not a flex. It's not a flex, but your casual friend. I say, you know, I say casual friend.
No,
nothing involved. Your friend, nothing involved. Your friend. She wants some more deeper. I said, no, I don't go there.
Yeah, you don't deal black women. Is that what you told her?
I told her I don't go there, I don't go there, The mom was calling me. That's the first I had somebody call me native. He said, you're native. I like, native what? He said, you're native African.
You're native Negro. You don't like black women, man.
God damn, I like that was the first time I heard that word out of that lady's mom from North Carolina.
Jonathan, have you retrieved that information? Jonathan, have you retrieved that information?
I'm looking at the video. So far, it says that you could say you were African.
Okay, so
I can play that part if you want.
But play that.
I don't want to play the whole damn video.
Just play that part. I want to hear it.
Just play the part where I said I was.
You'll play it. Use your own screen.
Was the foundation of black.
Oh.
Hold on, Colin.
So
let me go straight to that part.
Hello. Hold on 1 second, bro. We're trying to get this information out.
Okay.
Oh, you're the bro man that be leaving other comments on Colin. Okay, I know you.
Yeah, man. This is my guy. This is what I'm talking about. I need more people leaving comments. This is my favorite guy right now.
I guess you don't get along with 1776, so you always be
He's gonna explain to you in a minute. His whole breakdown of 1770. His last comment was gold. What you think from there? And also Nagmeezy. Bottom line is this: there's been a lot of bullshit on this platform, man. People half stepping. I like people half stepping. It's like, look, I got no problem with somebody being a patriotic, flag saluting motherfucker. You want to do that, fine, right? But you don't come and this is what questions I want to pose to the panel, right? And I thought about this today. Somebody else said this, right? I tried to find this this blog that was on. How they have the little commentary on YouTube. He's hard to find after that because there's no way you can just go get him. But this guy said, obviously, this guy who wrote this, what I'm about to say, obviously listened to my show, right? He said, why is it that in every civilization, every culture is led by the nationalists? George Washington was a nationalist. Thomas Jefferson was a nationalist. Ben Franklin was a nationalist, right? You go to Japan. Japan was led by Japanese nationalists. Sun Yat-sen and Chiang Kai-shek were Chinese nationalists. Why is it that Black America is the only group of people on the planet where the nationalists are shunned?
Because, let me answer it first. Because you live in a society or country
we didn't ask for this, though. That's what we're saying.
I want to answer your question, brother. This is just my opinion, right? Black nationalists are shunned because the dominant society, as Tariq called them, the white people, they would quickly classify your group as a terrorist group or a threat to national security. And as such, people who are part of that group, hold on, Carla, let me just finish. As such, people who are part of that group will become, they surveil them, they follow them. Sometimes they even kill or set them up to be prosecuted for crimes. So a lot of people tend to shun that, Black nationalism, because they don't want to be classified as domestic terrorists or people who are going to be put on a list. That's probably why.
A thug, you take a cold thug and when that sold drugs and everything. That's how hypocritical white America is, right? They don't like people like me, but they'll give 50 Cent $100 million for a contract for a TV series promoting drugs and violence and shit like that. What do you think about that, K.I. Truth? Why is it white people monetize Black destruction that they complain about?
Why is it that white people do what?
Oh, okay. I hope I'm not stuttering, bro. Let me say it again clearly. Why is it white people, the people you love and admire so much, right? Why does it they have such an appetite for Black degradation and such that they spun things like 360 Records with Young Thug and all them down there, Laird Cohen and whatnot? They pump millions of dollars into Black negativity and destruction. Why is that? Why do they consume most of the
feeding,
stuff you see is consumed by white people?
Because blacks are an exploitable race.
So if they were exploitable race, okay, that's fine. That's fair, right? So if we're exploitable race, right? That means that the people just know that, right? And they have no intention of stopping doing that, right? That means that I justify when I say white people are my enemies, right? And they're at war with us with that. So, and I'm justified by saying you're friends with you could be considered a race traitor.
You're entitled to your opinion.
No, seriously. Do you consider yourself a race traitor?
Do I consider myself a race traitor?
Yeah.
No.
Hold on. If you know for a fact that white people finance your death, your black people's death and destruction, right? And that's one thing. But at the same time, they hold black people in contempt for the same death and destruction that they cause because they finance this stuff. They platform this stuff. They monetize it. That's what I'm talking about. All right, which we'll call Mr. Broman. Go ahead, brother. Break it down what you was telling me about the whole last couple of days. Break it down for us, man. What do you think about the recent outbursts on this platform and whatnot behind NACMeasy 1776 and whatever like that, Go ahead.
Personally, I just think it's an expression of powerlessness. In regards to 1776, personally, I don't think the show's lost anything. It seemed he was using your platform more as a space to do his little comedy routines.
His minstrel show, his own minstrel show. That's why I did the show. He's a clown. He's doing his minstrel show. And before you go on, I'm going to ask Cat Truth. Do you know who 1776 is, Cat Truth?
No.
He has a handle patriotic dude, whatever like that. He's one of these black. He always has a thing where he's like a black patriot, whatever like that. I'm sure he showed up on your show before. I guess you don't know him. He never came up on your panel. Why is this guy always coming up on? I think he would be at home on your panel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think he would be. He would be at home. Like I said, I kicked him off mine. So 1776, and if you listen right now, K.I. Truth invites you on his show. You could feel you're at home.
He won't go. The reason I think he won't go is because I've been on KF's Truth channel and there are actually real Americans, as in white people there. I think someone like 1776 and people of his ilk, they only feel comfortable coming here, giving the pro-super American talk when they're not around white people, when they're around other black people. But he'll feel overwhelmed when he's around what people consider to be the realest of real Americans. So he's not going to give that super patriotic stuff over there. I don't believe so anyway, because he'll feel stupid. Because deep down they'll probably laugh at him. Because I wonder, hey, who's this black guy pretending to be more American or as American as us?
I long felt that. So when you see people like NACMeasy with an American flag in his background and stuff like that, you think white people are getting a good laugh at that shit?
I'm going to be honest. Even me here in the UK, I have white people trying to tell me to call myself British, but I'll be honest. I'll never see myself as British because when I see an actual British person,
right? You're honest.
We're not.
Like when I think of an American, I think of fucking Donald Trump. People people going around talking about, well, Donald Trump is German, but dude, that's a white man. I'm from Queens originally, right? He's from blonde Queens. That's why we had the black Queens. Like both neighborhoods are exactly the same in Queens, right? And then you go around a few blocks and everybody turns blonde hair, blue eyed. Just like that. That's where he comes from. We grew up next to the Germans, Germans and black right there. And Dutch, German, and black. Right there in that part of and South.
I mean, if you want to see a true definition of what the actual people of a country are, just go on a nationalistic rally and be black, and then show up to that and see how stupid.
And also when I see down here, when these people have their now, on 4th of July is different. 4th of July is different. everybody turns out for the 4th of July, fireworks, stuff like that. But sometimes when they be having these Lee Greenwood concerts or they have the NASCAR and whatnot, white people have their thing where you better not show up. That's a message for you, Karen Troop. Don't show up to these fucking people when they're in their little space. They don't want to see you there, right? They want their little white spaces, and they don't want to care. They don't care about how you agree with them and how you agree that they should. They don't care about that. They really don't. There was this guy. Hold on, let me tell you something. I'm gonna let you get back, Broman. Right? When I was on Blog Talk Radio, I used to have a battle with this guy named Sarge. Right? He was a Vietnam vet. He hated Obama. That's how he always got. Because he went to a rally. He's from Chicago. He went to a rally and that rally where Barack Obama didn't hold his hand over his heart. That was sacrilege to Sarge, right? And anyway, he's like, that motherfucker's a usurper. He don't believe in the Constitution. He's not American. He didn't have his hand over his heart when I was there. He was there at that rally, right? Anyway, one day I just happened to scroll on Blog Talk Radio. One day it was a daytime, right? And I went on the the Bill Wagner show. That was the QAnon and the Groypers before there was Groypers. These were extremely right-wing people like that. Sarge had a stupid idea of going up there trying to break bread with these fucking people. And they were like, Sarge, we appreciate your love for the country, but you're a stupid nigger. And he said, I don't care. I'm a constitutionalist. We understand. We appreciate that. But you're still a fucking nigger. These white guys were calling him nigger. And he was a fucking right wing. Sarge was like a black fucking Captain America nigga, But Bill Wagner and them, those type of guys like that. And now the Bill Wagners and whatnot are now the Nick Fuentes and whatnot. They don't want nothing to do with these black people who agree with them. They call you a bunch of Uncle Toms, They don't need you anymore, Chaotic Truth. They don't need you. They won. They proved they could win without you. So the only thing that does is bring you guys back to me.
Yeah, true, caller. I made a mistake. He didn't say he was Nigerian. He said he was from the Gambia. He said he was Mandinka. This was a conversation you were having with Tariq Nasheed about Asada Shakur.
He's a killer, bro. He's a killer. No. Why are you lying now, sir? Why? He's a killer, sir. You're a killer liar. You're killing us with lies. Sir, she's a killer, sir. So is your underarms. Why are you lying? And I'm Mandinka, by the way. And stinker. You're a musty lying tether. You're musty. Okay, listen. Musty stinking.
Is that correct?
Keep playing it. Whatever you want to do, man.
It's college, so I'm not going to keep playing it.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
That's you. Okay, whatever.
Lying tether. Man stinker. Why are you in here lying, sir? Huh? Come on, Africa. Come on now. You're not muted, sir. Well, you muted me and then you told me I wasn't muted, but okay. But listen, why do you black Americans parade around your criminals? Why do you honor your criminals? She didn't build anything for you guys. Your checks aren't signed by her family's name. She didn't build any institutions. She committed armed robbery several times, sir, and the cases were dismissed. I'm very aware of Asada Shakur. Why do you guys worship these people, sir? Because it was people like Asada Shakur that made it possible so your musty family can come here. That's not true. Yes, it is true, sir. Sir, Africans were already in the country, sir. Not in large numbers, sir. You weren't. No, they're called foundational black Americans, sir. You are an African, aren't you? Where? Where do you originate from, sir? Here. Sir.
There you go, Jonathan.
From, sir, before you were here.
What'd you say, Elvis?
Tariq is proving the point that Kala makes sometimes, that he believed that Africans didn't come from Africa. What do you mean he originated from here?
Yeah, Tariq is, like I said, that's why the shucking and jive and Sambo. And look, I'm like this, man. Look, let me tell you something. Let's put it to you. Like, everybody on this panel is a black African, right? I'm willing to say, right, my ancestors came from the Congo. My great wasn't shit. That's how they ended up on the slave ship, right? They were probably somewhere in Africa, living in a hut, running out hunting and gathering, fishing on the Congo River, right there in northern Angola. That's where my ancestors came from. My ancestors were part of the first Africans brought to the New World, to North America, right? I'm not gonna disown that because, like I said, I inherit that, right? Because I'm like this. It is what it is. I'm not gonna freaking make up some. Oh, I was already here. I'm not ashamed of my history. I'm not ashamed of that. I take the
Jonathan, are you positive that's chaotic truth in the video?
If you continue playing the video, he eventually says he's chaotic truth.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we heard enough.
Right.
Oh, let me get back to.
So you don't dispute that's you, right, chaotic?
Oh, let me.
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Okay, miss it. Let me get back to Broman. Broman, give us a.
Hey guys, I gotta get up out of here. I'm gonna come to the next stream.
All right, brother. I'll be on here tomorrow night. Yeah, every night. You know. Anyway, Broman, what do you think about? What do you break it down? What you think about the fallout between me and Nakmeezy? Tell me about the fallout. What you saw. You know, break it down.
I'll be honest, I didn't really see too much of the fallout. Are you talking about yesterday's show?
No, the day before yesterday when I had him on, whatever like that. And I'm like this. I told him I'm a black nationalist, right? Why did he leave it alone and say, okay? First he said, yeah, but then he kept like, he told me I got to get out of America.
Oh yeah, I just thought it was hypocritical because he asked you the bit where he said that you need to get out of America is when you said that you don't see yourself as a real American. But what confused me, he said that because you don't see yourself as a real American, you shouldn't be in America. But then I thought to myself, well, Nakmeezy, you claim to be the super duper American with the 3 flags on your profile, yet you left America. So you're saying the people that don't see themselves as America shouldn't be in America and they should leave. So you're saying that people should take your advice and do what you did and leave America.
And
so I just
remember, when that incident, when he said that about the thing, was that on my show or Bomani show?
It was, it was Bomani's show because I remember I was there.
That.
That's the first time I spoke to you. I called into that show.
I remember that. He was on Bomani's show, said he specifically said, I got my wife, kids, but he said, and especially that Donald Trump was in office. He didn't want to be here. Now, if you're American, how could the most pro-American president drive you from America?
Exactly. It's just like these.
But I think he's married to a foreigner, right? I think he's married to he's married to a foreigner, right?
He gave the story about the fact that the visas, he wanted to keep his family together, but he also ended by saying, especially I didn't want to be here under the Donald Trump America, whatever like that. I didn't want to be here with Donald Trump as president. That's what he said.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what he said.
Well, what's wrong with that, Kyla?
Because he basically fled from America.
Oh, okay. I get you.
He fled from America, but he always tell everybody, you got to stay in America. And then he says he lives all over the world, right? He says a global citizen. Somebody who's pro-American is not a global citizen. It's like, like I said, most white guys even anybody who loves America and pro-American, they can't think of living outside this country. They can't think of friggin' living someplace else besides America, And so that's what I thought the hypocrite. And then all of a sudden, brother Broman said 1776. Like this is what I'll try to tell my good brother Smart. This guy was just using my platform to clown and buffoon, and be a comedy act. Broman, break that down.
Yeah, I just never ever saw anything serious coming from him on the channel. I mean, even I spoke to him before, and I tried to get a word in when I came on the platform, and all he was doing, it was him and a few of these other idiot FBAs that were just yelling over me because they were scared of what I was going to say because they thought I was going to make him look stupid. So they felt insecure, so they ganged up together and said, "Oh, we'll just won't allow him to talk," because that was their argument style.
That's what I went to bed, and you guys had an after show or whatever.
Yeah, and even before that, every time I usually have to skip anytime I see him on the panel because I usually listen to your show afterwards because I'm not usually live because of the time here in the UK. Yeah. But I happened to just wake up and I saw your comment. You said I should call in, so I just called in because I'll probably take the dogs out with me, take them out. But yeah, I thought I'd just call into, usually when I listen to the show, I have to literally skip his parts where I can see his profile picture and he's talking, because it's just so many stupid stuff, and I don't want to take it in because he's not adding anything to the show. He's one of these guys, he thinks he's funny, he probably has his family tell him he's funny. He wants to be a comedian, but he doesn't have the confidence to get up stage and be an actual real comedian. So he's coming on this panel.
I asked him, have you been on KI Truth? So I think that would be the perfect place for him, right?
Well, yeah, then he can tell all these white nationalists just how American he is.
Yeah,
up until the part, as long as he doesn't mention
any of these black MAGA guys get on a white nationalist platform, whatnot, and then tell them how patriotic, how great it is. This guy, this fool, actually said it's a great time to be American because America has conquered so much land. We got Venezuela. We're about to get Greenland. I was like, what the hell's that got to do with your black ass?
Carla, just with because I'm about to get in the car and I'm gonna get back on the show. But I was gonna say, when these black like FBAs or whatever you want to call them, nationalists, when they keep using the word "we," like they're happy about stealing Venezuelan oil, and they say, "Yeah, that's gonna make us we need to take this win." And I'm thinking, do you know how stupid you look? Like when you keep using the word "we."
Like this. I'm a black nationalist. What Donald Trump does not apply to me, because I'm part of the black nation. And the bottom line is this: if I'm not benefiting from something, I don't give a damn. People say the other day he also said there was these white people that came to Liberia, high level. Me and Dave talked about that. They're a little too late. What they're doing is they're seeing the success of Pan-Africanism in Liberia. And Black Americans coming there and building whatnot. So they want to get ahead. Well, we got to get over there now. And 17, oh, white people are coming there. Like white people got the golden egg or golden goose to friggin' fix all Africa's problems, right? And just basically all this nonsense about white people are the referee, all this kind of nonsense and whatnot. Obviously him and KR Truth thinks alike, and Afro they think alike. White people this, the white man is God, his manifest destiny. But what the hell's that got to do with the black man? It's like ridiculous, I said the white man going to Venezuela, that's good for him. I wish him a lot of luck. Take Venezuela, take Greenland. What the fuck does that still got to do with me? I'm not now. If the United States said, something, I heard you guys want an Afghanistan, right? Hey, we can give you 25 square miles of Greenland. Now you got my interest. But I'm not getting anything out of it. I don't give a damn about the friggin' what Greenland does, or whatever. That doesn't bother me. I'm a black nationalist, So, but this guy 1776, man, he just trolling. Then, what do you think about him becoming a Pan-Africanist the last week or so?
Yeah, give me 2 minutes. I'm just taking the dogs to the park. I was going to jog there, but I'm actually taking the dogs. So, yeah, I'm just getting in the car. I'll give you a call in like 3 minutes. I'll get back on the panel in 3 minutes.
I am actually shocked, right? I figured that 1776 would be a good fit for KI Truth. I don't understand why. What was he on a black nationalist platform for? He should have been a great fit for KI Truth, man, because KI Truth and those guys over there spew that nonsense. Even Afrodam has 7 ever been on Afrodam's show? Anybody know? And so I'm like, dude, you got so much to say when not, but why you? I think he just likes coming on my show annoying me. That's all it is. Not right on the thing stopping you from building. Okay, Kyle, you got money, etc. Like right on the one thing, stop you. Look, I'm building in both Africa and America. I won it all. When I play the top 20 black businesses in America, I'm proud of that. I'm keeping that. That's a keeper for me. Top 20 black businesses in America, I'm keeping that. I'm be like, hey, look, man, I want more black businesses in America. I want black people in America to thrive. Yeah, worldwide technologies when that $11 billion a year. You think I want that to lose that? No. Millennium Steel. You want high tower petroleum? No, I don't want to lose anything. Like people acting think like a zero sum game. Kala, man, you want to build in Africa, so you got to get. No, I want to keep everything I got in America and expand in Africa. Donald Trump going to get Greenland or Venezuela. That means he's giving up America? No, he's expanding, and we have to have that expansion mindset too. All right. So who's up next? Go ahead, Jonathan. Oh no, Bantu Mandinka. Go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah, what up, y'all? Just listening in and
What do you think about the topic, man? I promise you, I wasn't talking about you. You know.
Yeah, I know you wasn't talking about me. You was talking about El Stupido, Chaotic Truth. No, Chaotic Truth.
Yeah,
Man, you Swiss cheese that dude, man. I was in the background cheering, like, oh yeah. Kala opened up the ghetto. I'm surprised he didn't leave sooner.
Yeah, he stood there and took that shit though, man. He took that ass whooping, you know. He took that shit, man. Like I said, that's what happens when you come to my show unprepared. You know?
As far as the topic, I mean, Chaotic Truth, that's your prime example of a minstrel. There you go.
Yeah. Sambo, shucking and jive and whatnot, you know. You know.
I couldn't have did it better myself. FBA.
Oh please. You ruined it. What I'm trying to make is the fact that there's a lot of shucking and jiving right now, and like I said, we got to clean up our fucking act, What KR Truth did, man, he gave me a Sambo show tonight, I said, man, what if the white people, you do your Sambo dance and they start throwing bananas at you? The nigga said bananas are good for you.
At the beginning of the show, you didn't handle yourself the best, but you came around later. I have my suspicions, but you came around later.
About what? All right,
man, come on, Elvis. He Swiss cheese that tether. Come on. He came
Carla
up
was,
here lying his motherfucking ass off.
Now, we've said a lot of things.
And all of a sudden, anytime I throw it back at white people, why are we talking about white people? Because you have white guys on your show and they believe the worst about us. So anytime you talk about white people, right? He says 1350 shit. I said, what about white men? They're like 90% of all child molesters and shit, Oh, let's not talk about that. Let's not embarrass our white friends and whatnot. No. Most school shooters, mass shooters are white men, But when something white people do, we gotta look the other way and whatnot, because they're white, not me. Not me, That's because I think black people deep down inside have a fear of white people, They think appeasing them is going to make them stop being racist, That's the worst thing you could do is appease these motherfuckers, But evidently, white people are paying him, man, That's the whole thing. And YouTube is your main source of income and shit, And so I did. Elvis, did you believe him when he said he had a degree?
I mean,
hell no, that motherfucker's stupid as fuck.
A degree. Hold on. A degree is possible, but when you
don't have
Colin, you can't even let me say it. You asked me a question and you won't even let me say it.
Right.
When he said he had a degree, that's possible, but when he said he had multiple degrees, it seemed a little far fetched. I mean, there are many people who have multiple degrees, but people who have multiple degrees are not doing, no offense to the YouTubers, but people like that are probably trying to be professors and be luminaries in their field, in their field of studies. So I'm not sure if he has multiple, but he might have a bachelor's, it's possible.
What I'm saying, but what about his lack of critical thinking?
Tyler, I'm telling you, I'm gonna be honest with you, right? You think I don't like you, but you didn't handle yourself well in that first hour or so.
Hold on. Tell me what I did.
He was too emotional.
Yeah, I was wrong, but
you kept talking over him.
It's like the audacity. I said I give him a chance to talk, but he's so soft. I said, act like
Elvis, he destroyed that dude, like fact for fact, point
I mean,
for
Banter, come
point,
on. The
base
entire
for
chat was
base.
listening. I didn't want to.
He
I didn't want
got
to push it because I knew Tyler was a
demolished.
bit hot, but he could have dismantled him in a more articulate, more
No, but
composed
hold on,
way.
but the way he did it, right? If you're coming at somebody with fucking just blatant lies, and you got that's the way I gotta respond because you're not being to me, you're not being serious, you know. And I gotta handle you that way, right? Now, if he was saying, "Oh, it's something we could disagree on," well, I'll say, "Okay, I agree, but let me say this." But when he was talking all that nonsense about generalization, talking about what really lit me up, where he says Nigeria was 300 million people. If 10% of them, 30 million people, look, and then I asked him, fair question. I said, if Nigeria is so smart, like you say they are, and they got all these 51 countries, right? And they lie about manufacturing cars in like Nigeria. I said, that's not happening, right? And
Okay, Kyle, I don't mean to cut you off, but you have Jonathan and you have Bantu, both California guys, but mostly Bantu because he's from the LA area. We're talking about Baldwin Hills, right? And he said that black people tend to
Oh yeah,
destroy
I heard
neighborhoods.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, so is that true that Baldwin Hills have a lot of
Man,
crime
come
or
on, bro.
stuff like that?
You know that was bullshit when he
Baldwin
tried to
Hills don't
say it.
have no crime.
Baldwin Hills
It's
is
right
like
next to an
squeaky
area.
clean.
You
That
say
shit
it's
coming
right
from
next to what, Beverly
outside.
Hills?
It's right next to a gang area. No different than
Yeah.
Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills has a lot of
That's
crime,
yeah,
but
that
it's right
shit
next to
coming
an
from
area where people go and
outside.
commit crime.
You really think those black people gonna destroy themselves from the inside with all the
That's
fucking
what I was
money they
saying.
got?
So he was
Are
making
you
a point
crazy?
that there are crimes in that
it was
area.
an episode of Beverly Hills 91210, right? And they were talking about the proximity of Beverly 912, the gang, the overlapping of gangs, when everybody thought it was racist, but the reality was there were people 90210. That's Beverly Hills, right? That's a Bel Air, right? A Bel Air area, and that not
Hey,
too
let me
far
tell
from.
you something, Elvis. I'm sorry, Carl. Go ahead.
No good, no good.
No, I was on a panel with some Baldwin Hills blacks. They ran me off the panel, man.
You're too ghetto.
Yeah, because
Huh?
people say they're real bougie, right?
But the thing is,
Yeah.
there's a difference. There's Baldwin Hills, rich area, and then there's Baldwin Village, hood nigga area.
Yeah.
They're next to each other, so
They
people
not
conflate them.
they not taking no shit in Baldwin Hills, man. Trust me.
Yeah, because he said that they have a
We
lot
got
of
nice
crime there.
black
So I was
neighborhoods
asking him,
all across this country, man.
maybe it's the outsiders who was
He,
committing the
he
crimes in
painted a
Baldwin Hills.
picture of every black community. We got, you know how many black communities here in my
No, that
area?
shit was
All black
bullshit
communities
when he
that are
said it.
thriving, no crime, no nothing, you know. Virginia Beach got not like black neighborhoods, Chesapeake, Norfolk, Portsmouth. You got whole areas of Chesapeake, right? That were once farms, and you got black people building brand new houses out there and everything and whatnot, with pools in the backyard and everything out of farmland. You got new neighborhoods popping up all in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Black people on the East Coast of America are building neighborhoods all up and down Delaware, everything. They're all over the place. The chance that you might live in a nice black
Kyle,
neighborhood.
are you willing to go? Are you willing to go on the show and make your point?
Oh, a hit show?
Okay, yeah, on
I
Kevin's
cannot sit there and
show.
talk to a bunch of white guys. You know, I just can't do it. You know, I lose.
Kyle, you can go on that show, but you have to work on your
Hell no, don't go on that fucking show.
you
Fuck
have to
that.
work on your
Bantu,
conversing
Bantu,
skills.
just don't advise
Motherfucking
Bantu man take
show.
him, man. Tyler got the
Fuck that.
power. She can go on the show and demolish him
Nah,
right there and then.
fuck that show. He had to come
Carla,
over
I'm at
here
the
and get
park now.
destroyed.
Yeah, I'm
What
at
was
the
that?
park now.
Oh.
Okay, good. You're back. Well, give us your rundown on what you think about the Black Patriots and stuff like that. You know, tell us what you were saying before.
And this is the
So,
thing.
hold
Everything I
on.
say,
When you hear somebody talk about somebody says it's 1776 and everything. And did you see it when I was talking about 1847 Liberia, right? And I say Joseph Jenkins Roberts, Hillary Teague, all the people founded the Republic of Liberia, right? I'll stand by the fact that I consider them my founding fathers because they founded a Black Republic, right? I'm saying, okay, I respect America. I live here, whatever like that. I make my bread here, whatnot. But my heart And nobody can tell you my heart is not with America, right?
Yeah.
And I think that after 400, after everything, and you want to know why black people are so screwed up right now? Because I realized this, right? When I used to I used to be like KRT. I used to hate black. I used to hate my people. About 30 years ago, I used to hate my people, right? I said, why they act like that? Why are they always so angry, so bitter on that? Then it dawned on me, right?
Yeah.
It's just like a girl. It's just like a girl who's been molested, right, and raped, right?
Yeah.
By somebody that she trusted, right? But yet in public, right? She that person still takes care, give money, and she always got to put on a nice face and pretend like that's the best person in the world. You see, that's how Black America is. We know what this country did to us, but we're not allowed to express that, and so that's why we end up taking that anger out on each other. You know, the best thing I could. The reason why people say, "Oh, you got a lot of anger, Bill." Yeah, but I would be angry if I actually believed in the 1776 version of America. I would be angry all the time because all I see is nothing but disappointment. Once I basically stop believing in America, and then when I see something like a police shooting, I said, I expect that's what I expect. When I see white people acting racist, whatever like that, I said, that's what I expect. When America disappoints me, I'm like, that's what I expect. You know, so that's what I'm talking about. That's why people, I expect that. You know, I expect, oh, somebody's right. Like JD Vance. Do you think I'm shocked what he said? No.
What was the question?
No, I was saying
Were you shocked by what Trump said about the slavery and white people suffering after the civil rights?
Oh well, I'm not surprised. You know, I'm not shocked at all. Nothing about these people shocked me anymore. Nothing. Why would I be shocked? Because he's trying to win an election. You got the midterms coming up. They're gonna pull out every dirty trick, and racism does work. He has to convince enough white people that these people are gonna take something from you. So get out there to the polls in November. That's all it is.
He's doing what he's meant to do, to be honest. Because the same thing that a lot of black people are saying about him being racist, and the fact is he wants to, or he's saying that he's going to look after white people. But the thing is, don't FBA and other black nationalists say the same thing about when white people in Africa, they want their leaders, the black leaders, to be the same, to look after Africans and blacks first. So that's the thing. Unless you've got your own nation, you can't do these things. So you'll just be sitting there complaining. All these people that don't want to see what's it called again? An Afristan. Exactly. Until you get one, you can't really sit there and complain because it's hypocrisy.
Yeah. America's going to take care of white people. It's a white country. I don't expect anything less. Whatever he's doing is for the rare earth minerals. You think he's doing that for us? He said America needs to dominate the world. In other words, basically, who's going to build the best weapons in the future, or who has access to the rare earth minerals? What I can understand is, how is it that the Congo, where my ancestors came from, Donald Trump is going to have possession of the fucking Congo? This is an abomination. The white American is going to have access to the Congo, all the resources, everything like that. We as a race, and the only reason why this is happening is because we don't have an Afghanistan. I say people try to minimize the Africans as African American. No, yeah, there's gonna be African Americans, right? But I'm calling everybody that's a black nationalist, right? If you are a black nationalist, right, you should basically want an Afghanistan. The one place in the world that could stand up to the West. Everybody should be thinking about that. No matter where you come from, whatever like that, everybody should want to participate in seeing that reality. Because the white man is going to march. He's taking Venezuela. It looks like he's going to grab Argentina. Who knows? He might grab Cuba. They're talking about Cuba too. They're grabbing up everything. Greenland,
Colombia.
Yeah, they're going to take over everything, man. Mexico. You know, everything's on the table. Haiti. You know, so what you call it? So the black man in America.
So, Carla, what do you think if African Americans was on the continent? How do you think they would handle America different than the Africans who are on the continent
I'm
now?
like this. I know black people in America, right? This is how we do, right? Because for the most part, the only thing America has, Elvis, is infrastructure. And the way they have it so that, like 1776, a clue is what Nakmeezy and 76 tried to sneak in there, right? And I know Brother Broman probably caught this, right? But they said, I know you go to Liberia, Kala, but you gotta leave all your American money and stuff like that. And basically, if you want to leave America, you gotta leave all that America provides and be destitute. That's what they have over Black America, right? If you leave America, you won't have cars, you won't have jobs, you won't have money, you won't have refrigeration, you won't have like that. When we talk about an Afghanistan, right, is the only thing that keeps America, black people in America here is this high standard of living. That's it. Once you take that away, I know for a fact that the matter is black people will look away from America forever. I know that. So we have to invest in that area where we could build an Afghanistan. It has to be modern. It has to be. It's probably easier building a modern civilization than a third world civilization. Probably easier if everyone's on the grid on a certain level and whatnot. You know, from day one and whatnot. You know, that's like yeah. Black people basically like okay, but you know you can't just uproot from a country. It's going to take hundreds of years to completely disenfranchise yourself from a country. For the time being, black people are going to still have some sort of ties to the United States, and that can be worked out through a government, under certain agreements and stuff like that, but treaties and stuff like that. But I think it has to be done. I think we reached that point. I think Black America, right, have outgrown America. That's where the tension is coming in at. That's what KRE2 will understand. Black America has outgrown this country. We're not going to be immigrants, right? We're not going to bow down to white people. It's not like that with us. All these other people, Mexicans, Hispanics, they're not on our level. We've been with these people for 400 years. They don't impress us. We know all their weaknesses and everything, Also, your culture here too, which why you do both. Yeah, I never said all African Americans. I would love to have 50-50. 50 in America and 50% in Afghanistan, trading back and forth. That would work. You tell me that wouldn't work. And we plugged our HBCUs, our businesses, and everything like that.
Do you think the U.S. government would try to sabotage an Afghanistan?
America really does not have really any interest in Africa. I don't see why they would.
Hell yeah, they're gonna try to sabotage it.
Of course they probably would, but the bottom line is this: this is how it works, right? As long as you don't have a Mugabe, as long as you don't have like the initially Idi Amin, whatever like that, or that guy that killed Simon Sekora, long as you don't have people like that, because this is what they do. CIA at the Shah of Iran and whatnot, they basically profile and create future despotic leaders, stuff like that. If they move out, you got to have a country like Libya. Libya was so fucking closed and whatnot. Gaddafi has spies. Like you were studying abroad in Italy or Europe, you had people watching you. And then when you coming back to the country, you had to brief yourself. You had to be debriefed. They want to know who you spoke to, what meetings you attended, whatnot. We got to have that sort of security. Do you think in a million years, when 1776 was up into the Afghanistan, do you think in a million years I will let somebody like that? No. That's why I said I had to get rid of them, because I want people to know that when we talk about an Afghanistan, somebody like that is not going to be anywhere needed to be found. That guy is a traitor, a race traitor.
Carlo.
Yeah.
I can see the whole panel. Everyone's a lot more calmer and sensible now that he's not around. The
Yeah,
flow's just so
he
much
got
better.
amped up and whatnot. That's why I told my brother Smart. I said, "Look, that guy was doing nothing but causing contention and just saying things like that whole thing about the bush fowl, the bush chicken, whatever." I simply said, I didn't know. I just said so. I didn't know it was going to turn into a big. Oh, Collar, you think you too good to eat bush what is it, country chicken, Elvis? I said I did not like the taste. Simple as that. It was wild and gamey tasting. I didn't like it. So I said like this: we said we do chicken, we do wings, stuff like that. My wife likes cooking wings. We go to the fucking place, a supermarket, regular supermarket, and get wings in it. Was a point Ola's rant. Easy, but no, Ola's just hilarious, man. I wish Kid Ola had his own show, man. I was like the Kid Ola show when I'd be watching that shit, cracking up.
Hey man, I was cracking up when Cadola was
Even though I was messing around, Colin. Even though I was messing around, but country chicken is not considered bushmeat. Bushmeat is the meat that's in the.
It's not bushmeat, right? It's
No,
not.
I know. That's why I said I was joking around when I said it. It's not really considered bushmeat in Africa.
But the bottom line is just that chicken and husbandry. That means you feed them what you think, like corn, stuff like that, right? The country chicken are wild. They're out there eating insects, flying all over the place and whatnot. Sometimes they might eat poison plants, whatever like that. They eat anything. They eat wild stuff on the ground, But the regular chicken that you domesticate, you raise, you're eating chicken feed. You're feeding them the protein and whatnot. So the meat is tenderized, right? The country chicken eats a tougher diet, so it just tastes different, And also, a lot of country chicken look like they're starving and shit, There's not a lot of meat on them, But he's telling me I'm not a Liberian, I'm not African because I won't eat the country. It's just stupid shit, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, Carla. I want to speak about Africans who wear these MAGA hats as well. Just to keep it to be fair, when they say when black women wear red lipstick, they look ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, that's what these Africans with dark skin wearing these red MAGA hats look like.
Well,
And
you know about the story about Vivek Ramaswamy, brother?
Hey,
I heard about that.
try to say that those hats mean "Make Africa Great Again." That's what they're trying to
No,
say.
they make America.
No, they're not.
That's what I. That's what I heard.
The only two Africans that I see doing it, they're super pro America. Like I like Aphrodite. A Chaotic Truth's all right, but it looks silly. The red doesn't go with the skin. It just actually it looks comical, and they're no better than these black Americans that pretend to be super American. They actually look more ridiculous because usually their skin's more darker, and it just doesn't go. It's just like at this point, sometimes I wonder if some of them are doing it because they're seeing Africans maybe being deported, so they think if they act super pro MAGA or whatever.
I think what it is I think they do it to get a rise out of Black America, right?
That as well, yeah. It just looks silly.
Also, it only triggers Black Americans who are still like Obama-like and trying to think America. Look, I'm the fact that we live in a MAGA America. Elvis won't like this or that, but I really don't care because I'm not affected by anything MAGA does. So I really don't care.
Kara, this dude, you live in London, right? You live in UK. These guys are these Black Americans are Americans. You can't take it's their country.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Ola. If that's the case, right? What do you think about this, right? When somebody calls me American, right? Do I have the same benefits and benefit of the doubt of American? That kid just told me that if I move into a neighborhood, I'm more likely to destroy a neighborhood. Does that mean? How can I be an American, right?
Look,
if I'm a second class citizen,
Yeah, no matter what type of different type of color live in the United States, different types. But you people emotionally burnt Americans. You think like them.
Hold on.
You eat the food like them.
Are we Americans by circumstance? Are we victims of America?
You fought battles. You know, with them, whatever race you want to call it. Okay, do you think it's only white that just went to Venezuela to pick that guy up? No, it's all mixture of white, black, and everything.
Look, let me tell you something, Ola. A lot of guys join the military. I get it. You got to salute the flag, whatnot. But when we're talking among ourselves, this is the difference between Kidola. Most people, what we call in America, Kidola, is WB the boys, Carmen's called a double conscious. Have you heard about that? What a double conscious means, Kidola, you will only know this if you're black in America. It's like the Matrix. That's what the movie Matrix based on. There's a world we walk around in a realm like we're American, right? Like that. And then we code switch, right? Right now we code switch. Like in my daily life, I walk around like a normal American, right? But when I get among our people, oh, somebody's snoring. And when we get among our people, right? We say, you know something, man, forget this, man. I'm not feeling all this American crap because America's a lie. But in the public, right? When we go to our jobs and like that, we got to put on that face, right? Of Americans, right? Oh, I'm an American. Of course, black people are gonna say that, right? But deep down inside in our heart, right, we're saying to ourselves, the real American is people who have blonde hair, blue eyed, and rich.
But we Carla, can I respond to Ola?
Go ahead. Ola, he asked me a question.
Yeah, Ola, I'm going to be honest, because I've heard you make this argument before. I'm going to say this. Everyone else around the world, when we see a black person in America, yeah, we can see them as American citizens, whether they've been there from the beginning, but we don't see them as America. For instance, there are things called sundown towns. How come black people don't feel comfortable going there if they're real Americans? How come white people can walk through anywhere in America and they can feel good, but black people can't?
Black people are judged by their skin. Let me tell you something, another thing, Kidola. When black people, let me tell you something, Kidola. Let me tell you a story. 5 years ago, when I got back from Liberia for the first time, right? I went out and I had my African dashiki. I was just so proud. I just got back from Africa or whatever like that. I went down to the ocean front, Kidola, in Virginia Beach. I went to this place called, I heard that had good Cajun shrimp pasta dish. I wanted, right? It was called 21st Street Seafood, Kidola. I went there, right? But I said I didn't know because this bar's been there for 30 years, whatnot, unchanged, whatever like that. It's a nice bar, but it's been there a long time. And I know a lot of old school white people hang there, right? So I stood outside Kidola and waited to see somebody black come out. I saw a black couple come out. And I said, yo, is everything okay in there? They said, yeah, it's good, man. Food's good, whatever. So I went in. People treated me good, had a good time. I completely was wrong, man. I thought I'm going to be the only black guy in here, whatever like that. I was wrong, right? I'm coming out, right? There's another brother sitting there. Yo, bro, are we good in there? See, you don't know what that means. That's us being black and white America. Are we good in there? A white person does not have to ask that. Even if he goes into a black establishment, you don't go, are we good in there? That's what it means to be black in America. We're second class and marginal citizens. We're not Americans. We're not free.
Exactly, Carla. That sense of feeling like you don't belong. You should never have to feel that. If you're a real American, you wouldn't really feel that. I mean, for instance, when this was an argument I used, which I told you Tariq used to share some of my videos. I said at the time when Floyd Mayweather was fighting Conor McGregor, you saw all these white Americans, they had their Irish flags and all that, because they were even supporting Conor. Even though Conor's not an American, they were supporting him over Mayweather. And once they put those Irish flags away, everyone still sees those white Americans with their Irish flags as much more American than Floyd will ever be.
Yeah.
And that's a fact. That's how everyone else sees it around the world. So a lot of these like FBAs and other people, they try and tell us what should be and what the right thing is to support and how to view the world. But then the reality is different. So that's what I was just telling Ola. Like, he's saying what would be nice in the perfect world, but the reality is, I don't know anyone anywhere else. I know people all across the world, different countries. We're a melting pot here. No one of any race, any religion sees black people as real Americans. We understand that they're American in the sense of the word, but we understand you don't look like an American. If we go and put Donald Trump and we put Wesley Snipes next to each other, do you know how ridiculous it is to say that these are the same groups of people? You're not. Okay, you just need to get through your head.
Also, when you think of America, you don't even think of an Italian. You think of Anglo-Saxon, somebody with sandy blonde hair, blue eyes.
Exactly. When we think about the power of America, the American might, the military, we understand there are black people, but we understand that those black people are just tag-alongs. I mean, some of these people are Nigerians, the soldiers, they're Nigerians, they're from Ghana, they're from black Americans. We can't tell the difference and we don't care. We just know that if you're black and you're in the army, you're just a tag-along. The decisions to do anything aren't yours. It's white America. When we think about the wealth and the power and the might of America, no one is thinking about any FBA. We understand
Broman, what do you think about the fact that, remember in 1979?
Hey man, let me tell you something. Y'all just fooling yourself when y'all talking about.
Let me.
All right, go ahead.
Let me say this. In 1979, the students had Iranian Revolution, right? The students took over the U.S. Embassy, right?
Oh, I know what you're going to say. Yeah. Yeah. They let the black guys go because they're not real Americans.
You've been listening to me. They basically, those 45 black people worked at the embassy. And did they say, no, I'm going to stay with my America? They said, oh, we can be out? They said, we don't have nothing. We don't consider black people Americans. And the black people said, okay, bet we got the fuck out. They got the fuck out of there. They said, we're getting our jobs. The white people were still hostages. They let the black people go.
Carla, what about in Vietnam when the Vietnamese were telling the blacks, like, we don't have an issue with you because they don't see you as real Americans?
What about World War I? The Germans were sending things to the Harlem Hellfighters. Man, why are you fighting the war for these capitalists out of Wall Street?
Carla, I'm glad you brought that up. In the UK, Americans and white American soldiers came to a bar. This was, I think, World War II. I can't remember which one. And can you believe the white people in London at the bar, they had to pretend to be extra racist just to satisfy the white American soldiers who weren't happy to see, they weren't happy to see the black American soldiers being shown any respect.
Right.
So how the hell are you in the same army and the white soldiers who you're dying for their country?
It's a what you call a bad, it was an abusive relationship. This is an abusive relationship, Exactly. We accept that as normal, right? But I'm saying maybe the price of doing that is just too much. I can't be an American anymore because I'm not going to tolerate disrespect.
Yeah, but Kyla, in 2026, do you think they still think that way?
I think they do. Look, hold up. When J.D. Vance, Jonathan, the Vice President of the United States, gets up there and says white people should have to apologize to be white, that means all the progress, because they think acting normal and treating us like human beings is apologizing. What that says is, 81 years since 1945, us biting our tongue and stuff like that, and making America fair and whatnot. We ain't apologize for being white. That means if we want to be racist, we can. Yeah, I do believe that's the way they think.
No, with all due respect, no. Someone like Condoleezza Rice, do you think when people look at her, they see an American, or do they see a...
That was during the Bush era. That was a different era, different time period. That's when we had Colin Powell. America was a different country back then.
Well, I said, Jonathan, these guys are fooling themselves if in 2026.
Man, Mandinka, man.
Carla, you just had Lloyd Austin, who was the Secretary of Defense of African American.
You had the guy that was running the Africa Command,
making military decisions.
Jonathan,
They really fooling this up.
This ain't
Colin Powell.
What y'all have to do is update the ideology. This ain't the 1970s.
I mean, there's so many
Austin,
examples.
Right, who Pete that replaced, right, was a bona fide coon, and he was a grifter. You know, he had all kinds
Tyler,
of.
what do you mean? I mean, you're doing these white conservative talking points.
All kinds of
That man was a legitimate general, man.
Hold on. Okay, then how did he botch Afghanistan?
Botch Afghanistan.
What are you talking about? How did he botch Afghanistan? What are you talking about, Colin?
Afghanistan withdrawal. That was all him.
Kala. Why the hell were we in Afghanistan for so damn long with the white people?
The bottom line
Couldn't they get it done quicker?
Like this. Kamala and Biden, right, put their guy Lloyd Austin in there, and he bumbled everything, man. Not a good look, man. Not a good look. Man.
Tyler is a true MAGA. He likes to hide behind. I'm not a MAGA. Any great black man who was Democrat, Colin tends to shit on.
Hold on.
So crazy.
Kyla, the truth was on here, and now you're talking worse than he was talking.
No. I'm not
talking.
How does that make sense?
He was doing good, man. He was doing. I think you got to end the show, man. You've been talking too long. You starting to turn
your
around.
monologue for 4 hours.
His mind is starting to clear out, and he's going back to the old Colin.
Colin, you don't know anything about how the military operates. God damn, everybody's coming at me tonight. God damn, you know.
Nah, because those are great men, Colin. Lloyd Austin is a great man.
What?
Don't attack him, man.
Why is everybody hitting me so hard?
I mean, the worst part is that Colin would think that a black person would get to that position without deserving it.
We got to bring you back to reality right quick, Colin.
We all American. Lloyd performed excessively. Oh, please stop. You know, during the Biden administration. You know, hey, look, man, the Biden administration, that was the worst administration in history.
Oh, God, Colin, you're so skewed political. I don't know what these maggots do.
A historian like you, Colin, come on, man. You got to be ashamed, man.
All I know is the guy.
Did you call Colin a historian?
Yeah, he know what's up, man.
Don't go there, Jonathan. He's a historian.
Let me play the evidence.
Negro, please.
Let me play the evidence. The evidence.
Hey, I'm trying to bring Colin back to
Bantu peeped the game a long time ago. He's playing the game right now, man.
I'm trying to bring Colin back to reality.
Like, hold on. I gotta play a montage of the best of Joe Biden. You know,
Colin, leave this political shit alone, man. What's wrong with you, bro? You're so mad up in your brain. Every day you want to attack the Democrats, man.
Yeah, but now I still can't get that over my head. You know, let's see. Joe Biden bumbling. Let's see, Joe Biden.
Who was worse at bumbling, Joe Biden or George W. Bush?
Well, I don't know. George W. Bush, man, he had some serious point bumbling.
What? You hear this shit, bro?
Bumbling.
Oh man, hey. George W. Bush been a fool since he was a kid.
Hey man, that's
Biden
like
got older and he became more,
taking candy from a baby, Tyler. Come on, man.
Come on, man. George Bush been an idiot since he was a kid. Biden got older and he started losing his cognitive ability. That's understandable.
Biden, he always been a no.
Nah.
Always.
He was a sharp ass lawyer.
He always
been a senator for like 30 years.
POS.
That's fine, but you know you can disagree, but his sharpness and his intellect has always been intact. It's never been questioned.
He deteriorated because his sharpness wasn't never really that good because he was a
that's what I'm saying. You don't say that shit.
I'm saying.
I mean, you probably never had a parent or grandparent who had dementia.
He was in decline.
Yeah, he was in decline at that age, right?
But I'm saying to you, he was never really that sharp. This is what I'm
he was. That's the point that I'm making.
What about the fact that Barack Obama said, never underestimate Joe's ability to fuck shit up?
Yeah, don't ever underestimate that.
I mean, it depends on in what context he's talking about.
No, he just said.
If he said he's a badass, then he can, you know.
He said, "You give Biden anything, he'll fuck it up, man." That's what he said, man.
He always been a dummy, man. I'm telling you,
he's not. No.
I mean, you get impressed by it with the, you know.
No, you could go look at his history, man. What he did as a corporate lawyer before he became senator for Delaware.
He has never got one.
You talking about crime bill, Joe Biden, 94 crime.
You're not hearing what I'm saying, bro. You're talking about
it's a crime bill. Also, Elvis, you understand something, right? Which state is Joe Biden from?
Not only that,
Delaware.
The way he was talking about black kids, calling them monkeys and shit.
Wait. What's the argument about Joe Biden?
Ask Joe Biden why
No,
he had
because
Delaware.
Elvis over here trying to give him all these accolades.
No.
Like
They're saying like Biden is stupid, and I'm saying that in his,
He definitely was stupid.
he wasn't stupid. That's what I'm trying to say.
Stupid.
In his old
He
age,
wasn't stupid.
as he starts to deteriorate, and if you have a family that has dementia in there, that comes, come into play. But he was a smart guy.
The saddest reality is that in order for us to call him stupid, then black people have to be hella stupid.
Black people are
Because Joe Biden says,
I would
vote
say
for me or
yes.
you
I
ain't
agree
black.
with
And
you
then
on
black
that.
people vote hella much
I
for
agree
him.
with you on that.
Now we really
I
stupid.
agree with you on that.
So the stupider people can't call the stupid people stupid.
But I'm saying,
The question is, Jonathan,
listen to what I'm
the L on
saying.
that.
Okay.
Who's more stupid, right? George W. Bush, who's been a stupid idiot since he was a kid, or Joe Biden, who was a top lawyer, became senator for 30 years, vice
Listen to what
president.
I'm saying, Jonathan. He's
I know you
supposed
never
to.
give props
This
to
is
white
supposed
men.
to be their elite. Now put one of our elites against Joe Biden in his prime, and put one of our elites against him.
Well, I'm gonna go
Now
for
tell
our
me he
elites.
don't look stupid.
I'm gonna go for our elites. But a George W. Bush versus Joe Biden, I'm gonna roll with Bush on that one.
Yeah.
Well, you talking
Bush is
about
not
you talking
dumb.
about two dummies, man. Who cares?
Okay, Jonathan.
Bush ain't dumb either.
Fool me one, can't fool me. Can't fool me two. I can't get fooled again. The left hand never know what the right hand is done. Dude was an idiot, man. He got snook up
Oh,
by
you try
Dick
to
Cheney to go to
compare.
war.
This is what I'm saying. You comparing their top elites to some dumb black people. It don't mesh.
No, I'm not comparing them.
No, I'm not
Kyler's
talking
making a
about you. I'm
point.
talking Jonathan.
Oh, okay.
What black people?
Oh, you said that if Joe Biden is dumb, then black people is dumb.
Yeah, we are for voting for him.
Yeah, and also with
Okay.
black people,
There's no doubt about that part.
black people got their Juneteenth holiday, man. I was just saying.
Yeah, that's my birthday, man. Shout out to Biden for making my birthday a holiday.
Which well, you got Juneteenth and whatnot. And
Your birthday June 19th?
Yeah, June
that's all you
19th.
got was a damn holiday.
My birthday June 18th.
Oh, that's crazy.
Aww.
Yep, right before Juneteenth.
I should start celebrating your birthdays together.
Man, I always remember that 2016, man. Shit. Father's Day, my birthday, Juneteenth,
it landed on the same day,
and the day the Cavs came back from 3-1 to beat y'all Golden State Warriors, man. That shit was beautiful, man.
Yeah, I was at that game. I was pissed.
I know you Cali niggas will be mad at him, but damn, that was a beautiful day.
I was pissed and happy.
I remember
lose
Father's Day and my birthday fell on 1 year.
That was the same
That's what I'm
day
saying. That was the 2016 when it fell on Father's Day, Juneteenth, June 19th, and then the game 7 for the Cavs and the Warriors. So it was a busy day that day.
That was the year the Golden State Warriors beat the Bulls record, but also that was
the year they lost.
I was at the
Kobe had his
buffet
last
eating.
day.
Shit, I was at the buffet eating all you can eat that day.
I was at the buffet too that day, man. Shit, I came home from church, went to the buffet, went back home, and I watched that game. It was like in the fourth quarter when I watched it. I was like, I was so nervous, man. Kyrie hit that shot. I'm sure Jonathan saw that. And then LeBron had blocked by James. That shit was funny, man. But I think, look, Colin, there are a lot of black people who have ascended in whether it's politics or the military. Give those black people their props, regardless of what political stance they take. But you always tend to castigate black people.
Well, you know it wouldn't be a college show if he don't fucking trash us too.
Kyler be evenly. Kyler, he just be all over the place.
If he's a Democrat,
well, it
he's
wasn't
ready
no
to check
way.
for the
You know,
madman.
you become more irritable.
He wasn't letting that motherfucking chaotic truth say nothing.
That nigga said one word.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. That was bad. I was listening
that
like
shit
the
was
first
embarrassing.
2 hours or something. I'm like, damn, what the nigga tell?
Nah, that was
I didn't want to get
y'all
kicked off
wasn't
because I
peeping
wanted to ask the
game
nigga some
though.
questions. So I was just kind of treading lightly. I didn't want to
Y'all
get Collar
wasn't
pissed
peeping
off.
game. Collar was shredding him on every point
Nah,
because he
bro.
kept lying every fucking
Collar
time
look
he was
weak.
opening his mouth. He was fucking lying. That's why
That
Collar had to
that
keep
that
stopping
that
him.
too. That too.
No, man, y'all wasn't
As a
listening.
supporter of Kyla was making himself look very bad. But he did get him on that one point. If the Nigerians were so special, why are they banned right now? Why are they getting kicked out everywhere?
Man, he
He
got him
had
on
no comeback for
every
that.
fucking point. He was Swiss cheesing him. Bop, bop, bop. I know y'all think like, oh, he won't let him talk. He kept lying. He couldn't let him talk. Every fucking thing he was saying was a lie. I wasn't on the
Yeah,
show.
he did lie about his
I wasn't on the
ethnicity.
show. I was listening on the outside. It's
Yeah,
different
he
when
lied
you in
about
the
that.
Sorry,
show.
did Chaotic Truth say he's not Nigerian?
Yeah, he said he had
Yeah, he said
FBA.
he
He's
was
lying.
born. He was born here. His
He's lying.
parents
I'm
was
about to
born here.
say
He
he's
kept
lying
saying he
because 2
foundational
years
black
ago.
American.
No, because 2 years ago I was on Aphrodite's panel and he came on because Aphrodite was cooking him for being a fake American. And he came on and at first he was pretending to be a black American, but then he admitted that he's a Yoruba, Nigerian.
Fuck that motherfucker.
Now he's
Damn,
a Mandinka.
is Dave already in Liberia already? Dave.
He kept saying I'm a foundational
Hey,
black
Dave. Hey,
American.
Dave.
Yo, fellas, what's up,
You
man?
in Liberia now?
Nah, I ain't there yet. I'm in Brussels, man.
Okay,
You know I
Dave.
can't.
Dave,
You
hold up,
know I
hold up.
can't. You know I
Everybody,
gotta listen
everybody.
to the show, man. You know I gotta
Dave,
listen to the
Dave,
show.
hold up. Dave, I got something important to tell you. I created a group on Messenger with you and my guy Ross, the head of the BAO chapter. You guys are the same age. I want you guys to hook up. He's a technocrat like you are, you know? He
Yeah,
heads the
man.
BAO
We
chapter.
yeah. We need that, man. We need technical
Yo,
people,
please,
man.
when you land, right, contact Ross.
All right, all right. Okay, I'm gonna contact Ross.
Yeah, Carla,
Contact Ross.
yeah.
Now you guys
Yeah,
get
Carla.
together, man. Let's build this shit, man. You know, that's my guy. Yeah, I think you guys will get along well because you guys think alike. Both of you guys think alike, man. You know,
Yeah,
you're
man.
both Liberians, and y'all both think alike, man. Y'all should be boys over there. You know, let's
Y'all
build this
got
shit.
y'all got to add Elvis to the group. He's Liberian too.
No, Elvis don't agree with what we're doing. He don't believe.
Yes, he do.
Yo,
Elvis
Elvis,
don't.
Elvis, let me tell you
Elvis
something.
don't show up every
Carla
night for
wants me
no
to be his
reason.
perpetual enemy, man. He doesn't even know.
No, Elvis, right? Honestly, man, to be honest, with you, once we get numbers in Liberia, all your CDC boys, man, that keep
Oh
talking,
my God.
you know, we're gonna
Carla,
do it.
you're so
You know?
politicizing all of your views.
No,
Everything is a
hold on.
politics.
Those guys should be in the country doing a vocation.
Oh my God. Carla,
They're down
your
there. Look,
mindset is so warped.
you got too many politicians in Liberia. I mean,
So why you
everybody
always singling out the CDC guys?
can't solve your problems. You know, you let like the people that like pass away. You like young men. All they're talking about is every government office and stuff like that. It's okay. Somebody walks down the street when he got a new government pushing. Everybody hating on him. You know, you get to social media and you start calling him a rogue and a thief and whatnot. You know, when somebody gets in office and whatnot, everybody, if your guy didn't win and whatnot, they spend the next few years just degrading.
No disrespect,
Are
Carla,
y'all
but I
about to
think
start arguing about Liberia?
I think your people in Liberia must be Unity Party supporters. So they tell you shit about the CDC and you start to
Oh
hate
no! I
the
saw with my
CDC
own
people.
eyes the CDC in
What's the
action.
CDC?
It's still like two political parties, the two biggest political parties.
They're basically a holdover. They're just the descendants of Samuel Doe and that.
Oh my God! You see, this is what I'm talking about.
And the Samuel, you guys are the heritage of Samuel Doe,
Carla,
the PRC era. You know,
man.
not as bad.
Carla, you're tribalist, bro. You're a tribalist to the core.
No.
You really are. You see one section of the country as certain people, and you don't want to associate them.
When I went there in 2023, Jonathan, right?
And I'm sure Dave be telling you that shit too, right? You see those people, man. They're the
No, I
people, Carla.
don't. I don't say that. I know all my friends are CDC.
When I went there in 2023,
but I don't support them politically.
CDC is for the common man. It's for the poor man. It's for the downtrodden.
Check us out. My brother-in-law, Richard, right? Love to death or not. He was a CDC. When I saw him in 2023, like you have, man, things are bad since my Ellen left. I said, let me guess, you voted for Wade. I like Wade too, right? I said, but he said, man, we used to have food, jobs, money. When my
You
Ellen
know
was
why, Carla? You know why?
check this out. Hold on. Do you know what they say, Elvis? Right? Life is hard.
That's what I'm trying to tell you why. Because hold on, Carla. Let me say it. When Ellen was there, the United Nations had UNMIL, the UN, the United Nations mission in Liberia. They were infusing $500 million annually through NGOs, through stipends for the workers. So a lot of things was happening in the country. After her term, they left the country. So that $500 million, all those NGOs left with her. That's why they said things were hard.
Like 2 years into Wade's administration. Come on.
No, they left in 2000. They left 2017 before he took office in 2018, Colin.
No, but they were still there. They were the UN.
No, they wasn't there, man. Come on.
They wasn't there struggle, but they were still UN. Even to this day, there's still UN troops still in Liberia. You know.
Mission left. You know what? You know how they got money? A lot of people who have properties were renting to the United Nations. You have people who were drivers for them. You have people who was doing, cleaning work.
Was a driver.
So there was a lot of people who were working because the UN was there, and when they left, all those jobs went away.
The point I'm trying to make is, when I first got there in 2023, right? Not only I get jacked for $5 at a bullshit ass roadblock, you gotta take care of my police with some small, right? So me and Ross went to get some sodas and drinks one night, and bring it back, right? So anyway, people are like, oh, yo, go down there. I said, Bloods and Crips? No, CDC and UP boys are going at it. Political parties, gangbanging.
Politics, Colin, and you already picked sides. So we'll remember you, Colin, when the CDC come back in power.
You ain't coming
back. We'll remember you 2029, man.
Elvis, you guys are not coming back. Forget about it.
We'll remember you 2029, Colin. You and Dave. We know you guys like CDC enemies.
You the finance minister?
No, I'm not. I'm actually, Elvis, I'm not a CDC enemy. All my boys are CDC. I just don't agree with them politically.
Don't try to save yourself now, Dave.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious, bro.
They won't. They look. They like the.
When you ever hold on, Elvis? When you ever heard me talk bad about CDC?
No, you don't talk bad about CDC because
because that was my.
Colin be talking crazy about CDC though.
He's right though. He's right.
Look. When I go there and whatnot, look.
He's right.
CDC,
those my boys. I tell them to their face.
Look, even like my driver and stuff like that. I said, man, I know you're a CDC, right?
Why you trying to assume everybody's a CDC, Colin? Because it's the most popular political party in the country, Colin.
I see a native guy when I assume he's a CDC.
There had to be 10 political parties that came together just to gang up on the CDC.
What does CDC mean? What does it mean?
The Congress for Democratic Change. But they merged with another party, so they call themselves the Coalition for Democratic Change.
The top guys, Yeka, whatever like that. He has a karate uniform on, so he's going to karate and chop it.
Yeka Koloba is not a CDC partisan.
But Baruji from the UK or something.
They're all, all of them. Akari's great, all of them. They're with that crowd. They may not be a CDC. When it comes down to it, they're all with that crowd. They all.
First of all, it's like if Michael Jordan had a political party, right? That's how CDC is. The head of the CDC is.
The difference between that is.
Oh, so they're the popular group.
For Michael Jordan.
Yeah, but then what I'm saying, the individual that's the head of the CDC is like the biggest celebrity in the history of Liberia, right? He's the global soccer icon, George Weah. So a lot of people love the CDC.
Look.
Bantu, it's all about clout. Bantu, it's all about clout. It's all about clout.
Soccer.
Y'all know if y'all keep talking about Liberia, within 5 minutes, Elvis gonna get kicked off.
Oh yeah, it's
coming. No, it's not. It's not even a hostile conversation. This is not a hostile conversation.
Next 5 minutes is going. It's coming.
The CDC take out the American Liberians, and that's why Liberians.
Colin be the first one to run to it. You hear what he said? I never heard that shit before ever. That the CDC is the leftover of Samuel Doe. That's some bullshit, Colin. Where you get that thing from?
Here we go.
Keep going.
Here we go.
How do you explain somebody like Nathaniel Gill?
Say that again.
How do you explain somebody like Nathaniel Gill? The CDC supported him and got
Nathaniel McGill is
congressman
He's a,
in
he's
area
a
too.
pellet man. He's not even a crew of
I
congressmen.
don't even know how he won. Elvis, how did he
won
win?
on the CDC
Because
How did
Dave,
he
you're
win,
smart.
Elvis?
You're a smart guy,
No,
right?
Elvis. He's not supposed to be nowhere near no position, bro.
That's what I'm trying to. That's why I'm trying to explain it to you,
He's a
Dave.
criminal. He ain't
Hold
supposed to
on.
be there.
Outright criminal,
Hold
man.
on. Let me explain it, right? So the United Nations put in, not the United Nations, but the United States government sanctioned him. They said he was doing pay for play. Carla, I gotta explain it, right? Say he was doing pay for play. He was the Minister of Presidential Affairs under George Weah. So everything that goes to the president's office goes through him. So they said he was taking money for access to the president or for certain things, and they sanctioned him.
U.S. money. That was
And
U.S.
the president fired him from his position. But since he had been working in government, he had accumulated some wealth. He went into his county and he did a lot of little work. He gave out scholarship. He built up bridges. He did work for the people in the community, and they elected him to be the senator. That's what it is.
And he did all of that with stolen money.
Hey, if he can prove that was stolen, fine.
He did all that was stolen.
You know the game, Dave. You got to prove that it's stolen, man.
It's stolen
Niggas
money.
in government getting paid like $10,000, $15,000 a month. He worked for 5 years. That's a lot of money, man.
When they didn't have the money that for that program that was, and he tried to explain it away. He started talking in colloquy. That pissed me off, and it pissed.
What program, Colin?
He's like, the next day sanctions. I said this guy needs to be sanctioned, right? I said this guy, he pissed me off when he was saying that.
Well, the sanction has been ineffective because he's in a position of power.
I know. That's what I said. That's a joke.
For nine long years, he's gonna
look. The question was asked. What about Liberia relates to the United States, right? When the United States is looking at all this, right? Liberia, not just the government, but Liberia as a people, are really to elect the type of people that's really that can govern. There's a lot of Liberians, right, that are really honorable people that can really govern, but they're not popular, And so
politics. You know how you get popular?
Liberia is lagging behind a lot of
Africans. You go ask the people what they need, right? So, we got this little road.
Hold on. Here's the thing, Elvis, right? You don't seem to understand. We won't agree on this. Look, I don't think Liberia is at the level where you could ask whether you have to know what's good for children. You have to know what's good for you. Give it.
There you go, insulting the Liberian people again.
Some people are adults.
I'm only simply trying to tell you what the mechanism on the ground is right now.
I'm saying like this: the average voter in Liberia, right? We keep electing people are basically children, right? You got to basically tell them this is what you need,
Tyler, you're talking. You voted for MAGA, and now the MAGAs are telling you "fuck you." They don't care about you. They're racist against you.
One time, whatnot,
No, you voted for them, Tyler.
I voted against fucking. Men going into women's bathrooms. That was my issue. That's what pissed me off.
So that's more important to you than white people being racist against you and wanting you to be back in slavery.
Taking up that as an issue, right? I would have fucking voted the other way. I said these motherfuckers. That's what let the Democratic Party. You mean tell me people are taking this shit seriously?
Men going in women's bathroom have no negative impact in your life.
They want to put back in slavery? Who said that?
When Trump tells you that. The fact that you guys had the civil rights, it was a disservice to white people. Did you hear that shit, Bento?
Nah, I didn't hear that.
You didn't hear it? Colin heard it. Donald Trump on a plane said that the fact that black people had civil rights was a disadvantage to white people. Can you imagine that shit?
That had nothing to do with fucking slavery and.
He said it, man.
Yeah, what they got to do with going back to slavery?
Look, I'm gonna say it like this, right? White people lost during the Civil Rights Act because they could not act the way they want to, so fuck them.
That's what your president that you voted for said, Colin.
So fuck them. I don't care. I look, Elvis.
Of course, you don't care. You voted for the dude, so you can't admit that you were wrong.
There's nothing Donald Trump has that I want, and there's absolutely nothing he can do to me.
No, he's literally telling you that you guys shouldn't have got the civil rights because it was a disservice to white people.
To be perfectly honest with you, right? I'm looking at the Democratic candidates. I'd vote for them again.
Of course you would, Colin. That's why. That's what Baruti says you're like 1776.
Question: do you think I should vote for Pete Buttigieg?
Was Pete Buttigieg on the ballot, Colin?
No, I'm saying if he's on the ballot, should I vote for Buttigieg?
If you're homophobic, don't vote for Pete. Pete Buttigieg, right?
Let me
But
say,
Pete Buttigieg is not. It's not coming against your people.
Pete Buttigieg is at the top of the ticket, right? He's running against J.D. Vance. Who should I vote for?
Whoever you want to vote for, Colin.
Who do you think I would vote for?
You probably vote for the white racists. Yeah, sure. I'm sure you would.
Yeah, but that's better than voting for a man who calls himself a wife, whatever like that, of another man.
Colin, you're just your mindset is warped, bro.
Oh, look, so
mindset
I'm a Christian. My mindset is how it's been for thousands of years of human history. But there's something wrong with me.
So if it was a gay black man who wanted to get you out of slavery, you would support the straight white racists who want to keep you in slavery. Is that what you're telling me?
Fucking racist every fucking day.
That's what I'm saying. This is your mindset.
Well, yeah, no, I don't
A
care.
person's sexuality has nothing to do with you, Carter. He's not sleeping with you. He's not doing anything to you. That's his personal life.
Gay marriage and shit like that, because that's an abomination to the Bible. Everything. That's what I believe.
Oh, so everything. So now you're a Bible thumper. You follow everything the Bible says, right?
I know there's certain things in the Bible that I know that is beyond the pale. Incest, homosexuality, bestiality.
What about pedophilia, Carla?
Let me ask you a question.
No. Answer that question. Is pedophilia against the Bible?
Yes.
Okay, so if somebody is protecting pedophiles, are you against them?
Hold on. First of all, when you accuse somebody of pedophile, you got to prove that.
I didn't accuse anybody. I said if somebody is protecting pedophiles.
How can you
Hey, didn't Joe Biden protect his son from going to jail?
What about Joe Biden and his son?
Is Joe Biden's son a pedophile?
No, but Joe Biden's son was a crack addict and would.
Yeah. I'm saying pedophiles who are in a file that somebody is protecting from being released.
I'm gonna pick and choose what like this. The bottom
See,
line.
Carla, you don't have the same standard, bro.
Look,
you hate gay people, but you support pedophiles.
Sniffing girls' hair.
We're talking about pedophiles, Carla.
That's pedophilia.
Somebody sniffing somebody's hair. He sniffed adults' hair too. That's a weird behavior. But it's that's
pedophilia.
Okay, Colin, whatever you said. We have a guy who's the president. Hold on, Colin, let me speak, bro. We have a guy who's the president, right?
Yeah.
You have a dossier on pedophiles. Somebody who was a notorious pedophile.
Right.
And, allegedly rape a lot of young girls.
They're releasing the files.
They're not releasing no damn file. They redacted a lot of names of perpetrators. And you're not supposed to do that.
They got 10 million files, right? How about the fact, that Bill Clinton didn't show up to court? Congress.
Colin, you're moving the goalposts. What about it, man?
So Bill Clinton, you didn't say nothing about Bill Clinton. He was supposed to testify.
Yeah, let them arrest Bill Clinton if he's a pedophile.
Okay, so
let them release the files to everybody that's in it.
Focus on Trump. That's all it is. Let's be honest.
Colin, you're a black nationalist and you're protecting people who are protecting pedophiles.
Like I said earlier, right? I'm for what's right, even if I don't like whatever.
So protecting pedophiles is right?
What?
Protecting pedophiles is right?
No, I'm not protecting pedophiles. You got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that.
No, you got to release the file, like the Congress said.
Oh yeah, but nobody's ever been proven guilty in a court of law.
No, you got to release the file. They're not doing it.
Are being released.
Nah, you're supposed to release all of it at the deadline. They've only released 10% of it.
And so the bottom line is this:
man, you know all that shit gonna be redacted anyway, man.
They're not supposed to redact it. It can only be redacted if it's a Department of Justice. But the Congress, declassify it by passing that bill.
Is it all because you really think
the only names that should be redacted are victims, not perpetrators?
Do you believe in your heart that Donald Trump was involved with pedophilia there?
I didn't say anything. I said he's protecting people.
No, he's not protecting. It's not him. That's the DOJ.
No, he's the president. Once the Congress passes a law,
DOJ
and he signs it.
The one department.
It's a law.
The one department.
DOJ works for the executive.
Hold up. The one department in excellence that basically the president don't really have that much power as the Attorney General's office. Right? That's why you had the
Elvis, are you really gonna go through all those files to look and see? Are you really gonna?
No, hold on, Bantu. Dave, you got to mute. I think you got the airport.
Oh yeah, you got the airport.
Yeah. Did you just say the Attorney General have more power than the president?
That's the one area of the government where the president does not have the sort of power like he does in other departments. That's the way the founders did that. Why?
Oh boy.
Because of what you call it. Let me give you an example, right? When this guy, Jeffrey Bogart Sessions, right? He was the one who opened up the probe against Donald Trump with the Mueller investigation.
You mean Jeff Sessions, the former congressman from Alabama?
Oh, no, Jeffrey Bogart Sessions, yes.
Yeah, that's his name, Jeff Sessions. He was the Attorney General under Trump.
Under him as Attorney General, brief time as Attorney General, right? He said, "Okay." Donald Trump said, "I got." He could, if he passed the power you say he has, he could have said, "I got control of the Justice Department. Nothing to see here." Anything. He said, "Look, let it play." The law said, if they had evidence, they have to do with it, and the president had no power to stop it.
You're talking something completely different, man.
No, but I'm saying you said you think the president.
Tyler, did Trump say he was going to release the Epstein's files?
Yes.
Has he done it?
It's being released. You talking about millions of files?
No. The Congress gave them 30 days. After that bill was signed, they had 30 days to release the files. All at once.
There's just millions of files, bro.
Yeah, but that's what you think that Justice Department isn't capable of releasing millions of files.
Can they even capable of releasing?
Yeah,
that
they're
quick?
capable of it.
Okay.
Yeah, they are.
You guys have this idea that there's something in there, smoking gun.
Nobody's saying that. Just release it. If there's nothing there, we'll do nothing.
That's what it's all about. What if that happens to release?
Why do you think Congress wanted them to release the file, Tyler?
Hold on. What
Both Republicans and Democrats.
What you guys are gonna say? You guys are gonna move the goalpost? Say Trump had files on him destroyed. That's what's gonna circulate around.
All Republicans, listen, Kyler. All Republicans in the House of Representatives, except one,
he already
voted for it to be
admitted.
released.
Hey, listen, Colin. He already admitted that they being released because he said they being redacted. So there you go.
No. You get what I'm saying, Bentu? When Congress passed the law, all Republicans except one in the House and all Republicans in the Senate, all of them passed the law that the file must be released. And you can hold on. And in that law, it says that victims of the files can be redacted, but those who are perpetrators must be released unredacted. That's a law from the Congress.
So that's your issue. That's your issue is that you want to see the perpetrators.
It's the law. It's not me. It's not me saying this. It's what the law said. And the president signed that law.
And you have proof that it's not being done.
I mean, Beto, you got to follow it, brother. It's only 10% has been released. And the redaction, they have whole pages that's redacted. And you can't do that. Only names of victims should be redacted, not a whole page.
But what if they say that was a whole page of the names?
Oh, you see, come on, man. Come on, man. Jeez. I mean, you guys are just going right into the white supremacist talking points. And your brain is getting warped by these racist white people, and you're regurgitating their talking points.
But, I mean, what do you think you're going to do with that information with the perpetrators? What, prosecute them or something?
The Congress already passed the law, right? So, like, for example, when Martin Luther King was killed, we didn't know all of the things about him, that he was allegedly sleeping with white women and all of those crazy things. But they released the file, and they didn't redact those information to protect Martin Luther King. They released everything. And that's how people got to know who he was and what he did. So why redact these things now when everybody agreed that pedophiles are terrible people? They should be exposed. Why are you redacting their names?
Yeah, I guess you got a point there.
Carlo won't tell you that. He's a MAGA boy. You'll run to defend the MAGA at any time you get a chance to do it, man.
Yeah, I remember one time I told Kylie he was a MAGA, man. He kicked me off the show.
Oh, you don't like to hear that? We talked about Lloyd Austin, right? Great man, great general. He's telling you that some racist white boy called Pete Hegseth, who never amounted to anything real big in the military, can come and try to fire Lloyd. He didn't even fire Lloyd Austin. He stepped down before Biden even left office. But there was top generals in the Army and the Navy that he put down because he said they were DEI hired. Do you think your people are DEI hired, Bantu? That they don't deserve their position? They're just put there to be tokens? Is that what you believe?
Well, on that part, some of them are qualified, and some of them maybe got there for DI. Maybe like half and half.
You think half of African Americans got into high military position as DI hires? You think that's how the military works?
Well, no, I'm not in the military. I'm talking about academia, but
No, I'm talking about military.
military, nah, I don't think they going for that DI shit in the military.
That's what your boy did, man. He took all the black generals and admirals from their position, said they were DI hires. Just even saying that shit is an insult to these people. Here's a guy who never even went to any kind of higher rank is taking out
Yeah,
black men who have served their country.
I kind of tend to agree with that. Yeah.
So Kala, man, Kala as a black nationalist is not saying it for his black people, man. He's propagating the talking points for these white racist
But you
boys.
see, the only reason he agree with that because that's gonna make it fit his narrative. When he start talking down on black people in America, like, look, the DIR, these stupid motherfuckers.
Yeah, but Kala listened to Fox News and News Nation, all these stupid white news channels that say that any black person of any achievable rank in the military must have gotten it because it was DI.
Nah, I'm not buying that one. Nah.
So what do you support? You a
But
mega guy? Do you support the government in power, or what's your political stance?
I mean, listen, it's a America First policy, so how can you not how can you disagree with that? You live in America, work here, pay your taxes, rent, everything. You live here, you die here. You can't disagree with America First policy.
Okay, somebody in the comment section is saying that he had the opportunity to work with the former defense minister or Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. He was in a
I
member
thought
of
you
the Air
said
Force.
he just stripped them on all their positions or
No,
whatever.
no, no, that's not what I'm talking about. Lloyd
Oh,
Austin was the Secretary of Defense under President Biden. It's a black man. I think he's like a 4-star or 5-star general. I don't know if there's many 5-star generals, but he's like the head of the army, pretty much. That's like the
yeah,
highest military rank you can
yeah,
get,
that's the highest rank. Yeah,
which is crazy for a black man to attain that rank. And
yeah.
Colin was talking shit about Lloyd Austin, which is crazy to me.
Yeah, he said he fumbled Afghanistan or some shit he was saying.
Jonathan, you still on here, man? Or you sleeping?
Everybody sleep, man. Wake the fuck up. Y'all got tether fatigue for shooting up chaotic truth.
Nah, I don't know if Colin did a great job the first couple of hours, man, because I was trying to get him to have to do some real tough
No,
questions.
dude, like,
But
look.
listen, hold on, Kyler. Wait, let me say this one thing. Chaotic Truth wasn't being serious at all. He was just all right. Go ahead, Kyler.
I thought he was gonna give me a fight, man, because
Yeah, he was.
he was square. Look, because he has these white guys, he act like he didn't know what I was talking about. I said, you know what the fuck is that? Then I asked him, I trapped him, right? I said, look, man, do you uh you think the white guys are your favorite? Yeah. And then he went on to spill about Africans, 54 countries. Like, there's very little trade between the United States and America. Doesn't give a fuck about Africa, really. The only chance Africa has is Black America, like we always have, making the case for Africa when I'm showing the interest. That'll draw American business there. Other than that, it ain't happening. They guys think too highly of themselves. And they say he's an FBA. No, you ain't an FBA if you're fucking talking like that, And that's why I kept trapping him. See, if he came in there and said, yeah, I'm a Nigerian American, blah, 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 he would have had a chance. But so when I started asking him what you was, and he knew I would draw that out in him, and he knew I knew enough about, I know that whole immigrant shit is bullshit. That magical immigrant shit is bullshit. That's why he was nervous when he was talking to me. He knew I know.
They ain't gonna try to say Nigeria got a car industry and all. Like, man, what?
When he said
Dude,
stuff to uneducated people,
God damn. And everybody in the chat room like, let him talk. I'm like, man, why how the fuck is Kyle even talking to this
Because
motherfucker?
Bantu, when people talk more, they give you more ammunition. So this is Kyle's show. he can run the show in a way where he let him speak and give out
Kyle,
all of
I
his
mean
talking points, and
Elvis,
then Kyler
man.
take the time to knock all of those things
Even
down.
you, hey, hold up, Elvis. Even you was killing him softly. He couldn't even answer your questions, and you wasn't just asking him softball shit like, "Hey, how old are you?"
Okay, okay, Bridget. I was killing him with questions about his age. All right.
No, but you was asking him some other shit like, just some shit
Because
like he couldn't even
I'm not really
answer.
familiar with him, right? So I don't know his talking points. I don't know where to hit him on.
Yeah, man,
I
you
just
was
want to
asking
get
him
to know who you
simple
are.
shit. He couldn't even answer you. How the fuck
My
is?
only beef what I got with him right is the fact that I look at his show right, and like I said, one time I was pissed off because he had this sister on the show right, and they were just bashing Black Americans, and the poor sister was trying to defend herself and whatnot. People, she didn't deserve that. Oh, you people all ghetto, blah blah
And
blah.
then he and Afrodamas will do that. They'll play the monkey sound anytime a black woman is being assertive. They're like, "Yeah," like when a monkey is going crazy,
Yeah,
what
he
they call
couldn't even
ape shit.
answer you when you asked him about that. He was playing around. Like, man, come on.
They say which was also you say you remind her where are monkeys from, bro. Africa.
Tyler, really?
No, I'm dead serious. You got to remind people, Afrodamus, man, you're more closer to ape than we are.
Oh my gosh,
I'm
Tyler.
not that serious, man. And when you say that one, I'm like, yo, look, Afrodamus, I had a
All
dream.
right, we got one in the chat, Carla. Your favorite African goddess.
She's saying something that he wasn't saying, right? And Kyler tried to make that point.
Look, Africa, Nigeria had what was it? In the 60s, Fiat. Nigeria had Mercedes Benz.
Yeah, Nigeria was popping back
Nigeria
then.
has been
Shit.
assembling cars since the 1960s. That's nothing new. Nigeria had Fiat. They had
But Kyler, African God is saying what you said, so it's nothing to disagree with. She's saying they have an assembly
no, but this
industry,
guy
right?
says we're manufacturing cars. It's
That's
two
what I'm
different.
saying. So African God put it, she put it the right way. It's an assembly industry. It's not a manufacturing industry.
Okay. I thought she was
Chaotic.
trying to agree
Like,
with
we have a fucking
whatever his
manufacturer.
name
Ain't
is.
nobody in Africa
Chaotic lie.
because about you got to press those sheets. Now, if they hooked up with Millennium Steel, right, that could be a thing. But Nigeria and Africa is not on that level. Millennium Steel could supply the steel for them and build a plant there. But we're not on that level. Africans, they're not.
Yeah, but this thing is not a government thing, Kyler. It's a company. They
No,
don't
I'm
have the
saying,
resource to
what I'm
import that
saying is
steel.
There's a Black American company, two of them called Millennium Steel in Texas and Ohio, right? They could easily partner and supply steel to Nigeria, but there's no industry. The steel that makes Nigerian cars are pressed and stamped someplace else.
Kyler, these people have to do business on a budget, right? Anytime you do business with America on a grand scale, you're going to pay top-notch dollar.
What I'm saying, you know what the Nigerians need? They need first of all need a middle class. America's built because they have a middle class, right? They got credit. That's what it drives America's economy. MasterCard, Visa, American Express, and whatnot. Trillions of dollars of consumption. Without credit in this country, the economy could be cut in half. Africa has no credit market because they don't have an industrial economy. People need jobs. It's all probability. If you got jobs where people are making a certain amount of money and they work a certain amount of years guaranteed or whatnot, the probability that the credit will be taken care of. But if you have a country where people haven't had a job in 5 years or whatnot, the probability is going to be down. Africa needs to solve that problem of building a working middle class, with paychecks and stuff like that,
Okay, somebody is talking about Katanga in Ghana.
those are assembly plants,
Is that more of an assembly plant? Because I heard they got a steel factory in Ghana, Colin.
There's no heavy industry in Africa, particularly West Africa. The only sort of heavy industry is in South Africa.
No, I think there's a steel factory in Ghana where I think it's the Indian guy that owns it. That's where we get our steel from, our steel rods and everything.
I know they got steel and whatnot, but the bottom line is how much that steel is actually consumed in Ghana. Ghana exports steel, but the way Africans work is they're still probably import most of the steel from China. Nigeria Dangote got a refinery, but there's not the logistics and the technology of drilling oil and refining is not there in Nigeria. So he has to import the oil because they don't have the logistics and the piping and stuff in storage capacity to both drill, store, and refine it. They only can refine it, or they could just drill it and sell it outside. So Nigeria is still a developing country. They're still in their oil industry is not fully developed. Venezuela was able to drill the oil, refine it, and everything, and distribute gas and everything throughout the world. They they went into the actual oil and gas business. Vallejo and Citgo are Venezuelan companies. Africa got a long way.
Yeah, there's a lot of Valeros in Cali.
Yeah, because that's what they from Mexico and Venezuela. That's where they come from.
Yeah, and sickos too.
Citgo is definitely they went into the retail. Nigeria should have been like that level and built their own gas stations throughout the United States. They would have got rich. Nigeria would be a first world country right now.
Oh yeah, if they would have did that, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But the British and the Americans take the oil out of Nigeria and sell it and get rich. The Nigerians, they give them crumbs, 10%. So it is what it is. It is what it is. I said, I look at Africa, they're losing, I'm losing, right? But what I don't like is when people come up here and act like there's some African riding on a white horse ready to replace Black Americans. That's what they do. They get in these chat rooms, these stupid, weirdo, racist white guys,
All right, Tyler, the person here is talking about the topic of the show, right?
I couldn't even watch his show, man. I tried
And
to watch it one time, and
he's tying it back into the show topic, Colin. He said, Chaotic Truth highlighted a significant observation regarding the portrayal of Black individuals globally as entertainers and minstrels.
Oh, I know that, but I don't freaking. I'm not gonna voluntarily entertain white people for the fucking fuck of it. That's what I won't do.
Yeah. Well, Kyle, you can have those kind of show and you can grow your platform doing those kinds of show, right?
hey,
Could
did
have been
y'all
like
plan? Hey, did y'all plan this show out or something? Like,
he just came on. And
how
Kyle said he got
interesting that a
opportunity to make
real
it.
life Sambo would come on this show.
Look, bottom line
My
is,
God.
I do this show enough, right? And like I said, besides True Butter, I'm the only one doing this sort of content, and they're getting They realize that
What's
there's
the
people
fucking
out there like
odds,
me.
man?
When you do a show enough, right? Yeah, I'm starting to get a lot of people who stop by and they listen to the show.
A real life minstrel nigga came to the show.
Yeah, I said,
Imagine that.
I was thinking about you.
I know. I heard you when you said.
Everybody was asking where you was, man. So we thought you was gonna join the panel soon, man.
No, I was
going
going
to
to join, but Kyler was ripping him up so bad. I was like, oh, God damn. If I join the paddle, I'm just going to get kicked off because I'm just going to go at his fucking head.
You're just gonna lose your temper, man. I think the guy he did himself a good thing when he wasn't.
Kyler was ripping
getting
him up
angry.
so bad scholastically.
He was composed.
It
He
was
didn't get
just
too
bad,
agitated.
man. I know y'all think it looked different, but I'm telling you, it was bad for him. Y'all
I don't
keep
know,
saying
man. Kyler
it was
didn't
bad
have the
for
impulse
Kyler,
reflex.
but nah, it was really bad for him.
Kyler just, Kyler said, "Okay, I'll let you talk," and then he talked for like 30 minutes straight.
Triggering things, right? And those are things that you got to hit back immediately.
He actually sunned them all the fucking. I was like, damn, why is he still? Thought he was gonna run away a lot faster. But
He didn't run. He stayed. He watched videos and shit.
yeah, he took it, but he finally said, "Okay, shit, I gotta go."
Nah, niggas on the show for like 3-4 hours, man. You gotta leave it simple.
Yeah.
And I asked him a question.
Because he wasn't making no sense at all.
I asked him when he talked about black people's failures. I said, "Well, you remember the stock market crash and the depression? That was white people. You said they built a perfect civilization, and what you call Elvis? You gonna disagree with everything I fucking say?
No. I want to read. I want to comment.
Let me finish what I'm fucking saying, bro. I asked him a simple question about he made a point that white people have the perfect civilization, they're perfect, whatever that. But I remember when they had the Dust Bowl in the Midwest, and white people, the grapes of wrath, whatnot, they basically failed at farming while we were thriving at farming out the same area. They had to leave their farms and whatnot because they just didn't have luck, whatever like that, the soil. They try to blame it. When it's white people and they fail, they'll say, "Oh, dry climate." What that? When black people fail, these niggas are stupid and incompetent.
African Goddess, he was saying he was a foundational Black American.
No, what you call? He was saying he was an FBA man. Come on.
Yeah, no, I was African Goddess was asking what he was saying.
He was saying it was FBA, but we know that's not.
Yeah.
I know my people, And that's what it is. I think he deep down inside, when he looks at Black America, like we remember when I played the top 20 Black businesses. So didn't he like he was shocked, Bantu?
Yeah, he looked like the whole show. He was shocked because
Didn't
he
he
was
look like,
like,
yo, when I played that too, like I said, I know how to break.
I guess he thought he was gonna come up here and try to act like he was gonna make some sense about something. I don't
No,
know.
when I played, I said, have you ever heard of the top 20? And the
Yeah.
only reason why he knew Stephen Hightower, because that was a night where Aphrodimus came and was triggered about Stephen Hightower, and he had came in the chat room earlier, but tried to come up or whatnot, but he dropped off. He didn't come up on. And I was like, yeah. But I played for Aphrodimus, Stephen Hightower. He's like, oh man, why you play this man? He's a Black American. I admire him. But you call him the Blacks, like we're stupid. But we got guys like this on our team.
Look at Aphrodimus, the blacks.
Telling you, so when you say the Blacks, the first Black billionaire was a Black.
Yeah.
See, when you talk about Black, we're not. See, they think we're not supposed to big up our success and back us up.
Yeah.
I said the top 20 Black businessmen. I gotta ask them, how many of them were foreign Black? I don't know. I'll tell you, 0. Those are Black businesses that have been in America for over 100 years, and they grew to that level. Millennial Steel, whatnot, they've been around for a long time. Bridgewater, Electric, and all stuff like that. These companies been and the one guy, I remember him in '98 when he basically was a manufacturing car seats, and he got the contract to supply the Ford Focus. We've been making big moves in industry for a long time. We're not slouches.
Yeah, he thought he was gonna come
Even
over
know that.
here and make some with those silly ass points he had. Man, get out of here.
Yeah, we don't got good Black neighborhoods. We run Black neighborhoods out. All this negativity shit. Like, damn, nigga. So it is what it is. He just, he was misinformed, right? You could look. You cannot debate me being misinformed, right? So that's how you win an argument, Bantu. That's what it is. You always take their premise away from it. His premise is Black people ain't doing shit. We don't have nothing. When I did, so I show him the statistic: 2.5 million Black men are in the upper class.
Yeah.
I knew that would shock him.
Totally destroyed him right off the rip.
Yeah, it destroyed him. Because the bottom line, I would love for Aphrodimus to do the same thing, because I got something for him if he ever tries to have this debate with me. I'll destroy him.
Everybody, they just think because they not really paying attention. They just think, oh, Kyle's cutting them off. They not really paying attention to what he's saying.
Yeah, so the bottom line is,
but every time Aphrodimus come up, Kyler, you tend to agree with him more than you disagree with him.
No. He comes up with that because he knows he don't talk that nonsense when he comes up on my platform. He talks about stuff that
Elvis, even I hate to admit it, so I agree with some of the things he be saying sometimes.
Well,
about what in particular?
I don't know, but sometimes when he come up, he say something, and I be like, oh shit, I agree with this motherfucker.
Yeah, he does say something. When you talk about Africans, man, the last time he was like, man, don't listen to no third world Africans. Damn, man. That was funny.
Oh yeah, he came. Yeah, I remember that.
That was actually pretty funny, but chaotic, man. I was like, damn. Why is Bantu going at me? Not Bantu, Broody going at me. He says, college says, what is it between? Damn, man, he's comparing me to Chaotic Truth. You know?
Oh shit! What did he say?
Yeah, they both were white civilization admirers.
Non-Afrocentric,
Listen,
anti-immigrant,
Rudy.
MAGA talking points leaners.
I am a reality admirer, right? I like running water, right? I like paved streets, you know. I like electricity that works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you know. I
But
like
Kyle, you have to do those things yourself. You can't depend on the white man doing it and you're enjoying it.
right now, it's the white man and that's providing for that, you know.
And that's what Baruti is saying. So he's right in that point.
Don't believe it beyond that. He thinks that should be like that. I at least say that we should have our own. He doesn't want that. He just thinks, oh man,
Nah, see, chaotic lie is a white ass kisser.
Yeah, that's a lie.
It's a difference. You can admire somebody without being a fucking ass kisser like chaotic lie.
My biggest thing with him and Alpha is that monkey sound shit is just so degrading. Especially
Yeah,
in front of
man.
white
I
people.
tried to watch
It's
his
like
show.
you're
It's
doing
so fucking stupid. It's not even
It's like you're
funny,
doing the white
man.
people racism for them. They don't even have to lift a finger to even try. You're just doing all their racism for them.
It's called shucking and jiving, you know?
Yeah, for real.
They're shucking and jiving.
If you want to see a minstrel show, you go to Chaotic Lie show.
Yeah, it's a minstrel show, you know.
Chaotic Lie.
And these white guys up there looking all weird and shit, like the one guy with the gray hair. That I said, man, who's a pedophile? You know, he looked like one of the dudes on Catch a Predator. Oh, I didn't want. He says right here, when in our conversation, you said, "I would like for you to sit on my lap and call."
Okay, Kyle. All right, Kyle. All right.
No, I'm just saying that's what he looks like, man. He looks like one of them pedophiles and whatnot. You know, he got like a fucking plays a Santa Claus role to get little boys to sit on his lap. You know. How the hell's perspective different from character and that music? Look, because I am pro black, you know. I don't basically salute the American flag as my flag, right? American flag is a flag of this republic. I am a citizen of the republic, right? But I strongly, right, don't support all the values that America stands for, right? Some people are so American, right? You got 70 talking about it's a great day in America because we took over Venezuelan oil and we basically about to get Greenland and we're going to invade Cuba, Argentina, all these other places like that. That's not me. You know, I'll never admit that. Do I admit America is a great country to live in? Money, yeah, it's like that. But I always say admit nothing. Oh. It is what it is, you know.
Kyle, you should do a simulcast, man. You know, you bring your audience. Bring your audience. Bring his audience. So you guys can have a debate.
When you do simulcast, I cannot block none of his people in my chat room that he freaking has. And I don't want to have a bunch of fucking racist people calling me the N word and shit like that because I'd be fucking losing my temper. That'd be too much. Can't do it. You know, he's welcome to come on my show, you know, but simulcast, no. How can the black nationalists while residing? Look, I live in the United States. I did not ask to be brought here, 12th man, you know? That's another thing. Why is it that nobody answers this question, right? Why is it that people are friggin' hostile for me calling myself a black nationalist? Why is it that you got Big Meech out there signing autographs? He's loved. He was a damn drug dealer. But me as a black nationalist, I am fucking public enemy number one. Why is that?
Well, he's not just a drug dealer, Colin. He's a celebrity, right? They made a whole show about his life.
He was a criminal.
Yeah, he's a criminal.
He was selling dope. He destroyed lives.
Yeah. So, Colin, don't be a hypocrite now.
He's accepted, right? Not just in white America, but black America especially. I can understand why white people be apprehensive about me being a black nationalist, but why are black people? They're telling me I gotta fucking leave America because I am a black nationalist. All right, get out, Colin. and we're gonna take your passport. Not me to threaten to take my passport. You know, why don't you burn? You cannot burn your passport. That's U.S. government property. You can go to jail for that. Really, you can go to jail for burning your passport because it says this is U.S. government property. So I'm not gonna burn my passport. You know, it's got for black nationalists to inhibit a black nation. Look, I go to so me going to Nigeria. I mean, it's me. Liberia is not enough for you. 12th man. I want to move to Liberia in a couple of years, right? I do want to do that, you know, but I can't do it right now because of circumstances. Ray, because you sound like a racist white man, but you have no power to do nothing. Man, why are people coming at me like crazy?
And people coming out the woodwork. It's like everybody just waking up to the show just when we're about to
I am like fucking public enemy number one, man. God damn, you know.
Because Carla, some days we enjoy you when you're talking your black power shit, and the next day you're shitting on everybody, including the Africans and the black Americans.
Oh, I've been letting Africans off the hook lately, man. You know, I think tomorrow I might change that around.
Nah, because you know you're going to Liberia in a little bit, so you want to be on your best behavior.
I might, you know, I haven't really talked about Africa. I've been letting Africans slide for like a couple of weeks now. I've been banging on FBA and whatnot, you know. So I think I might, you know.
Rudy said Kala is just a so-called African American cheerleader, a bigot and a tribalist. His views run counter to Pan Africanism. His Afristan idea, if implemented, would create Liberia 2.0, a settlers colony.
Yes. Thank you, Rudy. Now we're on the same page. You're absolutely right. I want Liberia 2.0. You know,
somebody said you're a bipolar nationalist.
Motherfuckers just coming at me left and right.
Damn, everybody just woke up. I thought nobody was in the chat. Everybody just woke up and started coming at.
Yeah, y'all didn't hear the first part of the show, man.
Everybody like, man, Carla talking some shit that's pissing off everybody. Like,
it says W. Du Bois and several prominent black nationals relocated. Yeah, give me time. Goddamn, W. Du Bois moved when he was like 90 years old and shit. You know.
Yeah, he moved over there just
Carla,
so he
do you agree with that premise? The premise here is that it's hard to assert black nationalism and not live in a black country.
Oh yeah, I say the black ideology. I'm not trying to do black nationalism, but the only black national we could do here is, like I told KR Truth, right? He talking about state. I know he's been listening to my show when I talk about Afghanistan, and that's what they hate, right? But I said, okay, forget about the Afghanistan right now. How come all the content creators and black people don't come together and have a black? Well, you know what black national will be? If every last single body ditched YouTube for the most part, right, and got on a black owned platform like our own YouTube. Use StreamYard, you know, why don't we do that? Right? Forget about a nation right now. Why don't we have millions of people like, that's what Rumble and Parler did. They got all these freaking content creators say, like tens of thousands of them say, look, we're going to take this new platform called Parler, Rumble. And that's how I took a Rumble. They said Rumble in like another 5 years is going to be take over YouTube. You know? Yeah, Rumble is going to take over YouTube, and that is basically
Okay, Carla. Rumble is just a right wing thing. It's not even global.
Yeah, but I know, but it's growing. Okay, let's look at the data. Let me go to my good old chat. I love this chat BGP, what the fuck it is, How big is
GBDBDB.
Whatever it's called. How big is the Rumble platform?
Relative to YouTube.
Rumble platform to YouTube. Platform relative to YouTube. All right. It says comparison, right?
I freaking got it said.
YouTube has 2.5 billion monthly active users globally. Wow, damn. Okay. It says Rumble is about 80 million. So who knows, man?
Okay, Colin.
80 million people, man. That's big, man. You know, I'm like
2.5 billion.
2.7 billion. Like I said, but the thing is, though, that came out of nowhere and up to 80 million. At least they got their own platform. I know we can't ever match YouTube. You know, that'll never happen. But you tell me we couldn't have like a platform with 20 worldwide black people, with like 30 million people worldwide. You know,
Yeah, I used to think about that too. It should be something like
Colin.
Black Cube or something like that.
yeah, we should have a
Yeah,
black.
I mean, we could do it, but you have to have the infrastructure for it. You
No,
have to
yeah, the
have the
technology's
technicians
already.
who are going to maintain it.
Can't you
Technology's
just
already there.
like clone YouTube?
Which one? I had a guy in the BAO. This
And it's
guy.
not. Then it's not owned by black people.
Look, I had one of my guys in the BAL.
Well,
That was with the
if
guy I
you
was gonna
buy it, then
hold up,
own
let me
it,
say this.
man.
The guy I was gonna send to Angola, right, to redo their whole entire website, shit like that, back in 2020, right? Mike Roebuck, right? We fell out, but he basically created something like that. But the thing is, though, I signed up for it it kept crashing. It kept freezing up and crashing, you know? So he said he got to work the bugs out. I don't know whatever happened with that. We just stopped talking. Anyway, matter of fact, he got with Dr. Arikana. He was with Dr. Arikana, you know? He's one of the ones that turncoat on me and went with Dr. Arikana, you know? So anyway, he created a platform that he said, man, this is gonna replace YouTube. I thought, nigga, you crazy, man. He goes, he this and whatnot, you know. And I thought about it. I think about it now. He was talking about a platform first. Before we talk about a nation, we need our own fucking platform. And I didn't think about it back then. I said, yeah, you know something, you're right. We do need our own platform, you know. You know, we need is our version of TikTok. I'm sick and tired of scrolling TikTok and I got white supremacy shit. And I'm sitting there minding my damn business, right? And I get a TikTok. My timeline said I had black fatigue before it was an in thing.
Because they know that you like MAGA, stuff. So they sprinkle a little racist MAGA talking points in it.
TikTok. Hold up. Let me scroll my TikTok, right? Let me show you. This right here, this is my TikTok. Mostly black stuff. Like, here we go.
Think it's yours? No, I know it's mine, but it's different races. So I want to see what he's gonna come out to look like. What do you want the baby to look like? More Mexican? Well, it's gonna look more black regardless. No, it's not. All right. You see NATO stuff? The Mexican? They light. Well, you gonna be able to tell they mix with black, but baby to be dark, or do you want your baby to be light?
Are you watching mixed race stuff? And when you say you don't like mixed race people things?
No, this is like an African dude saying he don't want his kids to come out dark. All right. Next video.
Because why is this the funniest thing? Natural weed.
Was to burgers. And these copycats.
Black men were so terrible. Why do other races of women want them? I promise you, if black men were so terrible, these other races of women would not be desiring them. There would not be whole schools and classes on black culture that other races.
Oscar was a bashful trash talker, and not just to Ali. Bonavena had come under fire for his behavior outside of the ring as a party goer and flamboyant muscle man.
Man, I hate those fucking
Frazier and Ali with such disrespect, ranging from calling Frazier gross and unhygienic, and Ali a chicken and kangaroo with no power. It seemed Oscar enjoyed getting under the skin of opponents who outweighed his skill set.
What do you think of Muhammad Ali? Okay? No champion. Frazier, no champion. Ellis, no champion. Muhammad Ali, no champion. You understand?
Well, right now, Oscar is in the best condition I've ever seen him in. And believe me, if I managed to play, I would never.
Oh, I remember the name of my homie got shot was Marlon. I kept thinking about that shit. Like, what was his name?
And an often effective, wild attacking style. Ran with the right hand, but flattened with the left hook. But his defense was sloppy. His movement, basic if not formulaic, and he possessed a faulty engine that, throughout 15 rounds, would often wane and sputter like an old Kia Sorento.
So he's going to knock me out in round 11, and he wouldn't do what Quarry did, and if he hits me, he's going to knock me out. And so I told my manager, I said, get a contract on him, and we'll see what he can do.
Hey, it's just strong.
Muhammad Ali was crazy, man.
It's too much. Argentina.
You'll knock out Clay.
Yes, why not? Who is it? Superman?
On December 7th of 1970, the showdown between two of the toughest talkers in heavyweight history finally arrived to thunderous applause. With a self-aware smirk from both as they face off, knowing their charisma and personality had generated some of the most significant profit of their career, the Argentinian and American both swiftly put their game face on and touched gloves.
Ringo in the blue trunks with the red waistband, Ali in the red trunks with the white waistband, and left jabs counting on the swiftness. At left, the Bonavina's connected. Watch Ali as he circles steadily to the left. Watch Bonavina try and cut the ring on him. This is not picture fighting such as Ali is used to. No sign yet of the Ali skills, really, against this kind of fight. Another warning from Mark Gunn and a stern one. End of round one. Now let's see if Ali can get some of that old Ali movement in as we start round two. And this is not the usual Ali style at all. Ringo, oddly a throwback to the wild bull of the Panthers, Louis Furbo in the 20s in terms of style, but still a powerful, powerful man. We're watching in slow motion now, and as Muhammad comes over, a wave of disgust with Bonavina, apparently, or maybe with himself. Looking at Oscar as he comes out to face Ali.
Round 3 displays Muhammad Ali's lack of technical drop-off since his exile. He moves as beautifully as ever and uses his patience, reach, and professionalism to garner an early lead in the fight. Oscar continues to come forward like Oscar was a bashful trash talker.
But but that's the type of videos I be getting. Ali, stuff like that. You know, I'm on TikTok, but every once in a while I got these white supremacists. How they come on my For You page, I have no idea, you know. I do, man. Shut the fuck. I use my block button. You know, I block. I don't want to see no fucking white. So I don't give a fuck what y'all have to say. I don't even scroll over. Let me tell you something, black people. What I think is block, because I don't want to give a shit what you think, you know. Like Chaotic asked me, how come we don't have no white people on the show? Because what is that we need to be talking about? That's why I don't get into reparations. Reparations means that I gotta negotiate or talk to white people. You know, I think it's stupid. You know, so basically everything I want in life does not require any white people's input. And Afghanistan requires no white people needed. You know, that's why idiot like 17. Oh, you gonna need the white man? No, the fuck we don't. We don't need a white man for Afghanistan. We don't need the white man in Liberia. You know, if you want to come in as the best and shut up and won't spend the money, we'll definitely take your money in Liberia, right? You know, but we don't need you. You know, as soon as you act like we need you or not, that's when the problem's going to happen. You know, so this is like I said, this was a good night. I'm glad. You know, first night without 1776 or not, I feel great. What do you think about that, Elvis?
I mean, Colin, you just want to get my take on it so you can say some shit, but no.
No. What do you think about the fact that I got rid of 86, 70?
You know, one thing I'm a little disappointed in you, right? And the reason is, I think you're smart enough, and I'll give you that. You're smart enough.
But you know,
Colin, you gotta let me say it, right? You asked me a question. You're smart enough that I think you could dismantle his talking points and defeat his ideas. This is a battlefield of ideas.
So incorrigible, right? I do it all the time, right? Where he just comes back with, "Yo, I'm a Pan-Africanist," whatever. He's incorrigible, right? He don't say like this. How you gonna be a Pan-African one day and then talk about Donald Trump and MAGA and all this shit like that, American expansionism, and another thing, you know? And then he makes a thing that Africa needs America. We're gonna go over and set U.S. bases. That's sacrilege, you know. That's an abomination. No black nationalist thinks like that. And I can't, as a black nationalist, let that talk be go on. You know, I can't do that. And so basically, I was just telling him. Then the final straw was he's basically telling me because I'm not going over there eating bush chicken and going. He don't even understand how Liberia is. Like me,
You're easily offended by his talking point. You should be able to dismantle it.
I'm saying like this. You know why? Because I got people listening. I'm not offended, right? But I got people listening. Then when you say something like, "Oh, I got to get with real Pan Africanists," right? I got people all over the world listening to me, right? And if I let that go on, right, I tolerate from Burundi or whatever like that because I don't know Burundi. But if I let that go on, right, and say, look,
See, African Goddess is saying something you should read quickly, Colin, because I agree with her.
You had KO Truth, and he's 10,000 worse than 7. Yeah, I had him on one time. He's not a thing. I know you guys are fucking like 77 because I guess he's playing, but this is not a comedy show. You know, KR Truth was up here cracking jokes and shit like that, trying to clown me. He was very respectful. 1717 always was joking, being disrespectful to me. You know, so I'm like this. If I have anybody on you disagree, I don't care if people disagree with me, but when you disrespect me like that, talk about I'm not a real Pan-Africanist, Yeah, KR Truth wasn't claiming to be a Pan-Africanist. And they're telling me.
Then you look, Colin, when he said he's a Pan-Africanist, you got to test his bona fide if he's a true Pan-Africanist.
Hold on.
That's why then you have to expose it.
Hold up. Right now, there's a guy running around in, I think, Pennsylvania, calling himself a Black Panther. Black people have largely side out this ICE thing, right? There's a guy, he's not even black. Running about, so we're Black power, we're going to protect the immigrants. He had a white, like, everybody knows this is the age of fake ass activism. People get online cosplaying. Next thing you know, 776 is gonna take my moniker by BAL emblem, right? Go around the internet pretending he's BAL. That's why I had to nick people like in the bud. I have an organization to build. I have a reputation. You think this is entertainment, but it's not. It's serious for me.
I don't think it's entertainment.
I got people on the ground.
You're in the space.
We're building something in Liberia, right? So I have a reputation. So and he's on here all the time, and I know I got Liberians listen to my show and whatnot. I can't have him disrespect me. I can't do it.
I get it. Disrespect is
you
not
have
tolerant.
to give respect. That's everything. To the host of this show, this platform, you have to show some sort of. You don't have to agree with me. But he was blatantly, belligerently disrespecting me and whatnot, and I could not let it go anymore. I would have lost my audience if I would let them go because people already. It was like Broman Reloaded. He was like telling me, "Colin's not good, man." And also Eddie, the guy who's in the chat room, he said, "Colin, man, it's bordering on disrespect, man. We have a lot of respect. We look up to you. Places like guys like Mufasa. Mufasa been listening to me since he was 21 years old. He was actually my first listener ever. And they're looking at me like Kofi. All these guys look at me like, Colin, we look to you with admiration and respect, and you guide us a lot of ways with that. You can't let some clown come up here and talk to you like that. That's why I said I had to do what I had to do. It just got out of hand. I had no choice.
Really, it's fine, Colin. Just show up. I get it.
But Colin's ideas are definitely too Western to be able to lead Africans on the continent. Yeah, I can't lead Africans on the continent. I can lead Black Americans if we were at land, but I can't lead Africans on the continent. I don't know how Africans are going to develop if they don't modernize. That's what I don't understand. I can't lead Africans. I don't know. Africans got to lead themselves, I don't know the African mind, I just don't. I tried. I don't understand the African mind to lead them, and I would not try to,
Hey, let me ask. So, how long are you staying over there? You're just in the airport, Dave, or you gonna catch a flight soon, or you gonna be sleeping there overnight?
Nah, I'm waiting for my flight. That's it. Waiting for my flight. I'm gonna dip out.
What time is it out there? Nighttime or morning?
It's like morning. It's like 9 in the morning. 9:40.
So you'll get to Liberia, and by the time you get to Liberia, I know I do the same flight. By the time you get to Liberia, it'll be about, let's say, are you right now? Are you on U.S. time or Liberia?
No, I'm on Brussels. I'm on Brussels time.
Okay, so you're gonna get there. So you're like 3:40. It's like 8 in the morning. You'll get there.
It's like 9. Yeah, I'll be there like 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah,
like 8, 9.
That's a flight right there from Brussels.
Yeah.
As I said, I like Royal Air Morocco. It's only a 3-hour flight from Morocco.
Yeah, man.
But so you and Ross got to hook up, man. You
I'm gonna
guys,
hook up with Ross.
have you communicated with Ross yet?
No, I've never communicated with. I saw your message.
But you
That's
guys are
why I
both in
thought.
the Association of African Americans for Liberia,
Okay.
you know. And Ross, let Ross take you to International Focus magazine on at Boulevard Palace. Meet Cynthia Blanford and Val Thomas. Yeah, they're the ones that have published a magazine, and they got a consultant. They're the ones who's bringing Delta to Liberia.
Yeah, Delta was here before. I don't know what
Yeah,
happened with them.
they
They
couldn't
was
get the name.
here, then they left.
They're coming back though. We black people in America. We got Liberia's back. We're doing everything we can to bring Delta back to Liberia. You know, that's a
Yeah, they
partnership.
was,
Yeah, that's the love we have for this country. We don't. One thing about Elvis, Dave, is people don't understand. Black America, we do shit and we don't even want nothing in return. You know,
yeah.
we don't want nothing in return. You deal with white people, Chinese people, they're gonna ask for this, ask for that. We go and we donate our time, money, everything like that because we know it's the right thing to do. You know, and Liberians they realize that now. They're like, and they realize dealing with us is not losing anything. So
Yeah.
Angela's heart, the evil. So it is what it is. African mind is corruption. Yeah, Chaotic pretends to be a black American one day, and then he pretends to be a Gambian. Yeah, he was around Daffodamos, he's a Gambian. Then Nigerian the other day. African white concept, you have to meet people where they are. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, just what he did was it was not a good look for Chaotic Truth, man.
Okay, Chaotic Truth was on the show
Oh
today.
yeah, man. I ripped in the piece. Go look at the show. I ripped in the
Yeah, I'm
piece.
gonna look. I'm gonna look on the playback, man. Oh man, you
Can't
ripped
play
them.
back. You can't play back on the airplane, right?
Yeah, nah. You can't play it on the airplane,
You can't
but
play on airplane. Well, yeah,
yeah, no, I'm at the airport. I got the Wi-Fi, so
yeah. Well,
I'm gonna play it back. I'm gonna play it back when we get offline.
okay. But yeah,
That's
so
crazy.
he came in, man. He got ripped to pieces. He got ripped to
But
pieces.
you've been calling for him to come up, Kyla.
I did.
You've
You
been
remember that,
calling.
right?
You've been calling. Yeah, you've been calling. He's been running from you though.
Step right up.
Maybe that's why he's
But
been running from
Dave,
you.
he came on, and College just been, kind of bum rushed him. He didn't really give him a
No,
chance
I
to
ain't
kind
bum rush him.
of.
He said something when not. We're having a discussion, right? He may point out, but you can't keep dragging on, right? If you say something, let me respond to it. It's like boxing, right? Somebody throws a punch, right? You don't sit there and let them keep throwing punches. And sooner or later, man, you're gonna get punched on, right? You punch, you defend, you hit back. That's what it is. It's like combat, you know. And then you get your point across and whatnot. I'll let you. The only difference is we're letting each other land their punches and whatever, land their planes, whatever like that, and then I hit back. Just he didn't have. It looked like I was doing that because he didn't really have anything to
He ain't got nothing to say. He
nothing
probably
to
ain't had
say.
nothing to
That's what it was.
say.
He was
But that's
punching.
why I said that's why he probably was running from you because you've been asking to debate him for like over a year. You've been asking him to call up for over a year.
Step right up, bro. Step right up. I'll debate you. Look, I will debate anybody. I would love for Tariq to call my show, man. He'll get ate up too. He'll get destroyed. I'll destroy him. Easily. Because when debating, the key to debating is taking somebody's premise away from them. His whole premise is, like I said, when you got these white guys on there, he feels comfortable about these white guys. They make him feel special, that he's a special Negro. And if he really knew what they thought about him, see, we're not under the illusion of how these people really think about us,
I'm happy everybody's getting their wake up call.
Oh
Especially
yeah, man, it's a beautiful time in America.
especially my Liberians in America. I'm happy that this is happening
Yeah, they're
because
getting their wake up
they
call.
were
Like, oh,
very
wow.
and not just Liberians, but all my African brothers and sisters.
They
I'm
realize now,
happy.
man, this is not a game.
We,
They say, oh man, I don't
you
believe this
know,
happened.
I'm
Well,
I'm
America is
extremely
tied. Look,
happy
they
that
thought
they're seeing
racism and stuff
this.
like that meant black Americans, the black Americans. The
No,
bottom line
no,
is,
no.
your black skin is what they hate. They don't give a fuck about your ethnicity. They don't give a shit about your jollof rice and all that shit you think is your culture and whatnot. They don't care about that. All they want is this country back being white. That's
Oh
all they
yeah,
care about. You know?
they want it
And
back.
you support the idea of this country back being white,
I
Tyler?
could care less. I got my own people here. I got my own people.
We gotta do what we
I'm
gotta
already
do.
rooted here in America, so they can't do nothing.
Elvis, whether you like it or not, it's gonna go down, man. Whether
Yeah, we
you
got
know, we used to this shit. We seen this shit before. We seen
we're used to this shit.
grandparents not tell us,
Look,
parents. We seen
Dave,
this shit before, man.
81 years of
See this shit.
integration and progress is being unraveled right before our eyes.
Oh yeah, right before our eyes.
81 years. You think of what happened. Jackie Robinson to the March on Washington to Muhammad
Martin Luther
Ali,
King and
the Cosby
X.
Show, like that. All these things that basically shape the way we see the world when it's being unraveled. We're like going back to the 20s.
Dear passengers, for Air Canada, flight
that's what we're doing right
833
now.
to
But
Montreal
this time,
Trudeau
right?
at
Like
gate
what Chris said right there, what Big
E34.
Ray
We are
said,
now
I'm
boarding passengers
so
with
I
zone
keep
number
hearing
1
like Donald
to
Trump saying
2.
they want to repeal
Please
civil
keep your
rights.
boarding pass
Everybody
ready
black
and
said,
open your
please do
passport
it.
showing the photograph. On
I said,
behalf of
please,
Air
you guys want to
Canada
bring back
and
Jim
Star
Crow?
Alliance,
Black
we
people
are
in
looking
America
forward to
are
welcoming you on
begging.
board.
Bring it
Chers
on.
passagers, pour le vol Air
Bring it
Canada
the fuck on.
But Carla, a lot of our African and Caribbean brothers, they gonna get their heart broken, man. They gonna be heartbroken.
Yeah,
They're gonna be
they
heartbroken.
basically integrating into American society. We used to say, wasn't that long ago,
They're
man?
gonna be heartbroken, man. They're gonna be like, they're gonna be heartbroken, man. And it's like,
America, this land of opportunity and stuff like that. There's gonna be times where there's gonna be. You remember the movie? Remember 48 Hours, Dave? Where
48,
Eddie
the
Murphy went
movie or the
every music stopped everything when he walked in.
Nah, I ain't see that movie.
Okay, it came out before your time. It came out in 1982. Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, I ain't see that.
And before your time. Eddie Murphy, Nick Nolte. Okay, Eddie Murphy was a con man. He went in there to a redneck bar in San Francisco, right? As soon as he walked in, next thing you know, the music, everybody staring on everything just stopped, right? That was just so fucking funny. He said, I'm a nigga with a badge. I'm your worst enemy and whatnot. He was playing a cop. But the second one, the 48 Hours 2, he walked in the same type of bar. That was 10 years later, right? And it wasn't that sort of thing. It was like, yo, man, you think you bad with that girl? A redneck, like, but then there was black girls in there and stuff like. So they showed you that the atmosphere changed.
Yeah.
It was like a multiracial. Some of the goons in there were black.
Yeah.
But that first one, he walked in the bar. It was a number of rednecks. He goes, "What do you have?" He goes, "How about a black Russian?" Black Russian. Oh man, that shit was funny, man. But the bottom line is this: that's what a lot of you Africans are gonna go through. You're gonna go to a bar. Hey, I'm an African student. I'm going to the bar. You're gonna walk by, and everything's gonna stop. We're going back to them times, bro. Yeah, Juice is not doing. He shares white supremacist. But yeah, he's a fucking white supremacist. He's trapped in his black body with white supremacist views, man. It is what it is. It's sad. I feel sorry for the brother. Anyway, it's late. 6:30.
Yeah, man. Y'all take care, man.
Man, I think I've been on enough.
Yeah, Kyler, you better. Yeah, you did your work, Kyler. You did what you're supposed to do, man.
Another show, man. No, it just keeps getting better and better, right?
Yeah, man. the circus, the nightly circus.
Yo, please, Dave, man, get a hold of
Ross. I'm gonna go through it. I'm gonna try to link up with him now.
Get over Ross, man. Y'all both the same age.
Oh, okay.
You and Ross the same age. You guys got the same accent and everything. You talk to him. Yeah, he sounds like he's from New York. I was like, how the hell? Well, he lived in Ghana most of his life, and he fled during the war. He was living in Ghana, right? But
Yeah.
he was around a lot of Black Americans in Ghana and Pan Africans, right? So he doesn't have the
Oh,
Liberian.
really?
Yeah, Ross is a Pan Africanist to his heart, man.
Oh, he was out there in Ghana.
He was in Ghana, man. Yeah, and he's on the Liberian Tourism Board Association.
Oh, okay. Oh, so when Speed come, he going help.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so, man.
Ross
I hope.
usually up on that, So remind him,
Yeah.
Remind him. I told him, make sure you tell me, Ryan, man. I might do a simulcast, man, with y'all. Colleges. Also, what you guys got to do for me is get a African American Association of African Americans banner and make that banner up.
All right. I'm gonna link up with him.
Yeah, you got to make some banners for us, and have him give you some BAO t-shirts, bro.
All right.
BAO Liberia t-shirts, so it'd be good. All right, Dave. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, man. Take care.
Take care, brother.
All right.